Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
What is up? Everybody who's tuning in early to Series E. Series E, a little pre-show with Tyler Indris, CEO and co-founder of Esports Arena, coming at you live from the studio here in downtown Santa Ana. Of course, Esports Arena, the original location. I thought it would kind of be fun to interact a bit more with y'all this week, as it is the last week of Series E, Season 1. Season 2 is coming up next, right? So that's pretty cool. Now, as we transition out of the cool little video that we made for Series E, you came in here, the first thing you probably noticed was this. Cut to that camera now, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. I'm hoping you cut to that camera because that looks sick. What does that say right there? Cheez-It, most valuable gamer. Wow. I don't know. Cheez-It? Ever heard of them? Kind of a big deal. And that's not a big deal that they're on for Series E because you could be the Cheez-It team just like the Cheez-It team is this week, because I'll be honest, they're probably not going to make the top 4 and they're going to have to enter back into qualifiers to qualify back in for Season 2. But this trophy, I got to be honest, guys, that's like, I think it's close to probably like 97 pounds. I don't know. It's heavy. That's a bad boy right there. You want that on your shelf. And this week alone, Tyler Indris is going to pick the most valuable gamer. And maybe not this week alone, but all season long. Sorry. They're laughing at me in the production room, and I can see them. So this is tough. It's tough. I'm under these lights right here. I got my talking notes on the ground, and they're laughing at me. But regardless, show must go on. Anyway, this trophy could be yours of our 27 sponsored players based on the most valuable game playing all season long. Now, I'm going to throw a little wrench in this because if you actually just go all cracked this week, I might actually just give you this one. Because we all kind of have an idea who the best player is in Series E. I don't want to say any names. Still not going to say the name. But this could be yours on your shelf. Social media it up. I mean, the ladies will be coming. It's going to be crazy. They're going to your house. It's going to be awesome because this on your shelf would be insane. You're going to crush it, okay? Social media, you're probably at least going to get 15 likes with this thing on social media if you post it, at least. You can quote me on that one. All right, so anyway, I'm going to think about it this week. We'll announce it probably on Thursday during Final Circle. I don't know. Ever heard of it? Pretty good show. And afterwards, we do a little cool Pokemon stuff, you know, because that's just what we do. Anyway, let me get my notes. So yeah, Season 2. I mentioned Season 2. Qualifiers for Season 2. So this is the last week of Series E Season 1. And I got to be honest, it's been a hell of a ride. It's been so much fun. The team back there, the team out there, the team all around on Zoom, all of our Walmart team. It's been phenomenal putting this season together. I haven't had more fun running this company or being a part of this company since Series E started. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you all for tuning in. If you haven't tuned in and this is your first week, where you been? We got Cheez-It's most valuable gamer right here, so you might want to tune in, otherwise you're going to miss stuff like this, okay? But regardless, Season 2, for your chance to become one of these top pro teams, starts next Tuesday. That's next Tuesday, 2/2/21, February 2nd, 2021. You join in. Of course, we run $500 prize pools that night. Not a big deal. Just slapping it out for y'all. And it's free. So sign up early. And speaking of signups, they go out next week. Tomorrow. Signups live tomorrow. esportsarena.com, and you might be able to find it there. I don't know. We're going through change on the website. All right, just get off my back. Anyway, so another huge announcement. If you're part of Series E this season, you got paid, right? Esports Arena paid these players. We had 9 teams of 3, 9 times 3, 27. 27 players got paid $500 a month for playing in their houses, for playing 2 nights a week of their favorite game that they're probably playing anyway. Do you want $500 a month? Sign up for Series E and get sponsored by one of these awesome 9 brands, and Esports Arena will pay you. I mentioned $500 a month. Well, we were feeling generous for Season 2 because we liked it so much. We had such a fun time. At Season 2 is now going to be up to $750 a month. What? Yeah, no, you heard that right. $750 a month? Which one of you guys approved that one? Okay, well, anyway, $750 a month. That's what you're going to get paid if you qualify for Season 2 of Series E. And again, it's playing Apex Tuesday and Wednesday and being streamed live in front of millions of viewers that are watching Series E every Tuesday and Wednesday. Go up against the pros. I don't know, TSM, LG, 303. Those guys are popping off recently. But can you be the team that takes them out during Season 2 and get paid $750 a month for doing that? That's pretty cool stuff. Not to mention, of course, we still run our weekly prize pools that go on top of that pay. So join now. Season 2 qualifiers start next week. Sign-ups go live tomorrow. The top 4 teams, which we'll go into later on as Series E gets started, have already qualified for Season 2. So that's pretty good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up because I'm just going on for a long bit, but I want to do more pregame shows. We'll bring some other people on here. Do a deep dive into this week's and last week's stuff, what's going on. You'll see me at halftime probably because I love being on camera. But I just want to make a few thank yous. First of all, thank you to EA and the Apex Legends team. Whew, you guys have been awesome. It's been tough for you these past couple of months, I'm sure, especially these past couple of weeks. But regardless, you guys have been awesome for us, giving us those custom servers and continually letting us run tournaments for the Apex Legends community. Thank you. Walmart, golly, you guys, Walmart's a killer company. They're awesome. The support they've done for small businesses and Esports Arena included, phenomenal. Thank you so much, Walmart. Please go to walmart.com/esportsarena to watch what we're doing and to support all of our partners. Woo! Now going back to the partners, we've got Kellogg's. Got to thank you, Kellogg's. That's Cheez-Its, Apple Jacks, Rice Krispies Treats, Pop-Tarts, and Pringles. My boys who failed me this season. Actually, I think they're going to qualify for the next season, potentially due to some municipalities. But regardless, awesome job, Kellogg's teams, players. Thank you, Kellogg's, for all your support. We've got Pepsi and the Rockstar guys. Thank you guys so much. Intel, Razer, Nestle Pure Life. Thank you guys so much for all your support. Season 2 coming up after this week. Tune in. We love you guys so much. I'm going to kick it on over to Daltouche and Tom Taylor, T-Squared. They're giving me symbols in there. I have no idea what it means, but thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Tyler. Yeah, you heard it right. Season 2, it's starting next week. And you can get more money.
I'll say it in halftime. Damn it.
Times to get involved with Apex. It's open day. It's the final week. And speaking of open players, I got my man Daltouche with me. Touche, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, brother? Good to be back.
Yeah.
Excited to be here.
I had some time to think about that one. Had to set that one up. But yeah, I'm glad that you're here. Cheez-It week. It's the final week. It's time to go and get ready for this. The players are ready to get this one started. It's been exciting watching how all of the teams have really kind of evolved. And Team Cheez-It is one of those teams that are sitting on the bottom, right? They're sitting over towards the tail end of this leaderboard. And there is going to be relegations that come up. And teams are going to end up being placed in a time where they got to fight for their spot, just like the LCQ. Touche, you know, as a player, you don't want to be put in that type of situation where you're going through relegation, right?
I mean, backs against the wall, you got to show up. I mean, sometimes those moments, you know, it calls upon the great players. Are you going to be the one to face adversity head on and rise above it? You know, you got to make the plays when the plays need to be made. So we'll see what happens out there today.
We got our typical format here. It's your typical ALGS format here in Series E. 12 points for first place, $500 up for grabs today. but it's more about not just the cash, getting your points, making sure you're not going through that relegation aspect. There's going to be a lot of teams coming and try to take that spot. I know that maybe Solafide Aim Assist will either slide in there. We'll see if they want to compete. They did compete and had a spot before, and that spot ended up going over to Cheez-It because they didn't want to go through and play through all of it. But I think that they're a team that wants to come back, maybe get involved. 2 brains, 1 controller is there. They're a team that you have to always watch out for. There's a lot of skilled teams coming through trying to take these team spots. You see Nasky coming in and filling on Flashpoint. Solafide's there again today. As we take a look at our top 4 teams, these bottom 5 teams are going through relegation. Pringles, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to catch up this week. It kind of looks like we're set in stone here, Daltouche.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna be tough for them to try to come back, but anything could happen. We've seen some crazy stuff happen over the past weeks, and honestly, you got to go out there and play your best regardless of what the scoreboard says. You don't want to finish this week with your head low and realize you could have did better. You want to go out there and you want to swing for the fences. That's a baseball term right there. We're playing Apex, so you want to swing for the end zone. You want to go hard. You want to leave it all out on the field.
You do. There's going to be a lot of different play styles that come through here, like a Solafide Aim Assist type of squad. They're going to be running Gibraltar. They're going to be running Bloodhound. We'll see if they end up going Caustic this time around because Designful's kind of been mixing up a little bit. But as long as they have Gentrifying playing on Wraith, as long as they have their full squad, they're a team that's going to come through and be a very similar play style to what Team Razor does. In Team Razor, you can see why they're sitting in number 1 in the points. In Series E, they really bully the open day, and they're not met with much resistance. On our pro day, it's one of the most stacked lobbies that we have as we take a look at what's going on with the accumulative leaderboard. And when you're going in these stacked lobbies, these final lobbies, you have to have that play style like how 2 brains, 1 controller has, SIZ has. They look for the end zone. They're trying to play it slow. But today, we're going to see an all-out bloodbath. And what do you think right now, Touche, of the meta? Do you think that this is pretty exciting time for Apex? A lot of different, legends being played out there. I know that Season 8's coming up, but I think we're in a pretty good spot right now. It's not that typical Pathfinder, even though we were both Pathfinder mains, rest in peace, but it is kind of nice to not see Watsons everywhere.
Yeah, I think the recent change to the end zone where it moves in much, much slower and it's not one tiny little circle at the end where it's just a cluster fest of it's an absolute mosh pit of bubbles, caustic barrels, caustic ults, 8 people, 25 mastiffs, 6 grenades, and an absolute bloodbath of pretty much no skill and mainly abilities at the end. I think Caustic's in a pretty decent spot right now. He is really annoying. We all hate him, but I think he's pretty decent for the meta right now. I like the slow moving end games. He's not as strong as he was before. So yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot.
I think we're in a pretty good spot too, because not only those zone changes, but can we just talk about how the exact orange of the ring is the exact orange of all the Gibraltar bubbles that are dropping all around? So back before I would kind of get lost of whether I was in a bubble or if I was outside the zone. Next thing I know, I'm taking tons of damage and dying. My team's looking at me like, why am I throwing? So, totally down with these changes that we have with zone number 6. It takes a whole minute and 30 seconds for that thing to close. And the first time that we saw, I don't think anyone was expecting it to actually go so slow. So we're actually able to see team fights that are going on. And with Caustic, since the barrels are being put down, you kind of have teams that walk into those barrels and then they rise. With Watson, you saw the fences from a mile away. So everybody kind of just stayed away and had their respected areas. Now we get to see who's actually good at team fighting instead of who's good at just kind of, getting into the middle of the mosh pit. So now we see what's going on with Team Cheez-It. They're landing on over towards the refinery side. They're always getting in to some early fights with the teams over towards Survey, with Epicenter, and maybe that's why they're sitting at the bottom of the list, because they just loved it 50-50.
Yeah, that's exactly what the percentage is when you land on some loot with another team. I mean, it pretty much comes down to RNG. You're not going to see many, big plays coming off. I mean, unless if you land on a purple, you could possibly 1v3 or something like that. But at the end of the day, it's pretty much RNG. You don't know what you're going to get as he's walking over, the classic P20 ×2 right there. There's another one. That's how it goes. And you see Aim Assist in the kill feed getting some early picks. Love to see it. But as you were talking about the Gibby bubbles and how the color matches the ring, me and my buddies were talking about this the other day. When there's a lot of caustic gas floating around in the area and you have a caustic on your team, it would be nice to see Apex implement maybe a colored gas that's friendly and leave the enemy gas green, something like that. So that's just something to chew on right there. Tom, how you feel about that? Orange? I don't know. Maybe, you could customize it. Who cares? Anything besides all green floating around is kind of ridiculous.
Purple gas, something
Purple
that
gas.
resembles something that doesn't smell very good. I think would be good, or just a different shade of green, maybe a darker shade of green. Doesn't really have to even be something too wild, but I totally agree. I think that we're taking a look right now at 2/3 of an EU team. Actually, Rambo is the only person actually on Flashpoint, so interesting to see them come through with a little bit of subs. Speaking of Flashpoint, they won some big money last weekend at the Nerd Street Gamers, taking down $6,000 for themselves. So that was pretty nice to see them. Since we don't have any ALGS tournaments going on, we have the ALGS going on this weekend though, so that should be pretty fun. Our first one of the winter circuit. And that's why all these teams are being put together, especially one of these squads dying on rotate. This is a mix of some very talented players. And then you throw Turns in the mix, who has had some pretty decent placings overall, especially when he was on Pittsburgh Knights with Hodsick. You see where they went. They went over towards the Epicenter side. They're not going to go over towards Team Cheez-It, which is pretty fortunate for both those squads because there'd be a third party coming through. When we look at this zone, where do you think, Touche? Where do you think this one's going to pull? You think that Sorting Factory area is a good bet?
I'm thinking Sorting Factory Donut is a good place to sit right now, where the zip line leads over to the respawn village area, as we call it. I think it's probably going to pull over there, that little village with the respawn beacon. That would probably be a safe bet for now. But, who knows? I typically don't make it to endgame, so I don't have much experience back there.
That's true. Just kind of full send it here. Rockstar looks like they're going to be full sending it. Tech busting out the crypto, and he's one of the stronger, more experienced cryptos that we have in all of Series E and also in North America. Looks like they're just going to kind of give up over towards this train push. They rotate extremely fast. Not surprising to see them already making their move over here. But I believe they are landing away from Lava City, which is typically the spot that they'll go towards. So a little bit of a mix up here. Gold Barrel Stabilizer. Going to not pick that one up. I would have been picking that one up for my R3 all day. Crummy's pretty nasty with it, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do. But I think that probably going over, like you said, to that no-name area across from Sorting Factory, that donut would be pretty good. Also, those toilet bowls wouldn't be a bad spot. It also could kind of end in the back of Sorting Factory where those blue crates are. That's a pretty common ending too. So there's also one kind of in that ditch leading in between both those spots. So we'll see what happens and what teams kind of prioritize where they want to set up. Pringles is making their rotation over through. Looks like Geyser, we know when we saw the mini map that there was one team already towards the back of Geyser, one team's kind of over there, but they're trying to make that their way towards that spot, Touche, like you were saying, but that's one of the more difficult spots to rotate through. They're already getting pinched from the side here.
Yep, they're getting third party. They were taking a fight down low. They didn't like it. Costco coming down, but it is going to land on top of the Gibby bubble. Not sure where that's going to go. Don't even see the gas quite yet. Kanaka goes down. Casellos is one shot. Faye goes down as well, and that was just a textbook third party from Let's See Who. It is not Shame Assist. It was another team that came up behind them. They tried to take the Geyser building. Yeah, dying on rotate. Dies on, okay, they didn't die on rotate. They actually killed on rotate. That's good. But they tried to take the Geyser building. They didn't like it, and they backed up the hill, but a team was there to meet them, and that was just tough. It was more of like a peekaboo situation. They tried to counter the third party, but it was just too late. A little bit too surprise kind of action. They didn't know it was coming. They pretty much got some free picks and won the fight. We're on Shame Assist right now. They're holding inside. They did just res Crispy Bacon. Taking a shield bat. Doesn't have much HP, but he can't fight right now. Hierarchy is going to trap up that door and zone off the fight. Another reason why Caustic is just so strong. He can prevent so many third parties or even just stall out for a res, allow someone to heal. And especially in a room like this where there's 2 entryways, all you need is 2 traps. And I believe he has 5 total. I don't really know. I don't play this game too much, but I think he might. Yeah, he's got too many. How's that? He's got too many, in my opinion.
He's got too many. How is he carrying that many barrels, first of all?
Hey,
I get that he's a big dude. Where is he exactly? Why do they stink so bad? Exactly.
I mean,
no one really knows. Seamus says, nice job, but that was a really great portal there from Sumo. I believe Crispy Bacon was down throughout all of that. And Hierarchy, like you said, that's the power of Caustic. He's just tossing barrels down. That's a very risky fight. Hierarchy actually gets a knock there as Crispy Bacon's going to be taking some serious damage. Looting there, fortunately, looks like he's not on controller, so he's going to go and make some moves, set some pings down. But Hierarchy kind of popping off here. Intel, they land pretty close to Sorting Factory, so if the zone is going to end, unfortunately, they have 2 players, but if the zone is going to end kind of where you're talking about, up top on that zip line there that we're looking at, right where the res happened, is another popular ending. So that building where they're locking down right now is extremely important for Shame Assist. Intel's going to be able to reset right here. Looks like they are missing Tempest, who's most likely lagged out, so he'll probably be back here next game, but they're not in that bad of a spot. We'll see if Hill's going to be able to do something on Caustic.
Yeah, the team we were just spectating before this does probably have the best spot for now. The zone will close in a minute, so we'll see if they have to move or something like that, but I don't think they will have to for the next zone. They do have a really good spot. They have Caustic. They can lock down the bottom and the top of that building. I doubt anyone's going to chow. They have to ride a zip line up on the left side or the zip line right in front of Hill right there. I don't think any team that's in the respawn village is going to push up to that house because they have their own house, so it should be fine. Still on board with intel here. He's got the floating trap. He's hacking. We got to ban that kid. He's definitely hacking for that. Yeah, they're just going to sit. They're going to just try to play very, very passive. They have two. I guess there was a lag out, which is tragic. You just hate to see that thing.
Been happening a lot. I think again the power of Caustic too compared to Watson is good players would use the wingman to kind of open the doors and break your doors. And when you're playing endgame, the doors that you have are extremely valuable for letting and making sure that people aren't just tossing grenades in. Is Solafide. We were talking about if Designful is going to be rocking the Caustic. He is. So they're able to kind of play the edge and the end zone here, but their main problem is they have to kind of predict where the zones. It's not that big of a deal if you're going to be fighting over towards the edge, though. This team had to have been rotating from tree or something to be able to be back here. I'm not even quite sure what they're doing. Maybe a Lava Fisher team. And they're putting up a pretty decent fight from Solafide, but Solafide is actually going to full heal and gatekeep them here, so we'll see what they elect to do.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that team rotates back towards tree. I doubt they take this chow. Right now would be the best time to take it, as they have height. They would be in storm, though. And yeah, they're probably going to rotate back to tree as the boys Solafide rotate through harvester. They're probably going to try to fly over to sorting and make their way into main building and sorting and maybe take height and lock down those top rooms. That's my guess. But yeah, design almost got caught slipping right there. Didn't, though. Got a little syringe off, stayed up from storm, and they stalled out the fight. And they're on their way to late game with it.
I think one of the most powerful spots for Caustic to be would be where they're at right now, over towards the harvester side. But you know, you could play the roof if you want to, especially if you have Gibraltar. But with Caustic inside, especially like in the snakes and things like that, over towards sorting side, Caustic really starts to dominate because you can literally just start finger rolling barrels towards people and advancing towards them, and it's almost impossible to stop as they continue to come towards you. So we'll see what they do. I think that maybe a balloon or whatever it is could be the best thing. We've seen some really great balloon rotations before, but that was kind of an odd rotation from whatever that team was doing over towards the tree side. Teen showing some presence over here towards the bottom of Geyser. Again, Tempest lagged out of this game, most likely playing Crypto or a Watson combination. Sometimes we'll play the Bloodhound too, one of the more versatile players that we have. Dying on rotate, we saw them come through with the third party before. They rotated all the way over from the epicenter side. We saw Cheez-It land over there. Turn's going to take a lot of damage, almost goes down. He actually does. That's going to be Flashpoint's Rambo with the charge rifle. So they're trying to get
up there.
Yeah, he's stuck. They're trying to get him down. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get res.
You can't make it.
He's too heavy.
Make it down. He's
and
too
now they're
heavy.
bailing. They're bailing. That's
Yep, they're gonna have to dip out. They are gonna get locked out right here by the two-man Team Intel. And Sync Des and Wicked are rotating, and they might be dying on rotate, as their team name says. Sync is in a bad spot. Team does peek out, hits him with the wingman. It's up to Wicked right now. He does get thirsted from up top. Wicked get a bubble, grab a banner, but he's in a pretty bad spot. There might be a team right above him and inside. He is sandwiched. He's slipping up and down. Too heavy, can't grab it. You have to make a decision here. We're hopping on board with Applejacks as they are in the main building of sorting, probably a highly contested area. Gonna be cranking the res on the Wraith.
They also have the scan for us too, so you can see right there where zone number 3 is going to go, and it continues to kind of pull where we were predicting before, maybe over towards the donut, maybe over towards the no name across from Sorting Factory. So you know that Shame Assist has been continuing to lock that down. That's going to be Bambino. Nasty shots with the Volt there, taking down Klain. Now it's just up to Kenny. He does have his drone. Maybe he'll be able to hop in the corner here, recover the beacon, but through that glass, he's going to be seen. And as the last player alive, you kind of got to protect your life here. 15 squads alive. This is a little bit more slower pace than we're used to. And in all of our games, kind of more of a bloodbath, a little more 50-50s, but a couple of rats here and there. You see it Nestle Pure Life. They picked up a couple of kills along the way, and now they're going to take over the top of Sorting Factory, but Kenny comes through with the response. I believe that's going to be the wingman. Solafide finds another fight. That's going to be against Team Rockstar. Resulter is going to finish off Tech. Kenny gets another knock on over towards
Kenny going
Draco's.
hard. Kenny going hard.
Kenny's going extremely hard. 3 different
It's a
fights
one-
right now on the map.
Yeah. Kenny might pull this off. Nope. Ronnie takes him out. Nonetheless, great effort. Knocked 2. Couldn't get the third. Good fight, though. Good
Team
job.
Razor.
The final stand.
Team Razor. Yeah, Razor comes through with the third party right there, actually. Muffin's going to come through, finish that off. Zara Tricky's in the vicinity, too. They're trying to get Tech's banner back. Pickett's not going to be able to get the angle on that. Crummy's right on the res if he's able to do so. Directly on the edge of this zone. So they have plenty of time for Tech's banner, still 50 seconds. I'd love to see Crummy make a portal play here.
Me too. I mean, you need that from your Wraith. I'm down a lot. That's my typical position right there. The recover with the timer on it. I guess he heard someone in the snake and he elects to get out of there. They were probably pushing through that doorway. So the portal banner recovery is no more. The res is gone, and it's going to be a 2-man from Team Rockstar trying to finish this game out.
I don't know about that play, man. They could have sat there and played that extremely patient right on those blue barrels and hit the portal play very last second, and they still would have had a minute. And they may have been able to portal right back and still get his loot as he dropped out. I think there could have been enough time. On situations like that, you have to wait last second, but maybe they had more information, more sound than we had, and they're able to decipher that's just too risky. They're going to go and try to play a little bit of late game. Now you see the flank coming through. Solafide is in the vicinity. Crummy going to be faced in a 1v3. That's not going to work out.
Yeah, that's not a team you want to try to 1v3. He might just try to wrap, but he is going to get snuffed out from top sorting by Team Razor. He is still alive. They're gonna ape the solo. He cranks his Bloodhound ult. That might be a little bit premature as the Wraith is gonna phase. They will get this pick right here, but Solafide is right behind them. They might look for something here. Team Razor hard chasing, using 2 ultimates to kill the solo. They really want this KP right now. But they really do.
They did, but if Zeratrick is able to hit the scans with the Beast of the Hunt, even though it was a little bit early, that may have scared off Solafide just a little bit to go and say, all right, we don't really want to take this because then we're going to be taking an additional fight that we don't have people accounted for. So both these aggressive teams kind of playing it smart. That's a lot of utility used for just 1 KP this point into the game, but they realize the situation. They're still in the zone here. They can kind of wait for other teams to make mistakes. This high ground's pretty safe for the most part. As long as they're able to just kind of keep their heads on a swivel and look around, you can see everyone fairly split up. Now we see what Cheez-It's doing off the rotation from the refinery side. Pretty difficult area to be in, still trying to make their way over towards the sorting factory area. It looks like this is that choke kind of over where the geyser is, and teams that Lava City like to go and hold. It looks like they're kind of ones in the gatekeeping position, though, because if geyser was open, that team would already be rotating over there. So it looks like they're facing a little bit of a resistance as this zone's moving in the next couple seconds.
Yeah, they are gatekeeping right now, but in my opinion, I think they need to move a little bit sooner than later. I mean, the kills are important, yes, but I think they'll end up reverse gatekeeped by someone else that's sitting top sorting. They need to make their way over there because they're just going to move left and be in that low ground, that valley, and that's just a pretty bad spot overall to be in. They need to get up to high ground over at sorting. We see some triple take shots coming in, 56 blue. Strictly holding this heady with the 3x triple take. Very annoying gun to go up against. 21 tag right there, miss right there. 21 flesh. They're going to move in on this. I think they might have gotten one right there. Wraith does go down Strictly with a nice beam. He's going to hop in this kid's face. All right, that's a clean gatekeep, but Mask takes some damage as well. They might be getting gatekeep. Let's see what happens. They're going to slide down the hill in a second here. Getting some loot, though. It's a good fight. Clean wipe right there. No one goes down. No one bleeds out to the ring. Nothing like that. They might be good. They might be good down there in that little valley.
Valley's not that bad if there's not another team down there, so we'll see. Looks like they're pretty safe, but I love the way that Strictly was playing that. That's a great Pathfinder play. Always staying within grapple distance of getting back to your team or getting back to the zone, wherever you've got to do, kind of being the furthest person up there, laying down the damage, also using the head glitch. So hit about, I'd say like 60% of his shots. Pretty decent because he was connecting with a lot of damage throughout that. Let's see what other teams are doing because we know Rat Boy Ronnie is going to be doing good, but we got to see where the rest of these squads are and who's in the priority positions. It looks like when we see this zone, that donut is huge right now that we're talking about. Daltouche, that was the one spot that you were talking is going to be great overall because we may feel like this is going to pull into that little, I guess, gully, whatever you want to call it, that little river area directly in between where those respawn beacons are going to be. So I'm not sure who's over towards that donut area, but we should try to scroll through and see who it is.
Yeah, I don't really typically see zones pulled down into the valley, so I think it's going to pull back up towards Donut along the right-hand side of it. Maybe half of it's in Donut. But yes, regardless, the team that's in Donut right now does have the best position, but we're hopping on board with Geyser Gunnas. At Geyser, getting Gunned right now. We got Mike, very low. Clinical goes down to Sumo across the map. I think that's the team holding up top on that zipline house. Mike is very low. He doesn't have any heals, it seems like, not cranking any. Legit, no shield as well. This is what you call shambles. They're going to try to make their rotate in eventually, but it probably won't go too well as it is a 2v, probably 7. And a bunch of kids looking at him, but we're going to hop back on board with the team in Donut. It is Dude's Night Out, who probably have been there for about 10 minutes straight. Got here real early, and it is the best spot, so good for them.
Dude's Night Out been pre-gaming inside the Donut before the party was even being thrown, so good prediction by them. And Dudes Night Out is a pretty underrated team. They kind of fly under the radar. One of our more solid AM teams. Could be one of the teams that make it in and possibly contest Team Cheez-It for a spot in our relegations going up into Season 2 here. We'll see what Team Cheez-It's going to be able to do. Kind of fighting up on top of this jungle gym area. The Caustic is going to throw the gas down. Meanwhile, Intel is going to pick up a couple kills over towards the side. They completely send it over towards Team Cheez-It. Strictly did some decent damage, but some really nice teamwork comes through. There's the bubble res and the teamwork again from the top, but it's too strong from Cheez-It as the bubble is going to be used. The portal going to be used too. Nice heads up play coming in from Hambino. Get his team out of here.
Good portal to the low ground. I like that. They have a way to get up with the zip line right there. They did get the res off, and Strictly does stay up, even though the third party was very, very close to them. They do have to make their way to height eventually, and I doubt a team is going to try to gatekeep that whole time. It is Team Aim Assist. They are in a pretty good spot. They have cover up top. The Gibby ult you see coming down above them. They are fine. Team on Donut probably is going to be very annoying to everyone trying to rotate. But you see the circle in the top left has actually pulled across. Donut is no longer in. And that is interesting. It actually is ending, I think, half down low in the valley and half up top on the ridge line. And that is going to be tough. I wonder if there's a team over there that's already sitting pretty. They thought they probably had to rotate across the zip line and they were screwed. But no, they're probably doing a lot better now. It is Team Shame Assist that was sitting at the top hill with the zip line. Probably a team in here as well. They might be looking for a 3v3 to try to clear this team out so they can have this whole side to themselves. They're looking for it, but the Caustic is just too strong. It's just zoning off everything. They don't even have
I feel like we've really called.
We've,
that's what's so interesting about Apex right now is we're in a state where the zones used to be so much more predictable. And I don't know when it really changed. Maybe it was like Season 7 or so when some updates came through and obviously map changes came through at World's Edge, but it could have went anywhere. It could have went over towards the donut. We still don't necessarily know exactly where it could end. We predicted this one that ends on top of that zip line on top of the platform. And if that's the case, Shameless has still been in that best building the entire time. So those two buildings that you're prioritizing, Touche, good calls, but Cheez-It is kind of playing the game as it goes situationally. So this is some really good Apex from them, kind of just dealing with whatever cards are dealt towards them. But this is kind of Death Valley here. They're going to have to deal with, again, the donut team rotating through. A lot of action is going to happen over towards the side in front of them, and that's exactly what happened. It's going to be E-Boy Ronnie open things up. He was a rat too. So a rat taking down Strictly. We'll see if they realize that and if they can get a bubble res off.
Yep, they are barely in on this rock. I was wondering what they were going to play. As the team is trying to rotate down low ground left side, and that's the only way to get up on the left side. The only way to get up in the center right here is climbing up that rock face. There's only one spot you can climb up, but you see kids jumping down from top donut. I believe that's Team Aim Assist. Gent with the jump shot, Mastiff right in his mug. Gets the knock, gets the clean wipe on them. Are they in the bubble? Are they safe? Ronnie playing his life as a solo, doing pretty good at that as well. Nelsino takes down Resulta. Nelsino goes for the portal and gets the thirst. That is a KP. He is going to back up now. We'll probably see a nade spam here on Team Solo Fide. Dude's Night Out, sitting relatively pretty up top.
Oh, big 112. Like you said, the nade span comes through. That's going to finish gentrifying. They're also going to bubble loot this throughout all of that. And that was a perfectly placed portal. Never leaving this high ground because it's so much more difficult to make their way over towards the top. But look at this. Last and final circle, 50 seconds until it closes. Another minute and 30 until that actually closes all the way. And we have a lot of squads left. 6 squads here, one of them being E-Boy Ronnie, trying to rat it out as long as possible. Like you said, doing a pretty good job. Nades all over the place. He's going to elect to try to queue. Wouldn't be too shocked if he was the first player to get eliminated here, and then this game kind of slows down.
He can climb up right there to his right on the rock face. I'm not sure if a team will let him do that, but we see the circle pulling kind of a little bit, like 5 feet away from the ridge line on the left side, and there's a bunch of rocks right there for cover, but he gets fried right there for about 160. Great R301 shots, good recoil control. And he's getting focused by the lobby. Gonna have to slide out, avoid the arc star, does so. Another frag coming in. They are spending a lot of utility on this solo, probably gonna wish they had it for a later time in the game. And he is being a pest down there. He's still alive somehow, I believe. This is wild. He cranks a phase. Storm is going to come in, but they are just completely focused on this guy down here, and they are not focusing on anything else, like their rotation, any teams above them, whatever they're doing next. Ronnie is playing his life like a madman right now.
That's Rat Boy Ronnie. That's what he does so well. Now he's going to continue to try to milk some points as Sumo is going to get a knock onto Casper. See Shameless making their move. Another player is going to be pushing them right out of the building. Ronnie's still alive throughout all of this. Now players starting to use their utility. You can see where that zone's going to be ending Sheamus is really in the great spot right now as one squad is going to be eliminated. Ronnie's still picking up points. Casper gets finished throughout all that. Rice Krispie Treats down to their final player. That's going to be Bird going through the portal back into the zone. He's going to be dropped to the zone. Sheamus is still locking it down from the building that Touche said is the spot to set up. And they are still looking good. Oh no, the armor swap doesn't connect for Rollers, which means I believe Dude's Night Out is still possibly in this, and they are looking extremely healthy. 3 squads alive. Is Ronnie still alive throughout all this?
I think he is alive on low ground in the rock face. Did he climb up? There he goes right there. He doesn't get second place. He gets third place, but that was a great effort by the solo rat and a better effort by Dude's Night Out with the dub right there.
Dude's Night Out coming over towards from that donut building, gonna lock it down with some really great rotations. Shame Assist was doing pretty well as well. We saw Solofide getting aggressive, getting into a lot of team fights. Razor was over towards the sorting factory side. Intel with only 2 players did pretty solid too, but overall, pretty good game number 1 here in our final week of season number 1 at Series E. It's Cheez-It week. We're gonna take a break while we tally up the scores. We'll be right back.
My name's Hambino, and my favorite flavor is the white cheddar flavor. I feel like it's the best out of all the ones I've ever had. It's just nice and cheesy.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. Sorry for that little bit of a delay. You know how the servers be sometimes. It's Cheez-It week. It's T-Squared. It's Deltouche bringing you the action. We just got done with game number 1, going into game number 2. Touche, you getting ready? You feeling? You getting ready for game number 2?
I'm getting loose. My hands are sweaty, so my body is responding to the energy in the studio right now. So we're feeling good. We're in for some high-octane, high-intensity action coming up in game 2 for sure.
We saw some pretty slow gameplay, but then it started to kind of pick up over towards the end. Again, everyone's really fighting for their points, and everyone wants to get into that final circle where it starts to move a lot more slowly. We saw Dude's Night Out and Shame Assist coming through with some pretty big games. Solo Fide, a lot of their points were through kills. They picked up a lot on their rotations. Nestle Pure Life, you got to give credit to Ronnie for picking up 3rd place, getting those extra placement points throughout all of it. But it was those 2 priority spots that we were talking about there, Deltouche. It was that building across from where No Name was, and it was the donut building where both of these teams, Dudes Night Out and Sheamus, has picked up their points.
Yeah, I think the story of game number 1 was that really late circle pull back across the valley. I would assume that most of the teams in the lobby thought that it was going to pull back towards sorting near the donut, near the little scaffolding unit, maybe by those boxes that the zip line leads from the valley upwards in there. But it pulled, I think, in zone 4 or 5. It went across the river, and everyone was like, oh, damn, we got to go across. Except that one team that stayed over there the whole time, they were in a very good spot. I think they ended up winning the game.
Yeah, and you saw that Ronnie was stuck over towards the bottom, and he had the presence of mind to eventually make his way towards the top using the clamor that you were talking about. Now we see, again, it's Cheez-It week, so we're on board with Cheez-It, taking a look at their landing spot. We know that a team over towards Epicenter is a pretty solid team. That's going to be Wicked, Sync, and Turns dying on Rotate. We'll see if they pull a complexity and kind of make their way over towards the back of the refinery area. We see where the zone is going to pull. Whenever you see a little bit of the edge of refinery in, you feel like it's going to continue to pull over towards this backhand side. We'll see if Strictly gets a scan for us or if we have any crypto teams that are going to hook us up. But whenever you drop so far at the edge of the map, it's always fairly nice to see. And when we see that, that makes me think that probably that no-name area, that beacon building would be a pretty solid spot right now, Touche. What do you think?
I'm thinking the same. The no-name again. We called it last time. We were somewhat correct, then we thought we were incorrect, but then we ended up being correct at the end. So I'm going to go with No Name again. But I have seen it pull, towards like that sloping low ground above that big snow cliff. It ends over there by the 3 supply bins and that kind of trailer down by the train track. It could pull over there. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, it could pull upwards to the little fenced in area above the No Name, but with the truck next to it. So there's a lot of different areas it could pull, but yeah, you're going to want to...
The respawn beacon as well?
Yeah, respawn beacon near the fenced-in area. There's plenty of places it could pull, but you are going to want to kind of put yourself in the position to rotate to any of those that it does pull to. So yes, No Name is the spot to be right now.
Especially if you were rocking, if you could get inside that No Name building with the cost of crypto combination and just lock down that building for free, and then continuously just scan over and over again, that's going to be big. And while it isn't caustic in crypto, it's still going to be Watson in crypto. And this is what we were talking about. This is perfect here for Blight, Kubsky, and Farmer Lucas. As long as they are able to have some sort of presence here, you're going to have the eyes in the sky. You're going to have the continuous just check of what's going on with this circle. And they're setting themselves kind of in between both. Touche, you're talking about basically being in the center of all 3 of the zones that we're predicting over here. So I like this building that they're electing to go for. The larger building is a little bit harder to hold with the Watson. Teams can kind of contest that one. So we'll see what they elect to do, kind of just bullying these guys over towards the side with the drone, being as annoying as possible. This is when the teams are going to start to rotate in. On that minute 30 seconds on the clock is when teams start looting and start pushing their way. And it looks like we have a little bit of drone wars going up. I don't think I've ever seen in a tournament too.
Mile High Club about to go down right now. And you love to see it. This is great stuff. This is great stuff. Are they going to kiss? Are they going to fight? I'm not sure. There's not much emotion on those faces of the drones right there, but I think they elect to maybe go their separate ways. No, going back. EMP coming down, going crazy. And I think cryptos, I learned this. Oh my God, and we are seeing a collaboration of EMPs on this poor 3rd team sitting in that building. I think the drones talked to each other and decided, hey, you want to EMP these guys? And they did that. I learned this actually yesterday. I don't really play comp, I just play rank, but when crypto's EMP, you're supposed to drop your armor. You used to drop your armor just to not have it taken away health-wise, but now you drop your armor so the crypto doesn't benefit his Evo shield and get damage closer to the next level off of that. I didn't know that, and now I do.
There you go. Pro tips with Daltouche. But yeah, you used to be able to drop it and even not take any damage too, but they kind of fixed that over time. But so that makes crypto even that much more useful. I mean, the EMP used to even destroy your teammates, and now it's a little bit more friendly. So Solafide clearing out the backside of this area, and this is their spot. You do not even want to come close to Thermal, so it's surprising to see teams even kind of frolic over there to test them. And when you're rocking this combination, again, you have a couple different options. You could play inside with Caustic. You could play outside with Resulta on this Gibraltar. So we'll see if they meet any tension around towards the side. Remember when they got to the choke in the previous game, there was a team that was rotating over from behind tree. Makes you wonder if that was that same team there. But they're pretty far from the zone. They're going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to probably have to fight at least 4 or 5 different team fights just to make their way in over towards the zone. So once you're out, you're out. But if anyone is going to be able to win their team fights on the outside, it's going to be Solafide.
Yeah, I think they're pretty versed in this whole rotation situation. They've been landing Thermal for, I think, months now, and so they're probably used to having rotating like Lava, Geyser, Overlook, all those circles, and they're probably used to that. I mean, they obviously enjoy the circles. We're going to hop on board with Tech as he gets out of there with the portal very, very close to that Bloodhound pushing at him. I don't think that Bloodhound's going to take the portal. Yeah, but anyways, Aim Assist is very versed in rotating, so I think they will be fine, like you said. We're seeing a little bit of a push right here from Pickett on the horizon. Very rare, not looking that great so far, but let's give him a second shot here. He does get tagged with a Thermite. 98 pump on that race. Little bald head coming through the door. Rockstar trying to get this team. Tech does have a flank right there, and they do actually get to wipe pretty easily. That's a big flank from Tech. That made it probably very hard for the enemy team to counter that.
That's going to be Team Razor dropping, and that's surprising because it didn't seem like Team Rockstar took much damage, and every time you switched to their screens, you didn't really see any crazy shots besides maybe that massive shot coming in through Crummy, so it had to be Tech with the flank doing a lot, and that portal was very useful, very annoying, causing a lot of havoc. Maybe if they took the portal, they would have caught Tech off guard because of the fact that the rest of Team Rockstar was over towards the top and couldn't even make their way over towards them, so now Rockstar going to take that loot, take those kills, see if they elect to hit the balloon, make a faster rotation or not. Still zone number 1, not going to do too much damage to them. They're going to have plenty of utility along the way as well. So it's going to be a no-name zone, and we know Team Rockstar probably going to maybe eventually meet up with another one of our edge teams, Solafide, on a rotation. We'll see which way Solafide elects to go. They could have eventually went over towards this side, but we'll see.
Great flight there. Narrow pathway around the building right there. You love to see it. I'll give that a solid 8.
Solid 8 with the landing. Sucked the landing. Didn't really bounce too far, especially for a big guy.
Yeah, big guy.
This composition doesn't really.
A lot of weight coming down.
This competition doesn't really make sense though. If Crummy's playing anything, I feel like he should be playing Caustic because we've seen actually Team Liquid rocking that composition. Also Alliance over towards EU when you get that little Wombo combo. Get the Caustic Sync gas coming through with the Horizon Black Hole. It's pretty fun to watch as well, as we do have a scan coming out from Nestle Pure Life. They're rocking that combination of Crypto and Caustic, so that's a very deadly late game composition. They're gatekeeping over here towards this choke, and I think this is a really good team fight if they can take it. I feel like they want to get contested. Buff Pathfinder finding themselves in a little bit of a skirmish over towards the train area. Bursty gets that first initial knock. Should give them the advantage on this team fight. Looks like their Caustic's going to have to heal up here very shortly, but they're just going to pick up a couple of kills and call it a day.
Yeah, they look like they're backing up from that fight. Raze does get hit a little bit. It might be from the bottom little tunnel area. And the Crank of Phoenix kit, that fight will probably stall out. Fighting in this tunnel area is never too great. I think a lot of teams kind of rotate towards here a little bit. There's always a pinch in the tunnel, it seems like. But Bursty drops down and he gets one clip by Tech. See if we have a counter one clip coming in. Doesn't even crack the shield. Raze, there's a kid above him. He's going to let the portal out. Bursty is going to probably get thirsted down there. Boffy needs to get that portal and get out of there. I believe this team Rockstar. Yes, Tech did one clip that kid right there. We're going to see a thirst coming in.
And Solafide's here.
And Solafide's here. It's getting spicy. Like I said, a lot of teams gravitate towards this area. And truthfully, you could run past this. You don't have to fight this at all, but it's very tempting. It's mouth-watering. You want to get that loot. You want to get those kills. You want to have some fun. Pickett getting shredded up top on the horizon, which is very rare to see. A lot of Phoenix kits going down left and right. Pickett and Tech both taking one themselves. I mean, this team could probably just try to run. They don't have to sit here and fight. A minute 30 left till circle, but they seem to be locked in. I would like to see someone just try to say, hey, let's leave. We're not even close to zone at all. We don't need to be here. We don't need kills. We have 4. Tech has 4 himself. I'm not sure how many total they have, but they could be just looking for an easy gatekeep, and it looks like they are going to take this.
When that aggressive Q gets popped, I believe so, but as soon as he gets out of it, he gets ripped for about 120 right there. Crummy gets the knock on to Resulta. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Gentrifying looks like he has a PK throughout all this. That's 2 healthy members going up against fairly weak Rockstar members. It's going to be up to Matt Pickett and the Horizon. Just not going to work out. They get finished off. Like you said, didn't need to take the fight, didn't need the kills, got a little bit cocky, should have even realized which team it was. And they get bullied. Results are going to get rezzed off right there. Great fight from Solafide. Now, I believe it is going to be Designful with 5 kills. And that's a couple of times I've seen him switch from Bloodhound on over to Caustic. And he's been the kill leader almost every single time. So I really think this is the composition for them. I think it fits them really well. And it's been impressive watching Designful kind of switch characters and kind of fit where he needs, because he's also played Pathfinder in the past.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what character you use, and as long as you have the controller in hand, it should do all the work for you, and that's what Design is doing right now. He is popping off, and like I said, this is a team that's very versed in rotating across the map. They know what they're doing. They're confident. All 3 on controller. I mean, you don't want to really step in front of them on a rotation, because it's a very tough team to kill.
This is the building we were talking about, the Beacon building over towards the no-name spot. The guys at Gunna's going to be the first team to get over there. They're playing on Caustic. You see the charge rifle in hand. That's kind of what you need in these type of scenarios, as we do have another scan being hit. You can see the team over towards that choke is going to be Love and Life. They have a solo over towards the side that may rotate towards them. Could be a free kill. 50-50 on where they're going to go with that one. Team Cheez-It trying to figure out where they're going to rotate from. They don't really know exactly where this zone's going to be. It looks like they're just trying to spot out a couple of players over towards the side, but this is not really the spot you want to be. You're going to have to find out their rotations. We'll see what time Solafide elects to rotate out of train side too. They're going to have to probably make their way exactly towards Team Cheez-It. If not, they're going to rotate all the way over towards that bottom side, and I don't think they're going to want to take any type of low ground. So this is most likely going to be the spot where the fight's going to be going down. So Team Cheez-It has to be aware of what's happening in front of both chokes and what happens behind them here, as they do have a scan, and now they know where the zone is going to be.
Yeah, when the map was pulled up there a few seconds ago, there's those 2 hills at the top with the choke points. One's from Geyser, and it goes up, and there's that little crest of the hill up there, and there's one crest that's coming from No Name up the hill. I didn't see, like, anyone over there on that second crest. Not the Geyser one, but the one next to it to its left that's, like, directly above the truck and the fence line and the crates. I actually didn't see anyone over there, and that's, like, a free area. I don't know why no one's up there, but we should see someone try to take that soon, because most of the people were in Third-Party Village or Geyser Crest or on the hill trying to push up to that, but no one was in that little area, and that's a power position right now, and someone needs to go lock it down for sure.
This could be Solafide on their train rotation. Cheez-It's getting a little bit close. They have to be careful. They're not going to be able to hit any scans as the rotation comes past the train tracks, which is the scariest part to be in, and they're going to make their way over towards the fragment side. So smart job just kind of using the buildings, not forcing fights over towards the choke, because they know they're going to get third-partied, and whoever that team is making their way through, as we do see where that zone is going to pull. Much different zone than we were expecting. It's going to be more towards the central here, which this is going to be difficult. You can see, Daltouche, there's not many spots to hold. Maybe under the bridge, where Team Pop-Tarts is considering, would be one of the best spots right now.
Not too great, though. I mean, it does have cover from up top. When you look left, right, and center, there's angles everywhere, especially that window right there. I mean, they're already getting focused out. They're getting EMP. They're getting shot from the window inside Cap City, or West Fragment, excuse me. But yeah, this isn't the best area. They are getting ulted. Design getting very aggressive with the Caustic, as he loves to do. Tanaka does take him out, takes the kill from him. Gent one shot, going into the PK, doesn't really hit it. One goes down. Resulta gets a knock on Lion. I think it's a 1v2 right now. Kling going in. Tags red on the Gibby, gets hit for about 80 with the Mastiff. Going for the jump shot, gets taken out with the spray. G7 Gent is down. They are going to need a res. And that was a very, very aggressive play. Resulta going to maybe throw that Gibby ult to zone out a secondary push.
Yeah,
Gent's still down, trying to play his life. Yep. He's throwing the Gibby ult over there to kind of make visual clutter so the team in Fragment can't shoot through it. They're going to need
Designful needs another barrel.
though.
Yeah, Designful needs another
holding.
barrel in front of where gentrifying is. If he throws one and shoots it, the bubble's going to be up in 1 second. So expect Resulta to come through. Perfect timing. Nice job hiding in between that little barrel. And it was a very aggressive play coming in from Solafide, but it looks like now they were able to find a gold backpack throughout all this. So gentrifying with the gold armor Resulted with the gold backpack, designful with that full red. There should be another red armor. You can see that red box is blinking here too. It's most likely going to be empty, but I wouldn't be surprised to see if Resulta has tons of batteries and wants to go and try to do something about that, possibly when his next bubble is going to come up and pings are going to start going down. But they're directly center here for when this next zone is going to move, and they have one of the best spots. And the longer that Designful is going to be able to stay down there, the more barrels he's going to be able to get as they start to reset. Only has 3 down there, but if he could get all 6, that's going to give them more than enough cover for when they have to look left, right, and center, like you were saying. So all eyes really on Solifide here, as the rest of these teams that were predicting the no-name zone are going to have to start rotating towards the open here. Only a couple seconds left until everyone realizes where this zone's going to go.
Yeah, they're in a very active position right now. You see them bouncing left and right, back and forth, trying to just shoot at people and deter them from pushing. I think if one team pushes them and makes the effort to try to take the spot from them, I think it's just all hell's gonna break loose, because you know you could win the 3v3, but there's gonna be 3 to 4 angles that kids can shoot you from on the top of the hill, in fragment as well. Maybe no name can see you if they push up afterwards. So it did get the spot that they maybe wanted, but I'm not sure if it's the spot for endgame that they needed. I believe it's gonna be the circle near the little truck over there, the fence line, the boxes, like I was saying earlier. So the team at the top of that hill is probably in a power position, or there might be a caustic team in the fence line as well. But we're hopping on board with Team Cheez-It as they're looking for a little bit of a pick here. He finds a kid. Ooh, finds his little toesy woesies right there. Doesn't get enough damage off at all. Going for a swing, but decides nope, and then decides yes. Going back in, looking for something. A decision needs to be made here. There's not much going down. I feel like they're going to get ran up on from behind if they keep their eyes focused on this downhill slope right here.
He just needs to bait himself. If Hambino can get one player to kind of over-aggress and push, he's going to be in a great spot. But the problem is there's so many great head glitches here on these train tracks. The team's going to completely dip. And that's the opportunity to go over and push. So exactly what Team Cheez-It needs to do. They have both of those players locked down beneath them. Strictly's probably going to have to hit a battery here. Hambino's going to go and drop. Immediate Q coming through. Bubble has to be used over towards the top. But I would love to see Mask just drop there in that situation. You can see the knock going in. Sumo on the fade. That's a completely opposite fight over here. Team Cheez-It still not able to find the damage that they're correctly looking for. And now you're going to see it is going to be dying on rotate, actually. So both players are going to be dropped now. It's only up to turns, I believe, is the last player alive. He's going to be finished off here very shortly. The knock does come through. 20 seconds left. I believe they're going to be able to have that res too. Bubble not going to be available. Nice job by Team Cheez-It taking out dying on rotate. But dying on rotate really showed a lot of weakness by not getting aggressive and pushing at all. They just kind of fell back into a choke. Team Cheez-It seeing that, they're going to just shoot them like fish in a barrel there. Nice job as this zone is pushing and moving here in a couple of seconds. We'll see if Solifide, who's been just popping off, can finish this game. This is typical Solifide as they carry on and kind of have like one big game, drop one big game. Next thing you know, they win the tournament. So Team Cheez-It trying to do whatever they can to stop them.
Yeah, that was a solid 3v3. It did take a long time. A lot of utility use. Some tragic massive shots coming out of Strictly, I believe. Unlucky. That's what mine looked like. He was hitting 60s and 30s. He did end up going down, but that was a good team fight. We see Casper and Bird taking out the team up in the kill feed right there, and they are going to be rotating out of Storm. Casper 1 HP, 1 tag from Storm, and he goes down. He's going to have to jump out in the open, try to play this rock and heal up. He's going to crank a syringe. Stunny goes down. Bird following up behind Casper. Casper's going to get shot in his back from Gent. That's what I thought. They have an angle from down low. They are still playing, and they're just picking this lobby apart right now.
Great angles, stayed alive throughout all of that. This is the most important time to go and stay alive. Now their back is clear so they can focus on what's in front of them. That's going to be the team over towards the side. Gentrifying heads up play, knows that he was fairly weak and has armor swaps down below him, so he's going to use and macro this perfectly as that team thinks that they have extra damage and that's something, but instead they're just going to get baited once they start pushing into a full and healthy team. That's going to be Solifide down below. Sumo is going to get dropped. This again is 2 separate team fights. There's a lot of teams located in this bridge area. The zone's going to be pulling here. This will be the final zone once that one closes. Team Cheez-It still alive with a decent amount of kills. You still have Solifide underneath that bridge, and a really smart play by Team Cheez-It to get aggressive over towards the side and then back off. Fortunately for them, it doesn't look like a team has taken their spot quite yet. It's going to be Hambino with the R301 and the T2X, putting down the pings, trying to figure out where the cover is going to be, but just like you were saying, that spot where the fence is going to be really good. It's surprising that no one predicted that and went over towards the choke. We'll see who's going to be able to pull this one off. Right now, Team Cheez-It, Solifide, the top 2 teams in terms of kills. They're trying to put together a big game, take out Dude's Night Out and Shame Assist, who are sitting right around 20 points in first place.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked off that third party by Team Cheez-It because you want to know why? There was a zip line used to actually do something Pathfinder's still got a little bit of worth. Let's buff him a little bit maybe so he could be back in the competitive scene, possibly take off low profile. I don't know. But I love the zip line. I love the portal. I love the third party. As soon as they saw the team drop off that height and kind of chow Solifide down low, they immediately took on that third party and just pinched the team, came up with some KP right there. But you see Gent and Design getting tagged up for a lot. They are going to have to heal the shield first, but Storm is coming in, and they do have to make their way up this little choke point as Cheez-It is raining nades on their path up the hill, and they are going to get gate capped. They're going to put their backs against this rock. We're going to need a bubble coming out. Caustic comes out as well. 2 bubbles going down. I think all 3 are still up from Solifide, but Gent goes down. Design goes down as well. His last one left. Resulta taken out. 1 with the massive. Gets hit for 66 flesh and goes down to a grenade. Strictly still in the caustic gas. Hambro's going to go down to caustic gas as well. Oh my goodness, that caustic gold lingering after the death of caustic is so annoying. Can't wait for that to be out of the game. Swinny holding here with the Volt, trying to play the rock. Nasty next to him. Decent spray right there. Frag on him. There are so many nades. He does get exploded. Slid out crazy. He's out of position, out of shield, and out of time. He's probably gonna get picked right here, and that is it. That was crazy. That was a crazy
Team Intel. Team Intel with the dub, and that's kind of stereotypical of Intel. While Solifide, saw a couple other teams popping off there, Team Cheez-It, Intel is going to be able to sit in the back, hold that choke area, slowly, methodically make their way up. All the teams were really fighting in front of them. You saw Cheez-It catch up with Solifide over towards the side. Great grenades to kind of block the rotation. That caustic gas, extremely annoying. But overall, Team Intel taking the dub. We'll be back after this break as we tally up the scores. Get ready for Game 3, y'all. This is Series E. It's Cheez-It Week. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Strictly, and I'm a player for Team Cheez-Its, and we don't miss shots. Team Cheez-Its, baby.
Get tagged for about 30 HP, but Strictly is here to back him up. Barrow goes down, and just the hip fire on that flatline takes out Farmer Lucas, pulls out the EVA 8s, as Strictly will get the thirst on. Farmer Lucas now throwing in more barrels there, and Blight, I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to survive. Now he goes down.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. T-Squared, Daltouche bringing you the action. We just got done with game number 2. Intel taking the dub. Touche, pretty exciting game 2. What do you think?
Very exciting game 2. I think the main storyline was Solo Fide just going crazy with it. They were very aggressive. They were killing everything. They got the spot that they wanted. But what stuck out to me the most was that no one played that top hill up there. You know, the choke point up top above No Name. Very popular spot to play. It is high ground. You could play the fence line afterwards. I didn't see anyone playing that. There was barely any teams challenging it, coming up from the backside. No one was over there. I'm not sure why. Very interesting, but Intel did play the fence line, and they got the dub.
Yeah, we'll see if that was Intel making their way over towards that high ground area as we take a look at the leaderboard, your Mobile One leaderboard. It's Solo Fide, like Touche was saying, popping off in game number 2, especially in that kill department. If they would have picked up the dub, it could have been even more points on the board for them. But we have a pretty tight race here when you look at it. A lot of teams in that 20-point area, 1 through 6. So still anybody's race. We still have a handful of games to go. Intel, even though they get the dub, still not able to really push past Shameassist and Flashpoint, all tied up there with 23 points. But Cheez-It, Touche, during Cheez-It week, they're not looking too shabby. What do you think?
I mean, you got to put on. It's your week. You know what I'm saying? It's called Cheez-It week, and your team Cheez-It. You can't do anything less than greatness. So I mean, we could see a little bit more out of them, but right now they're sitting decently pretty, like myself.
Let me take a look at our Mobile One moment. I think the most important thing for Team Cheez-It is you have to beat Team Pringles, right? Pringles sitting in 16th place, the battle of the chips, the battle of the chip snacks. Looks like they're going to be winning that one. As we see what Solo Fide was doing, they really did such a good job. Numerous team fights started with the back at Thermal Station. See them kind of playing the head glitches over here. Multiple armor swaps underneath. Sunshine had that gold armor throughout all of that. Uses his red armor to perfection. Doesn't take any HP damage, so doesn't have to go and heal. But I would say the most impressive thing was how they were able to bully, I think, Team Applejacks underneath here and then survive the third party throughout all of that. Cheez-It does a great job of rotating right here instead of pushing directly under. And they were rewarded pretty big for that. They were able to eventually take out Team Solo Fide, but they kind of griefed each other, especially Designful with that gas, which never disappeared. So a very eventful game for game number 3, or game number 2, excuse me, as we move into game number 3. And I wouldn't expect Solo Fide to slow down at all. Again, this is when they start to pick up that momentum. They start to pick up that confidence. One of the more dominant teams that we have in the lobby, especially since we're, again, moving into season 2 here. And I really feel like Solo Fide is one of those teams that we could see popping up in Series E more often. I think it's great practice for them, but also just enjoy having them be a part of it because they're just so darn fun to watch as we see Cheez-It mixing up what they were doing. I don't think Epicenter was taken, so I think dying on rotate, maybe griefed over towards Refinery, or maybe they just ended up directly going somewhere else. They're going to do a big split. One player is going to be on the opposite side too, so this is going to be nice loot coming in for Team Cheez-It. I believe they also showed that was going to be the hot spot too. So we'll see if they're going to be able to tack on some more points. Sitting, I believe, tied with a lot of different teams here in 23 points, sitting around like 4th place, 3rd place. Gambino finds that purple armor. R9 going to be there too. Most likely going to, wow, Mass not going to drop the flatline there. It's sus.
Yeah, a little bit sus. I was just about to say, get a lot of loot, a lot of options when you do a split landing like this. So Tom, I know you haven't been playing too much, but what do you think is the go-to loadout for comp right now?
Man, it depends on what you're good at. You know me, Touche. I go all in. I'm Wingman Mastiff. I do not mess around. I want the big damage. I want to come directly at you. But it really depends on what character you're playing, right? If you're going to be playing Gibraltar, if you're rocking the Scout, wouldn't be too bad. Scout Mastiff, even Charge Rifle, R9 Charge Rifle Mastiff. I think that you really have to have a Mastiff with all the Gibraltars that are being involved. But personally, I've always been a Wingman gamer, man. I came from Halo. I use the pistol. It's just my vibe.
I feel it. I also use the Wingman, not very well. I think early game meta is typically, G7, triple take, charge rifle, you might have a blue Evo. You might want to level that up, but it's very risky because if you go into late game and you find yourself in a house, you haven't killed a team, you haven't had time to swap weapons, and you end up being in zone, you're in that house, you have a charge rifle and maybe like an R9, that's just not going to be good for late game. So taking that sniper does have its benefits and it does have its drawbacks. So truthfully, I think most of the time it's got to be Volt Mastiff. In my opinion, it's got to be. I mean, Volt's just the strongest AR in the game. Not even an AR, it's an SMG, but it performs like an AR. Or an R3 Mastiff. But again, I think Mastiff is so strong nowadays, especially with the Gibby fights or, pushing a caustic team. You want to get that big chunk damage. And if your whole team has Mastiffs, that's best case scenario for sure.
Yeah, if I'm playing Wraith, I can definitely get down with that type of combination. R3, Volt, Mastiff, Wigman. It really depends on what you find. It also depends on what type of magazine that you find, because if I'm rocking around with a Volt and no magazine, I'll take a Wingman with, a blue or purple magazine over that any day of the week. So when you're rotating so fast, ideally you don't get your perfect setup here. And that's what you see with Duplex running around with a charge rifle, Volt, and he doesn't even have a magazine on that. So he's just trying to make his way through. As we did see the scan, and based on the zone that I saw, there's the buildings over towards the east of Refinery where teams will set up. There's a couple buildings in that blue trailer. I feel like that's going to be where this zone's going to pull as we start to see the teams start to filter over towards Refinery. So the team that's going to be loving that will definitely be Team Cheez-It. Not only were they able to get Epicenter, they got the hotspot over towards Refinery. They also had the zone pulling for them. So if you're going to ever get lucky during your week, this is your time. This is your time to shine here. In game number 3, Dude's Night Out over here having a freaking crafting party. See how many batteries they're going to be able to get. But now that the action's starting to happen, team's starting to rotate. Looks like our first fight in quite some time. It's going to be Rice Krispies. And guess who they find? They find Team Cheez-It.
Yep, the Pathfinder going down first. That is pretty standard. And that is a clean wipe. Sheesh. I mean, not even one shield broken from Team Rice Krispies. But yeah, the risk of playing Pathfinder, man, I mean, I played him for a long time. So did you. And nowadays, oh my goodness, he just gets exploded. We call him the walking refrigerator. He gets it for a lot. We're gonna hop on board with Team Pringles. Good master shots right there for Fade, cracking him. Gibby comes in. He does hit the gun shield and an 11 pump. Gonna crank the face with the caustic right next to him. The caustic doesn't see him. 60 flesh on the arc star with the caustic. Do we see a push here from Kanaka? No, he gets knocked down after dealing a 24 flesh damage right there. And it might have been a clean wipe right there. Kanaka, Fade, and Wicked going down.
It looks like there was a lot of teams involved in this one. That's going to be a decent amount of kills going over from the third party of Team Applejacks. Applejacks, I think, kind of lands in this vicinity too, so they weren't too far away from all of that action. Good, clean fights there, and Applejacks going to get rewarded with some loot. Applejacks last game got bullied. We were talking about by Team Solifide underneath the bridge, and that's what we were kind of expecting someone else to do to Solifide. Someone was going to pressure them, maybe kind of grief, and we would expect the third parties to come through, but so many armor swaps, so much loot, and so much presence from Solifide really opened up for them to get a lot more kills. Now it's kind of Applejack's turn, and they do have the scan. They're going to know where this one's going to pull. We'll see what they want to do. Are they going to play it safe with this crypto and continue to hit the scans? Are they going to eventually rotate towards the high ground over towards Epicenter? Dude's Night Out making their way again over towards the Harvester area. Most difficult spot is running up that ramp, and looks like they're going to realize that very shortly. Rolders pops the Beast of the Hunt. A lot of scans coming through, but it looks like they're going to dip out of this fight.
Yeah, Rolders with quite the wonky setup. The triple take 3-time purple mag. That is a very good weapon for range, but you look at his secondary. He does have the Mozam hammers. Strong, sneaky. A lot of people don't see it coming. You get hit with that for about 104, and you're like, what just happened? I fell over. I tripped. But, again, not the best setup. You do need to get some cracks off. The triple take can be used as a shotgun, but it's not a shotgun, and sometimes it does let you down close range. But Nelsino is going to have a portal here going for Duplex. He's in a bad spot. Duplex needs to slide into that as the team is peeking out of the doors. They are going to be able to get back. Duplex is 50 HP. We'll probably see a push from the enemy team knowing that Duplex is that low. Nelsino and Rolders rotate up to try to hold this push off. Mozambique Hammer's going down. Nelsino playing that scan, gets a crack on Gibby. Gibby drops down. I think there's 2 below. No, Gibby does not drop down. He goes inside. Rolders takes him out. It is Resulta. He does get hammer pointed, like I said, out of nowhere. 2v3 right now. Not entirely unwinnable for Gent and Design as they get a pick on Nelsino. 2v2, they have equalized. Rolders gonna pop a shield cell on the door, look for where they're at. Playing this heady on this crate. I think that's maybe a charge rifle right there, can't tell. Caustic ult coming in, Design swinging out all crate. No, Gent swings out all crazy, but Design with the big ult and Gent with the big 1 clip. And they have completely turned this fight around. Design gonna hit the G7 shots, and that is it. A clean 2v3 from Gent and Design as Resulta gets picked first. But fought the adversity. The Caustic ult was absolutely massive. You can't really do much against it. And that is a good fight right there.
Yeah, I mean, you can do something about it. What you do there is you finish Results and armor swap off his body. The fact that you have hammer points Mozam, and you have 2 players on top of his body with a Gibraltar shield, that's your opportunity to win a 2 versus 3 against the team in first place. You have to finish Resulta. You have to armor swap there. Resulta's just going to ping where you guys are at, and the rest of Solifide is going to pick you apart. So great job there from Solifide, but honestly, big misplay coming out from the other team. They had that one. It was a great job kind of separating with the portal coming in, but that's kind of what separates the big teams, the big dogs, from the little dogs, and Solifide just continues to win all of their team fights. Great job getting Resulta back into the game. Razor and Skyhook griefing outside the zone against a team over towards this top center area. It looks like the world's most useless fight. Nestle Pure Life going to go and get some kills over towards that right-hand side. They're going to take out Sumi Crispy Bacon, but this fight is I don't even know why it's happening.
I'm stressed watching it. This is one of those. This happens in ranked, and at some point here, you're going to see someone on Razor say, "Let's go the other way." Just kidding. They get a knock, and they're going to have to push this. But yeah, again, fighting in Storm, both teams on high ground. I mean, the res has already probably happened right now. Kid's probably going to take a Phoenix up top. Might be full HP, full reset, but we'll find out here as Hakulo takes the left rope. The team is going to jump down. They are split. Zero Tricky could get picked down low if he runs into all three of them. But no, the team is just going to run away, go entirely into train station, and now they are kill hungry. They're probably pissed at this team for just causing them so much grief this whole time, and they want this team to die. They're going for these 3K feet for sure.
Well, they already got one. You can see them sitting there hitting the loot. The scan's going to come out, and this is what Bloodhound really specializes in. Once you get those numbers and the team starts to back down, you're able to locate exactly where these rats are going to be or where the route is going to be when they start to run away. So Team Razor with the gold armor, I think the process for them is if they really end up just getting super low on resources, they could just switch that gold armor back and forth to heal syringes over there in the storm. Maybe pass that thing on over to Muffins right now if you were low on that one. You can see Morena. Looks like they have the lifeline in play, and Team Razor's going to like when they see that. The shot's not going to connect there, and they're not going to come through for Muffins. Now only one more player alive. Looks like he's going to be stuck over towards the train side, but with a minute and 10 seconds left, they need to finish this off and then focus on this rotation. Should be it there, and Team Razor's going to find that one. Muffin's going to go and hit that med kit. All is going to be well. So very long fight, and it looks like Team Razor just kind of sensed weakness once they saw the lifeline and wasn't giving up.
Yeah, Lifeline is an interesting pick for competitive. I totally agree with that. I think a Lifeline pick shows not a very well-versed team in the comp scene, possibly. But, you know, I might not know some. I mean, I've been playing Lifeline for a while, or I used to at least. But I don't think she's that strong. There was a very big uproar of complaints about her when she first got her passive changed up, and her res was all crazy when a lot of people were playing her. But at the end of the day, Lifeline can't be too strong when her only viable ability is when our teammate is already knocked down. So that's how I feel about that. But we're hopping on board with Team Rockstar as they're looking to pick some damage out through the windows. Arcstar coming in, that's going to be annoying to defend against. Pickett cranking a bat, maybe on the backside of the trailer. Traps going in. Pickett's going to rotate left. Might be a Caustic on Caustic right there. That is a stinky fight. 72 flesh, 38 does get the knock. Pickett takes out Dracos. That was a good clean Caustic one-on-one in the gas. Looking like a movie scene right there. Looks like it's 2 down for this team already. They might be getting thirded here with the EMP, unless if that's Tex. No, but Tech is on Wraith. That's interesting. I've never seen that. Probably sliding down the hill looking for the last hit on this team. Does he hit the Sentinel shot? No, he misses, but does he hit the second one? Lining it up. Ooh, a little bit late on that. Pickett gets thirsted, though. Hold up. Might be a third party coming in from where they came from. And that is just tragic. Pickett goes down. Pushing in right now. And you got that. Go ahead. Go ahead, my king.
I was going to say, yeah, it was Team Applejacks twice now coming through, but I do like the switch coming through with the Horizon Caustic combination. It's not just Team Applejacks, though, too. It's Solafide making the rotation, too, and they're looking extremely healthy. You see Designful already has that red armor, probably the only one right now in this lobby that's put down so much damage to be able to get rewarded with that one. Resulta has the gold armor. That's back-to-back times we've seen them kind of be the most looted in the lobby. Resulta taking a lot of initial damage. Doesn't even use his bubble, though. Just going to pop that cell instead as Designful is on the hunt. But I am happy to see that Team Rockstar has made a little bit of an adjustment in terms of their team composition. Tech, when I played with him, did rock a lot of Wraith for a majority of the time. That was kind of his main before he started to switch on over to Crypto. But it seems to me that Solafide is really getting away with whatever they want. This was a far rotation again for them, and they've been able to, again, fight their way through this and make their way over towards a dominant position. And now they're going to be in a great spot to gatekeep all these teams coming in from that fragment side, from that no-name area as well.
This circle is interesting. I do not like this circle at all. It could end over here on these rocks, and this team will be able to play a really, really kind of unfair advantage on the top of these rocks. It's super annoying to deal with if you're on low ground, but it could also pull towards the secondary buildings near the zip line over by Refinery. There's like 3 buildings and a little trailer that it could pull to as well. It could also pull up top on the ridge line in between Epi and Refinery. So there's a lot of different places it could pull. I don't think anyone is confident in their position and knowing where endgame is, because it could just pull any direction at this point.
One of the things that Cubseed does so well is predict those zones. He kind of did it in the previous game too. They just weren't able to execute that well. Applejack's now lying after a couple of third parties. He's going to get knocked. But they were able to find, I believe, Solafide. So this is a third party coming through. from K-Sween and his team. Lions not going to be able to get res, no Gibraltar on this team. The caustic stink gas going to come through. That pushes Kenny forward. Clane takes a lot of damage over towards the side. There's still members of Solo Fide alive. It's going to be Designful. Designful with the knock, with the finish. It's also the kill leader again, back-to-back games as the last player alive here on caustic. You can see where those reses are directly onto the beacon. We'll see if Designful could pull this off.
Yeah, if that third party doesn't really... I think the third party might have dipped just because they thought, oh, no, never mind, they're pushing up right now a little bit. If they know he's a solo, they're going to push, but they might have thought it was a whole team, which kind of impeded their push a little bit. Design just going to try to play his life, go for an armor swap right here. He does get it. It is a 2v1. He's going to probably chow this one-on-one right here, see if he can get a pick early. Blue armor probably one clips this kid. He does. Designful popping off. Tech gets taken out. Designful does get Horizon ult. He's probably going in right now. 93, 105 right there. Did he get the kill on him? No, he didn't. He's going to go for an armor swap. Nope. No armor in there. Does swing in on the trap. Designful making a very, very nice last stand right there for Team Solo Fide, but he does end up falling. He does take out 3 kids by himself, I believe. And that is 3 extra KP on the board for Team Solo Fide.
Oh, imagine if he got 4, though. He would have been having his entire team go crazy. Ridiculous plays from Designful. Crummy, though. Smart play, throwing down that black hole, forcing Designful to kind of get stuck there. He was trying to strafe back and forth, didn't know if he wanted to push all the way through. Now the res is going to start to come through. This is the dangerous spot, though. The rest of these teams are going to recognize what's going on. The ring's starting to close. If anyone's rotating over here, that's going to be tough. But throughout all of that, they weren't able to get Picket. It was just tech only. Is that a mobile respawn beacon? It is. So it looks like the play is going to be to try to get Picket back where he was rezzed, or actually where he went down, and then res him directly on his box. That could be a big play.
We saw a little enemy Wraith right there just sitting. I'm not sure if it's a solo, a whole team, what's going on, but it might be a solo. I saw a little peekaboo action. I'm assuming that solo doesn't want any of the smoke right now. It is Ronnie, the Rat Legend, back again. Solo Dolo, Mr. Rager coming in. He's going to play his life. He'll probably get second, honestly, if he does what we know him best to do, but they are going to get that mobile respawn down, and they will be able to crank that and get Pickett back in the game.
I think that Ronnie is fully capable of pulling these out, and we saw him kind of get away with it in the previous game, and I think it was actually game number 1 where he pulled off some pretty crazy stuff, but Rockstar is able to get back into it. They're going to be pleasantly surprised with the amount of loot they find off of Solo Fide's body. There was gold armors all over the place, red armors you could see already evolved for them. There'd be plenty of heals and basically any single combination that they want to go and fight with here. As the zone does pull over towards those buildings, Touche, we talked about this earlier. 3 of those buildings are going to be taken. I think the only spot right now that would be available is that blue truck. Crummy takes a ton of damage. He's going to have to pop a battery over towards the side, and looks like they're pretty far from getting gate kept. So with 10 squads left here, they're going to have to fight at least 2 or 3 squads to make their way in.
I'm glad it pulled to the houses. That circle is a lot, I think, more fair. I'm not going to say that the other circle that I was talking about on the top hill to the right over there is necessarily unfair. But I think those huge rocks that you could kind of sit on top of, and there's little pockets and crevices that you can't really get shot at from, I don't think it should be in the game. I don't think it's really healthy for competitive or even, pubs or ranked or whatever you're talking about. But this circle down here is a lot better. We're going to see some teams trying to fight for the ridge line up top, but the teams in the houses are going to be able to shoot at anyone trying to kind of fight for that top ridge line. So we'll see what happens. We might see some third parties coming in if a team decides to fight on the ridge line, but the team in the houses are definitely in the best spot for sure.
Crummy taking a pretty aggressive, risky angle, charging up without his grav lift, and now he's going to get scanned out. So the rest of his team's going to have to come through with the support here, because the pings that he wants to get down towards are the same spot where that team wants to go and hold. It looks like they're going for the wombo combo. Black hole going to come out. Already 100 initial damage going on to Crummy, though. The black hole not going to connect how they were wanting to. Zeratricky going to get that initial damage, get the knock. Pickett's going to go down as well. Double massive knocks coming in for Zeratricky while only taking 150 damage. That means there's only 1 player alive. That's going to be Tech. He's going to probably dip out, try to play his life throughout all that. Finishes coming through on both sides. Nice job there by Team Razor. Again, just a little bit of a misplay coming in for Crummy. I understand the thought process there, but you can't really go for the Hail Mary across the map on such a skilled team like Team Razor. Now they're going to hold this high ground and let all these teams fight down below them.
Yeah, they're going to have to slide down eventually, but yeah, there was a very good mastiff stand right there by Zeratricky, as his teammates were probably peppering the kids, trying to rotate on him. They saw he was solo, that's why the ult was thrown on him. He played the rock pretty well and probably got out of range of the Horizon ult and kind of held that heady. They probably calmed to each other that they were both weak as they were pushing up, as Muffins and Hakulo were kind of peppering them, maybe breaking shield, and Zeratricky with a clean 2v1 with the Mastiff. Circle does pull downward, so they are not safe up here. Like I said, they will have to slide down. Maybe that rock face right below them to the left is going to be safe for them. But they're looking good right now. They can see everything on the map. They're the only team on height. They're not going to get chopped in the back, as we saw that other team rotate down towards train tracks. So they're sitting pretty nice. I think this rock right in front of them, not the one that he's on, but the other one is probably in, and they are going to be in a really good spot right there with the head glitches and everything. Yeah, they're going to like this. Nice and warm right there, nice and cozy.
This is a great spot because, again, it's so congested where the rest of these teams are locked in. You're going to see coexisting over towards that building where the EMP just went off. You're going to have teams over towards the outskirts. If you can just filter them towards each other, exactly what Hakulo is trying to do with this 2x, it's going to be great for them to continue to advance, especially when Zeratricky starts hitting the scans and everyone starts to find out exactly where everyone's going to be located. 6 squads left. Zeratricky also, throughout all this, is the kill leader, sitting on 8 kills. So this is a pretty big game for Team Razor if they could finish this one off. It's been a pretty slow game for them to start, pretty slow day for the open day. They are our #1 team, though. Overall in Series Z, they were also our first team to break 1,000 points overall. So not too surprising over here. Very, very similar play style to one of our other teams, a team sitting in first place, Solafide. The Solafide, they were taken out a little bit early, so now it's Team Razor's opportunity to come in as we see Zeratricky. 3 people watching him, 8 kills. This zone's starting to move. He already knows the spot that's going to be played by Hakulo. He's locking it down. While that's happening, Zeratricky's just trying to force action on the other side.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough rotation in from that team portaling in. You already see Flesh going down. Yeah, legit goes down. He was only hit twice with a Volt on Flesh. That just shows you how much the storm was hitting him. Every time the door swings open, I'm sure that team inside is getting about 100 damage put into him just like that. About a 150 spray right there from Zeratricky. I mean, opening the door at this point, you're not going to get a pick, and you're just kind of milking your own heels. Mobile respawn going down for cover. You like that. You love to see that right there. That's not going to be used for a res at all. That's definitely just so they can kind of sit behind it. Now, the circle does pull pretty far away from them down the hill in between the fence and the trailer. And the way this is played now late game is the circle moves in very, very slow. So it's going to be interesting to see how they play this, as the team inside the house is going to be able to shoot at them as they try to rotate down. They're definitely going to have to play the bubble and then make a move to somewhere else. The team in the house is going to cause them a lot of grief. They could take roof as well. Good point.
I think you're going to have to make a good portal play here from Hakulo. And most likely, I would probably do it once the zone starts to move. Maybe like 5 seconds before or directly when it happens. And you have a couple of different options, but getting to that door would be great. And they're going to go and put a thermite there so they can continue to open up with some more damage there. But that would be the spot that I would go. You're going to have to just do something where you can run around back and forth with whatever it takes to save your bubble as long as possible is what you're going to need for Team Razor. But instead, they see fights happening over towards the left-hand side. That's going to be Flashpoint. They're going to try to eliminate this team and take over their spot because they know that they have such an area to move in the open. It's going to be the knock on to K-Swinny. Hakulo is going to find it with the Mastiff. More players over towards the side. Hakulo finds Nasky too, so Flashpoint down only to Rambo as Hakulo is going to get knocked. That's going to be the Prowler coming out from Rambo, but Zeratricky as the kill leader going to finish that one off. 3 kills going on over to Razor in a pretty decent position, but can they get the res onto Hakulo? See Muffins is hitting it over towards the side. The bubble res is going to come through. It's going to be a gold backpack 2 for Muffins. Great job by Team Razor. Zeratricky popping off.
Yeah, that was a good push, but it did get a little bit spooky at the end when Hakulo went down as Zeratricky looped around, wide swung, and almost got knocked as well. That could have caused a lot of problems for them, but they did get the reset. A little bit of luck there. Hakulo taking out Cubsy with the Mastiff inside the trailer. He is going to have to heal up in the wheels right there. They're going to try to go for a thirst. And it looks like they're chilling. The team's going to jump off the roof. Big 140 spray right there with the Volt. Kid playing the window. 42 pump. 48 pump. Gets knocked down. Muffin's last one alive with the Prowler. Gibby. He's sandwiched and he's going to go down here. Oh my god, who's left? I don't know who's left. Maybe a solo somewhere. It looks like Rice Krispies going to take this dub. They find the kid. Don't tell me that's Ronnie. If that's Ronnie.
You never know.
No way.
You really
There's
never
no
know
way.
if it's going to be Ronnie. I mean, you really never know. I would say that there's about an 80-90% that was Ronnie. And you got to give credit to Team Razor right there. Even though they weren't able to pick up the dub, Zeratricky with a ton of kills overall. Rice Krispies comes through. We'll see how many points they got overall. But that was game number 3. We're going to move into game number 4 as we tally up these scores. It is Series Z. We'll be right back.
I'm Hambino from Team Cheez-It, and we run Path, Gibby, Wraith comp. We like this comp because we could play Edge, but we could also play in Zone. We land Refinery in Series E, so we're usually playing Edge of Zone. I really like the Pathfinder because he helps you rotate quicker with his zip lines on every single beacon scan. And then he also lets you get high ground in some zones. And then zones that end like Overlook, for example, it's really good to have a character like that to get you on top of the silos. And my weapon loadout is the Mastiff, and I usually run the 301 or the Volt. I like something that has a low to medium range, so that's why I like to go with the 301 or the Volt over the 99. My role on the team is the entry fragger. I like to try to go in and pick up kills, or I'll try to port out and get kill points on other teams that are already fighting.
They're just loot goblins trying their best to find anything at this point. Team Cheez-It trying to punish though. Here they are right on top of.
To make the ultimate gaming mouse, it needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. We're 3 games down. We still have 5 more to go. T-Squared Del Touche bringing you the action as we get ready to pop off in game number 4. Touche, what do you think after the first 3 games? Everyone looking pretty solid, right?
Everyone's looking pretty solid. I'm not seeing any mistakes. I'm not seeing anything dumb, really. I'm seeing some pretty good team play, good rotations, good decision making, good team fights overall. I think everyone's bringing their A game today.
We've had a different winner all 3 games. We've had zones kind of bouncing back and forth. Last game, I believe it was Team Rice Krispie Treats going through with the dub. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see if Solifide is still sitting over towards the top. They are at 35 points overall. So now Flashpoint right on their heels at 34. Rice Krispie Treats after the performance in game number 3. They're in 3rd place with 33. So they're loving the rule of 3s over here. Razor, big game. They're going to be bumping up the standings. 4th place, 30 points. Still anybody's game, though. We still got 5 more. And let's get a little prediction here there, Del Touche. Who do you think on the right-hand side is going to step it up?
Apple Jacks. You want to know why? I love Apple Jacks. One of the most underrated cereals in the game and one of the most underrated teams in the game. I'm hoping Apple Jacks, they're going to inch their way up. Apple Jacks over Fruit Loops for sure. And that's just a cereal thing, not an Apex thing.
I'm going to go with Team Rockstar. I think that Team Rockstar is going to come through, especially with Caustic being played there by Pickett. Crummy needs to get the Horizon under control a little bit more. I think maybe even Pickett on Horizon and Crummy on Caustic could eventually work out. We'll see how they want to end up playing that one. But that's a good bet. I think Applejacks and Rockstar, 2 of our top partner teams that are going to continue to make their way after a disappointing start to this one as we load up into game number 4. But let's take a look at our Mobile One performance highlight and see what we may have missed up on if you're just joining us. Again, we're 3 games down, 5 games to go. Team Razor had a big game. This was a rotation, aggressive rotation over towards the side when Flashpoint started a fight, and they realized they had a pretty tough rotation. They're going to go and try to pick up some extra kill points and also 1 extra placement point along the way, and they were able to do so. But unfortunately, after they cleared this out, they weren't able to deal with the 2 other teams remaining. It looks like they may have got a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, right here, you'll see the aggression come out from once he swaps back, yes. Zero Tricky is going to loop around this blue crate right here, put his back to about 5 kids behind him, get shot, somehow doesn't go down. That was super, super risky of him, but it does work out. Hakulo did go down. They did get a full res and reset, but again, they didn't end up winning the next 3v3.
I think that once Hakulo goes down there, the fact that you have to use your bubble is pretty big. You use the res, you have to use the heals, but more importantly, you're not able to all 3 kind of talk about what's going to happen next, and that's where some miscommunication could happen. Maybe that's where a player slides up and gets a little bit too aggressive. They did get a couple more knocks inside the blue trailer. They weren't able to finish those off. That could have been even more kill points, and then I think one of the rats from that team eventually escaped. But Rice Krispies, I believe, had to be a team inside of one of those buildings, maybe the team inside of that one building that we were predicting for quite some time. And they popped out some good, I think, Caustic play eventually came through. But overall, Zeratricky, 11 kills is the most that we've seen by far today. I think the other kill leader that we've had numerous times has been Designful playing on the Caustic. But we were talking about this during the break. Every single time that Zeratricky peaked anybody, he's doing at least 140, 150 damage with that Volt and the 2x, and he was only taking about 40, 50 damage overall. That's what you want to see from one of your players that, is on one of the more vulnerable characters. You expect that more out of a Wraith. You expect that more out of a Gibraltar, playing confident with the passive shield and things like that. Wraith with their Q, but Zeratricky on the Bloodhound coming through, hitting scans and also doing initial damage is not only giving a lot of information to your team, but it's also opening up a lot of opportunities for you to go and make some fights. So really well played game by Razor, but still a lot of games left, still a lot of work to be done. And it's 2 teams that have very similar play styles. I love kind of watching Team Razor and Solifide go at it. We'll see what Team Cheez-It's going to do. And last time they landed Epicenter and they landed over towards Refinery, but they got clapped on rotation super early. Speaking of that, Casellas going to get a clap on the turns there with the Devotion. Looks like they're getting 50-50 on the opposite side of the map. Turn's going to get finished. That's from dying on rotate. Looks like this is over towards the Fragment side. So this could create a lot of different third parties that happen. Fragment is just known for that.
Yeah, especially in ranked, we know all about the third parties. It's pretty much whoever, there's might be 2 teams in West, 1 team East. Team on East is most likely going to come out on top because that third party is just too tempting and it's too easy to execute. But yeah, again, 5 games left. I mean, there's a lot of room to make up any errors that you've made in the past game. So yeah, we might see a lot of changes in the leaderboard soon. Hopefully Solifide can continue holding number 1. They do continually ape the lobby over and over again, they might slow it down at some point here if the circle does end up pulling to them, which it hasn't all day, over towards thermal, which it probably will, and they're not going to move. They're going to pretty much sit there the whole time, and we're going to see a less pushy game from them, which will be eventually less points, but a dub probably might come out of them if the circle does pull to thermal.
All right, now Tech switching on over to Bangalore. So it looks like Team Rockstar refuses to stick with one composition. They're fighting over towards the Lava Fissure side. You're going to get a little bit of that speed boost from Bangalore as she's going to get caught. Crummy takes another big burst of damage over towards the side. They're extremely split right now with Crummy being over by himself. Tech's going to have to completely send this one ASAP. We'll see what Crummy elects to do. I wouldn't be surprised if he even wants to go over towards the very bottom and try to get a grab lift over towards the top. A little sneaky play to go and clamber back over down towards the bottom. No scan coming in quite yet, so he hasn't been shown completely where he is. Good additional burst damage. Is going to have to fight 2 players, so he does dip out. And that's the play we were looking for. Great job coming in from Crummy. Heads up. But is that a third party from the scan over towards the side? Bangalore smokes are going to be used. This is a risky play. The longer this goes on, the more likely you are to get clapped from behind. With 1 minute and 30 seconds, that's when teams really start to rotate. Now Pickett's going to be caught over here having to block this door. This is not looking good for Team Rockstar. They want to end this as fast as possible.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here puzzled by the Bangalore choice. I'm not sure if it was in addition to the Bloodhound pick. If you shoot a smoke and scan through it, the whole team can see where the people are at and the enemies can't. I don't know if it was on accident or on purpose. I'm leaning towards accident a little bit, but nonetheless, they'll probably make it work. Tech's a good player, very versatile. This Caustic team is holding down low, and they're all in that bottom little pit. We might see Crummy coming from up top. We're going to see an 8 from this whole team as they try to push Tech. They know he was alone. They called him out, and they initially pushed immediately. Get some good damage off. Maybe 2 cracks. It's a 2v3 right now, I believe. He's going to slide in. 14 sprays coming out right there. Hemlock, they do get a knock right there. He's going to play the knockdown shield. Does he get a knock on the Wraith? That is a 1v1 Pickett versus someone else. Gibby coming around the corner. Gun shield, and that'll do it. That'll do it right there. That gun shield saving Gibby's life and winning the fight for Team Buff Pathfinder. That was a long, interesting fight right there in Lava Fissure.
It's just unfortunate because, Bangalore, as well as you could play right there, just doesn't offer anything in those type of team fights. And it could be something like the Gibraltar Shield that really starts to turn it. And Pickett was doing whatever he could, but Buff Pathfinder just so annoying with that caustic with Gibraltar. Came through, they were able to execute, and unfortunately, Team Rockstar are going to be taken out as our first or second team. I believe second team now eliminated. Scans coming through. They're going to show us the zone on Applejack's side. This is Tush's prediction on the bottom 20 teams to go and try to, or bottom 10 teams, excuse me. These guys are sitting in 12th place right now, trying to make their way up the leaderboard. And look at that. Blessed again with a refinery zone. Team Cheez-It this time. Better not blow it.
And Team Solafide having to rotate across the entire universe. I want to point out in that fight in Lava Fissure, you saw when Tech was down low by himself as Bang, and they saw that, and about a millisecond later, they busted out that door FBI style and just aped him. I thought that was a very good play. I just wanted to highlight that. But yeah, a refinery circle. It's very unfortunate for Solafide. I feel like when the circle pulls towards one edge of the map first game, it tends to kind of pull in the same area most of the time. You don't see a very versatile circle dispersion, I guess you could say, throughout like an 8-game series. I feel like it pulls towards the same side. What do you think about that? Do you think it pulls different ways or what?
It does. Yeah, no, we have like this kind of ongoing joke that we're kind of tired of seeing it happen, but we'll see if that's going to continue to be the case. That's 2 out of 4 games already towards the refinery side, and that's heavy refinery. There's definitely 1,000% chance that it's going to move over towards there. We've had a couple questionable circles where we didn't know it was going to pull before, one kind of heading over towards the sorting side, but now we'll see what Applejack is going to do. They're making a portal play over towards the side, going to pop a couple of R9 shots off over towards the side, also has caustic gas in front of him, so has to be a little bit careful, but Clan's not even electing to hit a cell throughout all this, so he must have some information that these players are weak and feels extremely confident with his position, but I wouldn't be feeling too confident because he's just a burst or 2 away from having to dip out, and there it is. He sensed the scary situation and doesn't leave with too much distance between him and the portal, which is really smart. If you are Lion or Kenny, the last thing you want to do is see your Wraith go and make a airhead play like setting a portal and just not coming back to it, leaving yourself in a 2v3 situation. So now Applejack's starting to get more aggressive and Ping's going down over towards this train side. Doesn't look like they're interested in leaving this team alone at all, but this to me screams third party. I'd be careful if I was Applejack's.
Yeah, they look like they're falling back right now. They didn't really like what they were seeing, and you were right, 100%. Total third party coming in from the bridge area. They do get scanned. They are going to play probably the top roof of this building. Does this team push in and take this fight? I mean, it's just going to be reverse third party if they end up taking this, but white armor tags on that Wraith portaling to the building over to the south. And the fight's probably going to stall out here, knowing that there's 3 teams in the area, and pretty much the first 2 to fight are most likely going to die, and the third team is going to come out on top. So we're probably going to see a little bit of a little pause, a little truce right here.
I think we're seeing Applejack's playstyle kind of come into fruition here, where they're wanting to stay within drone distance of a beacon scan. And while they do have zone number 2 called out, the zone number 3 information that they're going to be able to get here is going to be very useful. And if they're one of the first teams to get the zone 3 information, that may give them an opportunity to start thinking about exactly where they want to go and rotate. But you see this refinery zone, and you'd be crazy not to think that this is exactly where it's going to be. Team Cheez-It, again, this is where they land. This is the spot that they've gone and picked. They don't have really a defensive character. They're not going to have any Watson, no Caustic here. It's not going to be any Bloodhound scans. So they're going to have to play this the right way. Could use a couple of different zip lines, maybe to get towards the top of the toilet to fight this team if you wanted to. Get a couple different angles. 41, extra 26. That shield is going to be cracked right there. Easy to shoot that Watson fence. These Watson fences weren't placed correctly, which means this team should be easy to clap. That's going to be Farmer Lucas going down first. More flesh over towards the side. Looks like Bird's going to get involved too. A lot of different teams over here in this area. Now, this is a priority spot for Team Cheez-It to lock in, but again, they don't have any type of defensive character. So if anyone wants to go and push in, it should be fairly easy. Third parties possibly coming through. I would keep that fence in the back just for some sort of show. Now Nestle Pure Life over towards this high ground, trying to gatekeep over towards this backhand side on the northwest. But nice job there by Team Cheez-It pushing in and clearing out the area. And it's it's important for them to eliminate as many teams over here as possible.
Yeah, that wasn't the best defensive hold that I've seen from a Watson team. They seemed lost. They seemed like their comms were kind of all over the place. You saw the Wraith get, she was in that box corner, and then the Watson was in a corner by herself as well, as the Bloodhound went out another door. I mean, I feel like they just got picked apart right there, but that was a good job on the offensive attack for sure. We got Nestle Pure Life in the spot that I was talking about. Remember when I was talking about these rocks earlier? They're super annoying. You could probably get on the one to the left as well, that huge one, and no one can really shoot you if you get in a little crater of the rock. But we're just seeing some kind of some grief in action going on with the 2 to 4 Hemlock over here on Overlook. They're probably going to sit here for a while. I'm not sure why they're holding this. You know, they're kind of just wasting their own time, right, Tom? I mean, you see the circle. They're not in it. They might play, like, to the right down low in the valley area, maybe behind a rock. But, I mean, it's clear that the circle is going to pull towards Refinery, and I feel like they're just wasting their time sitting up here. They might be trying to gatekeep, but what do you think their thought process is?
I think their thought process is that the only way that they're going to die here is if another team comes behind them. So that's why they're keeping, I believe, Bambino up towards that sniper post on the Overlook side. They may be trying to gatekeep any teams that are coming out over towards like No Name and up that hill. And then once they know that that whole area is cleared, then they're going to make their way up so they just don't end up pinched. So that could really be the only thought process I think could work. Is it looks like some big damage is going to go down from Hambino onto Kanaka. They're going to also pop the caustic gas throughout all of this, so that's going to be able to hold them off as well. But Team Cheez-It going to get aggressive. Strictly, most likely, already probably grappled up towards the top, and there he is flying over towards the door like a good Pathfinder. Are they going to kick this door down? The caustic gas would completely rip them apart. Hierarchy gets taken out by Clane from Applejacks in a separate fight, but with this Watson down over towards the bottom floor, it's really up to Cheez-It to push in here.
I mean, the Caustic, it's Caustic gang right now. He could, I mean, it's still winnable for the Caustic team up top. I mean, he probably has his ult. He probably has 2 more barrels to spare. They're just stalling out right now. They need to put out some damage. He probably should swing the door open. Maybe Strictly gets hit to 1 HP. Mast is low as well. And that's what I'm saying. It's so winnable. Caustic is just so strong up here. Some nades going up top. And Bino getting ticked by a Thermite right now. He might come up top. If he goes up this stairwell, he might get exploded here. I know it's a Wraith. I know she can face. That big 74 pump right there. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 up top. 26 might have got a knock right there. 1 kid behind him. 3v1, I believe. Mast and Strictly getting hit by Caustic Gas. And again, the strength of Caustic is just showing right now in this house. It's so hard to kill a Caustic team. Mast does go down. And if we see a third party here, that just goes to show how strong Caustic is. I mean, if they get a third party and Mast is down, and the Wraith gets hit while she's resing, I mean, it's crazy how much Caustic can stall out a fight.
There goes the scans, but I don't know if it's going to be in time because the res happened before the scan comes through. Some shots over through the window. Mast doesn't look like he has his bubble quite yet. Does get the armor swap. It's not full, but it looks like he is going to be able to hit this med kit. So 2 times Cheez-It has infiltrated inside of a building, and 2 times Cheez-It has been able to clear them out, and now they own this building over towards the refinery side. Still a lot of different options on where this zone is going to pull. We know that zone that pulls over towards those yellow tanks, which is very popular. You're going to see a lot of different teams lock that down. Strictly would be able to send a nice little zip line up towards the top of those if that's where it will end up. And now the zone pulls, you see they're still going to be in here. So a lot of different endings. There is also an ending kind of close to where they're at. There's another ending over kind of towards the toilet bowl. There's another ending that ends kind of directly below the train tracks and refinery. So either way, Team Cheez-It still in a pretty good position.
100%. You know what I miss about Apex? I miss the train. I miss the moving train. I thought it added so much versatility, especially in late game over here when it parks in the station, starts to move around. I remember one game in the ALGS, maybe like finals or playoffs or something like that. I remember Urice or someone or Hal dropping down and getting getting sucked up by the train and taken back into zone. I don't know. I think it just added a lot of versatility. I guess they parked the train. I'm not sure. What do they do with that thing?
Maybe it got blown up or something like that, or maybe just like fell off. Maybe World's Edge is a flat Earth conspiracy and it just fell right off the side of the Earth. Maybe that's why they call it World's Edge. Who absolutely knows? But Team Razor, after their big performance in game number 3, trying to have a repeat performance in game number 4, but a much slower game for them. Scanning to come out from Zero Tricky. He's also got the gold helmet, so the scans are going to be coming through very fast. Going to be annoying for anybody trying to make their way up over from that bottom area, but they're in a pretty decent spot too. We know where Team Cheez-It is. They're going to be located in those buildings, not too far from them, but they are basically just waiting and gatekeeping at this point, trying to own this high ground, trying to own all these little crevices and rocks. And they have the good weapons for it. Charge rifle coming in for Muffins, connects on a lot of damage. You can see Blake actually gets a knock over towards the top right-hand side. We'll see if that continues to happen. But either way, I really like this position coming in from Team Razor. They don't have many opportunities to get shot from the back, and they're going to be able to bully a lot of different teams.
Yeah, you see in the kill feed right now, there is a Kraber in play, so that's going to be mentally noted by all the teams. But yeah, this is a pretty solid spot. They can get approached from their backside right now. I believe it's the east along the ridge line. Yeah, what he's looking at right now, about southeast. There will be a team that probably elects to kind of run that ridge line and maybe try to force them downward, but they'll probably see them before that happens. But nonetheless, they are in a good spot right now. See the charge rifle absolutely griefing. Big 65 burst right there from Muffins. They're probably just going to sit here for the time being and get as many picks as they can.
Now I think about it, Touche, this is kind of where they held in the previous game, right? Where they had that refinery zone, and then we saw Team Rockstar kind of fly at them. And it was Zero Tricky with the double kill, as we see some great shots there from Hackula with the R301 2X. We'll see if Muffins wants to defensive bombardment that, and I think he already did throw that one down. He does get the knock. That's going to be on the gentrifying. Great heads-up play there from Muffins on the weak player, kind of using that defensive bombardment as a grenade. You see the bubble's going to be used coming in from both teams now. We'll see if Team Razor is going to be able to infiltrate onto Sola Fide. Results are going to get re-knocked over towards the side. Blake's going to join the fight as well. So this is a third and fourth party joining in. Hackula is not able to hit the res. He's not even able to hit a portal throughout all that either. Just going to have to queue away, leave Muffins, and hopefully a fourth or fifth party comes back so they can get him involved. No, Muffins gets thirsted. An unfortunate situation there for Team Razor, trying to take advantage of eliminating Solafide, who's sitting in first place, but ends up biting him back.
I mean, yeah, that's what happens. They kind of lost their discipline. They kind of lost the, the end game mission. They gave up their position. They liked their position of where they're at. They did get a knock, but I don't think. Maybe Hackula probably should have portaled. Honestly, probably should have portaled from where they were, because they gave up height, and a team immediately followed where they came from and just caused Muffins to die. They did get the KP out of it. They did eliminate Solafide, who is in first. That's good. There are some takeaways that are positives out of that. But however, they could have used the portal. They didn't, and now they're going to have to two-man the rest of this lobby.
A couple opportunities to use the portal, right? Maybe as soon as Muffins gets knocked, he immediately sends it because he ended up getting safe and got out of there, and he also hit his Q. So it was just a matter of, what time do you go and use that portal now? If he doesn't get it on the rotation and they're not using it to their advantage to get into zone number 4, all else is going to be lost. But zone number 4, if you've ever played ranked or competitive in these sweaty lobbies, that's kind of the death zone. That's where a lot of these teams on the outside really make it difficult, or a lot of these teams on the inside make it difficult for the teams on the outside to get in. Wicked from dying on rotate is going to get the knock. That's the third party that came in from Blake. So that's a fourth and fifth party over there towards the top of that hill. Meanwhile, Nestle Pure Life just sitting here, and a lot of those zones that we mentioned are still in play. So no one really knowing exactly where this one's going to end, but Nestle Pure Life has to be feeling good about the high ground that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. They're sitting pretty there in circle. I think the circle is probably going to pull. I'm not sure if it's going to pull towards the big yellow structure. Zero Tricky going for the long range Eva right here and the scan while in the open. Not seeing a Chow right there. 2-6 tags on the caustic, and Dabs does go down. Ooh, and Zero Tricky gets hit with a headshot from Clane Season. Probably a skull pierce headshot for around 90 right there. Hakula going for the gold bag res. Do we see a push from Clane and company right now? I'm not sure. I don't see anything coming from the right side. Again, the gold bag is going to provide some time. And here comes the portal that we were waiting on. Hakula going to put it as close as he can to those buildings, maybe behind that rock. We're going to hop on board with Dying on rotate as they are looking. Hemlock going crazy. About 60 damage on that purple. And they're going to rotate back around and maybe slide down the hill and play this top yellow crane area possibly. Or just try to get inside and lock down one of those little rooms with the double doors on it.
And that's the spot that Team Razor actually had before they pushed on to Solafide. So we'll see how much they're going to be able to get out of that position as Team Cheez-It. They've been having a pretty good game overall. Again, they land over towards Refinery. It's Cheez-It week. They got clapped in the previous Refinery game, unfortunately, but the amount of armor swaps that they have in this building just goes to show how long they've actually locked it down. And now we have the zone pull. It's over back down towards the toilet bowl. One of the many guesses that we had ends up paying off. Team Cheez-It was actually over there a lot earlier into the game when they go and wiped out. I think they wiped out Team Pop-Tarts over there and Farmer Lucas. So they've elected to go rotate a little bit more safe into an area where it's much better to hold down this high ground instead of having a Caustic or a Watson on their composition. They don't. They're just going to have to play the edge. Maybe a good bubble here. Are they going to send the zip line towards the top of the toilet bowl? What do you think?
I don't think that would be the play. I think even going across the zip line, I mean, there's going to be about 6 kids shooting at them, and with a Pathfinder on it, that's a thick boy right there. It's a thick boy, and he's real easy to shoot. I think he would probably fall off it about halfway or just turn around and maybe get shot while trying to get back inside. So I don't think they're going to do it. It would be very ambitious if they did, but I don't think it would pay off for them in the end. So the circle is pulling Donut and more towards the back. I mean, this team right here, Flashpoint, is probably in the best spot, no doubt. I don't know if there's any places back there. I haven't been on that spot of the map behind that donut in a very long time, so I don't know if there's much cover back there. So Flashpoint's sitting real pretty in the donut.
You have to assume that there's the team inside the donut and then the team that's kind of sitting on the outskirts there. Meanwhile, Dying on rotate, maybe Dying on rotate here, but it looks like they're going to find a kill. This time on to Cynical. I don't think they're going to finish that guy because they're going to find the rest of the squad mates here. Scan coming through in for turns. They're also going to get rid of that fence. Frag grenade stops them from pushing just for a second, but a counter frag grenade comes in for Wicked. That's the second knock onto this squad with the zone closing. They're going to have to make their move. Both those players are going to end up dying to the zone. We'll see what happens with Dying on rotate. Are they going to live up their name? Which way of the toilet bowl are they going to play? Nicely, Perlife is over inside the bottom of the toilet bowl. Wicked now stuck over here having to shoot the gas, but he's still in the zone, so he has to move in just a little bit more as looks like Flashpoint pushes inside and behind onto Nestle Pure Life throughout all that. So an extremely aggressive play coming out for Team Flashpoint while they were in the best spot. Players on both sides of these doors. Nice job by Rambo finishing that one, but Team Cheez-It now makes their move, and they're going to be able to get rewarded with some big points here. So nice timing from Team Cheez-It, now 3 squads alive.
That was an absolute war that Rambo just won in there. He tries to crank a res, but doesn't get it off in time. I'm not sure why they dropped down. That was very, very questionable, in my opinion, but I think that cost them the game. I'm not sure if they even got KP out of it, but now you see Strictly going up and down. He's going to be playing on top of the toilet bowl. They're looking for the last 2 teams. Not sure how many are left. I want to point out the caustic trap that caused Wicked and them a lot of trouble. It was right above that little stairwell when they were rotating in, and the only people that made it in was Bloodhound and Caustic, but the Wraith got absolutely decimated. Once the trap was activated, it slowed her up, and she got rolled on the way in on that rotate from Storm.
I really feel like there has to be rats on the map, and it is. One rat is Clane. If we could scroll through and find out who exactly are the rest of the players, perfectly done. Dying on rotate. So now we have a 3 versus 2 versus 1. And now Team Cheez-It trying to win their first game during Team Cheez-It week. They got blessed with the zone. Another refinery zone. Locking it down over here. And look at this. The zone ends directly in front of them. So both of those players, both of those teams going to have to vacate here out of the donut very shortly. And Team Cheez-It just waiting for this zone to close.
Yeah, if Team Cheez-It loses this game, I'll shave my head. This should be very easy for them. I think the solo from Applejack is going to go down, and it should be a clean 2v3. We're about to find out what happens. It's going to stall out a bit. A lot of people are going to play inside the donut, but, I mean, really, look at this head glitch. Look at the positioning, the spread. the awareness. I mean, there's only 2 doors you could funnel out of. The Rat's going to be picked out on top pretty soon here. Again, if they lose this game, I'll shave my head.
And we'll see if the defensive bombardment is in the hand of Mask. If he wants to go and use that, he can literally eliminate one of these doors easily. Has it in his hand. I would love to see him throw that one. Again, the caustic gas is going to come through, and that's going to connect. That's going to force these players off of their spot. There's a defensive bombardment. Looks like he wants to go and use that for the door right in front of him. Still hasn't used yet. Needs to realize that that will even go through the toilet bowl onto the players over towards the center, but he's waiting until the zone actually pushes them out. That's going to come through. They're going to be stuck underneath the staircase. The other player, Clane, looks like he made his way over towards the second area. Turns, pushes over towards the side, takes out Strictly. And now they have a 2 versus 2 versus 1. Wicked gets taken down by Hambino. Now a 2 versus 1 versus 1. Both players taking that head glitch. Team Cheez-It in a great position here. Still has the bubble. He wants to go and use it. Taking a lot of zone damage over towards the side. Needs to be careful. That player is going to be taken down. That's going to be Clane. You still have 1 player from dying on rotate alive. And fortunately for Deltuche, he doesn't shave his head. It's Team Cheez-It with the dub.
You know, Strictly, it made me a bit nervous right there. I saw Pathfinder way out of position in the open, and I knew it was going to happen. I knew you were going to go down. We all did. And you made me nervous. My hands started sweating a little bit. I didn't want to shave my head. I'm a man of my word, and I would have done it. But good thing is they pulled it out, even though they had a man go down a little bit early right there. Great positioning, great rotation. And they got the dub. Good job.
Congratulations to Team Cheez-It getting a dub during their week. They're also going to be in a decent position to possibly take over first place from Solifide. But that's it for game number 4. We're going to move to halftime, tally up the scores on our Mobile One leaderboard, and we'll be right back.
What's up, guys? I'm Strictly. I play for Team Cheez-Its. My favorite Cheez-It flavor is the jalapeno ones. You know, we like to keep it spicy around here.
Oh my gosh, bro. Like I don't even know any. I don't know anymore.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. We're live.
We're live now.
Okay.
Oh, now we're live.
Holy smokes. Okay. Halftime show here at Esports Arena Studios in downtown Santa Ana, California. You'll notice a little something on the something different. I was mentioning the Cheez-It trophy. Well, we got a little special trophy here. Shane, who's this trophy for?
Well, it's for none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mr. Hakulo.
Let's get a close-up on this bad boy right here. Let's get a close-up on that. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. This guy right here. Mr. Hakulo. Man, I hope this camera's on, because if it's not, we look silly from that camera right there.
We do.
Anyway, Mr. Hakulo.
We're back.
Team Razor. Congratulations, boys, on the big win for the inaugural season of Series E. This trophy was hand-selected by Shane himself. And, dude, this thing's a brick.
It's pretty heavy, dude. It's heavier than it looks, for sure.
This is super heavy. Anyway, this is sick. Series E on it. It's going to live on the shelf of Team Razor. Congratulations, boys, for taking home the trophy and the dub for Season 1. Anything you want to say about Team Razor? I mean, we mentioned them before. We've been pumping their tires a bit now.
Honestly, I mean, when it comes to Team Razor, Mr. Hakulo, I mean, I've done quite a bit of the spectating here for Season 1, and honestly, Mr. Hakulo is nuts. A lot of the people in the studio actually thought he was cheating for a couple weeks, so we actually had to keep an extra eye on him.
They're
to
still
make sure.
thinking.
Yeah, they actually still think that he's cheating. So I mean,
Wait,
you know,
he's not even playing today, is he? Huh?
Yeah, he actually is. No, he's playing today.
Oh, he is?
Actually, I think he's actually going to be a part of our Mobile One High Performance Moment. So speaking of that, let's play this clip and get right into it.
First, before playing, I thanked all the sponsors in the pregame show. I forgot our latest edition of sponsors, Mobile One. Thank you guys so much for your support and for letting us highlight these awesome plays from these players. So I think it's time to roll it.
Yeah, let's roll it.
Okay, slow-mo. We are going slow-mo.
Yep, we are going slow-mo.
Okay.
So here we are with Mr. Hakulo himself. It looks like Team Razor is here pushing in for a team fight. The scan comes out from Zeratricky, and they actually got 3 people on the other side of this blue crate here. So they're creeping up. They know that there is 3 players here on the other side. So this is a full engage. This is where in team comms, this is where they're saying, you know, like, we're taking the full fight. This is, I like to call it a power play. That's what we used to call it.
Rushing.
Yeah, so you can pause it right here. This is pretty much here. Zeratricky has the first aggressive angle. He gets up on top of the blue bend. They don't actually know what's going on right now. They just know that there is teams that are fighting. So he goes up. This is the first vision to actually get on the other side of the blue crate. So you can play it back from here.
So they knew there was a team back
They knew there was a team that just got done fight or was still currently in a fight. So they knew that there was some action going on here. So this is the first visible line of sight that they actually get from the opposing team. And it looks like Zeratricky has a little high ground angle here.
All shots right there.
Yeah, he's just hit firing away, but he does connect with the end of his clip of the Volt. And actually, the Volt is one of the best guns in the game. It is kind of replacing the R99 right now because it does offer more range than your standard SMG.
So where'd that come from? Someone just came up and lasered that guy.
Yeah, so Hakulo actually finishes off that player right there. He gets 96, cracking the gold shield on that player, and then Hakulo pumps him once and gets that first frag. So that's when, you know, they make this is when they're, you know, they're thinking they see blood in the water, right?
Yeah,
they want to finish the fight. They want to be able to get the KP for their team, and they want to secure the loot because this is actually going to give them a lot of room to work with on this side of the zone if they can actually wipe this team. So with that being said, they get the first knock, and they're full sending at this point. They know they have the angle. They actually focus fire down this player, even though Zeratricky, my man, doesn't hit one bullet. They don't hit one bullet, but you know our boy Hakulo over here is beaming. So we know we
were on the wrong guy this time. Although he
does.
Zeratricky did not miss a shot on that first one.
Honestly, a lot of people do give Zeratricky a lot of crap, you know, since Hakulo is on his team, and a lot of people do say, like, you know, Hakulo's a carry, Hakulo's a carry. But actually, I took a look at the stats the other day. And that being said, Zeratricky is actually in first place for all damage right now. He has the most damage in the whole league. So he doesn't have the KP, but he's doing the damage in the team fight. So he's making
who's the most valuable gamer, would you say, right now is leading the charge?
I mean,
because I hold the power for that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, honestly, we're going to have to wait and see because, you know, we still got a little bit of time left in Series E to, you know, play out. So, I mean, it's anyone's game.
A little bit.
Anyone's game, you know?
So this is it. So we're still on Zeratricky right now, just absolutely annihilating. I mean, who are they taking out here?
Yeah, it looked like it was a bit of Cooler. Yeah, it looks like it was Cooler here. So they actually get the best of Cooler here, even though Cooler just looked like they got finished with a fight. But, I mean, this is huge for his team. Zeratricky's able to come in, get the last KP for the player, and armor swap behind cover. So, yeah, he does actually get res. So, they're able to finish off this team. They're able to get the armor swaps, and then Hackula is actually able to get picked back up into the fight and get a reset. So, that actually allows them to, you know, get back in and make another play for their team. So, that was pretty good stuff for them. But
That's
I mean,
good stuff. That was the Mobile One high performance moment. Mobile One, I don't know, the fact they're getting involved in esports is really cool. Allows us to do what we do, allows us to pay the players, and allows us to continue to provide more content, more opportunities for Apex Legends in general. Ryan, thank you for bringing up the leaderboard. I want to talk about the leaderboard a bit because, first of all, I was confused, right? Shane, you and Luke and Blendy and the other guys, I mean, you guys have put together this format, ALGS format, I would imagine, right?
ALGS point system, yeah, but then our own league format, I guess you could say. But yeah.
So the point system, so when I look at this, right, I see all these points and I'm going, okay, great. Razer clearly is winning. Intel clearly got their spot. So this means the top 4 spots qualify for Season 2. Now you guys are telling me that, yeah, Tyler, you're right, because I'm thinking like, well, gosh darn it, I wanted Team Pringles to be in there.
You were,
and you're like, well, don't worry, Tyler, they are. And now today, you tell me, don't worry, Tyler, they're not anymore. So explain to me what is actually going to go on with these 4 teams that are actually in for Season 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
But aren't going to be actually in Season 2. I mean, I'm confused here.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll dive right into it. So pretty much to be able to keep your spot for Season 2, not only do you have to be in the top 4 to not get relegated, but you also have to keep 2 out of the 3 of your members on the same team. So if you guys pretty much disband, or if you only have 1 member on the team, you guys don't get to keep your sponsorship. It goes to someone else down further on the list. So Team Intel, I do know that Team Intel is not going to be playing together for Season 2. They're going to be breaking up. So with that being said,
all 3 of them are breaking up.
All 3 of them are breaking up. They're going their own ways. They're splitting paths.
Was there some drama we don't know about?
I mean, you know, egos. You know, you could say egos get in the way, but you know, they're all great players. So I mean, maybe they might be on a team for Season 2. They might try to requalify with their new teams.
So we got the Intel dad, who's always in chat, right? Intel dad.
Yep, Tempest's dad. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Tempest I feel like, was a phenomenal player. Watching that guy play, that kid was great. So, sorry, Tempest dad. Tempest has to qualify on a different team now for Season 2.
But I'm sure he's going to do it. He's got a good chance. He's got a good chance.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Intel out, which brings my boys, Julius Pringles. Which, by the way, did you guys see their new logo with the gamer headset on the Pringle? Look for it in the next round, the next half. Literally, the Julius Pringles sent us over, Kellogg sent us over their new logo. Julius Pringles is actually wearing a headset with a microphone.
Inspired.
No joke. They're all in like this gaming stuff. They're going to do some cool stuff with Halo coming out. It's pretty sick. So anyway, Pringles now moves up into the 4th spot to take home the qualifying round in Season 2.
And we would see Pringles is actually they've had a lot of heart throughout the season. I know at the beginning of the season they actually were in last place for, I want to say, the first couple of weeks. They're struggling, and to see them work their way up all the way up into this top 5 spot, that's something in itself.
Like hundreds said he's removing himself from the competitive scene,
yeah, because he originally came in as a streamer, so you know, and you know, he enjoyed his experience, so it was pretty cool watching them play. But you know, they aren't staying together for Season 2. Their team is actually breaking up. You know,
what?
Yep, they're breaking up. You know, hey, this is where the boys become men. You know what I mean? This is where we got to breed the best players in North America right here in Series E. So with that being said, that puts the next team up on the chopping block, and that's going to be Nestle Pure Life. Yep.
So these guys come from Team 6 to Team 4.
Absolutely.
Rice Krispies, they're not disbanding, are they?
No, they're staying together.
Rockstar, they're staying together?
They're staying together.
All right, hell yeah. So these guys all move up. Razor's keeping their spot. And then Pringles disbanding, Intel disbanding, Nestle Pure Life moves up in that 4th spot.
Yep.
Damn, Apple Jacks. Oh, I guess there's really no chance, really. I mean, they were pretty far behind regardless, huh? But that's pretty sick.
It's pretty crazy.
I like Nestle Pure Life. I actually like those guys. Those guys are pretty sick. When we did their content with them and they did the bottle flips and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are awesome to work with. I really hope you guys crush it in this off season and can really make a splash next season and take something away from Team Razer. Rockstar as well. Rockstar trying to take away from Team Razer. Razer's that team to beat. We need someone to dethrone these guys. Who do you like coming into next season. So who's already qualified, I guess, that's not on this list right here? Like
so,
TB1C?
So actually I have some insider knowledge. So 2B1C would have been, the top prospect coming into season 2 as a free agent team. I actually found out that they did disband.
What's with this, man?
They disbanded, and they were one of the best free agent
teams. It's like
teams.
episodes of The Bachelor here, man. Like, holy smokes!
You're telling me, man. You're telling me. So 2B1C, they actually ended up breaking up, but there's a couple teams that you got to keep your eye on. So Flashpoint and Shame Assist, definitely up there. And then the other one is Crafting. You got to keep your eye out for Crafting. So those are kind of can't forget about Zen. So Zach Mazer and the boys as well. So all those guys. Top prospect. That's who I'm going for season 2. So I guess my final answer is Zen.
Zen.
Yes,
so you think Zen's the team to take down Team Razor?
Yep.
And Team Zen, we'll find out on draft day on March 2nd this year as far as which partner team they're going to be. So Team Zen, congrats for getting Shane's pick of being the guys to take down Team Razor. I still think the new Team Pringles.
Okay.
I've got Julius is in my heart. You know what I mean? So I've kind of got a feeling for him. At any rate, we want to wrap this up. But Shane, tell me just real quick how much you just love Series E and why what we're doing here and what you've helped build is so meaningful and why everyone that's here listening, why it matters to them.
Yeah, I mean, I love Series E. So, I mean, honestly, the opportunity that Series E brings for all of you all you competitors out there that are trying to make a name for yourself in the scene, you got to really sit back and just understand that something like this doesn't exist in esports, right? Series E, this is the first of its kind. This really hasn't happened before. All these major brands getting into gaming, being involved in Series E the way that they are, being able to support you guys as players, and just we have an amazing opportunity that honestly I wish I had when I was a competitor back in the day when I was trying to make a name for myself. So just really think about that, and just moving forward, we're going to be here for a while, and we just want to help support you guys to, get to be your best self and,
take advantage of Series E.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, we understand that this is more or less, pros, amateurs, semi-pros all coming together and proving a name for themselves. And we've created these, not created these names. You guys created it yourself, and you've proven it here during Series E. Season 2 is only going to get better. We're bringing in a lot more talent. We're bringing in more viewership, and we're bringing in more money. That's all what we wanted to do is bring these partners in to feed it back into the system and the community of Apex Legends. But guys, we're going to send it off back to round 2 of the second half here. And Shane, I appreciate you putting all this together. Appreciate you guys putting all this together. Thanks a lot, and we'll be back with the second half.
Yeah,
thanks a lot. Down 2, T squared. Take it away. After.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. You just got the lowdown and all the team drama, Touche. Everybody jumping ship. It's like it's the Titanic, man. What's going on?
I don't know, honestly. I have no clue what's going on. I mean, I feel like you gotta, if you want something to work out, you gotta put your all into it. You can't be jumping ship all crazy. You're not gonna make it in the waters. You gotta stay on board. You gotta give it your all. So I don't know. We'll see how it pans out for everybody. But I'm looking forward to this second half. I got myself a nice hot espresso. It's already all gone. I drank it, so I'm feeling good. I'm ready for these next 4 games.
He's hyped up, right? That was halftime. We just got done with 4 games. We're moving into 4 more. We just saw Team Cheez-It win. During Cheez-It week, we've seen 2 refinery circles. Hopefully no more refinery circles after this one. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. If it's up, the Mobile One leaderboard, and see who's winning. It's Flashpoint tied with the Cheez-It. Unfortunately for Solafide, they've kind of slipped down after being the leaders the last 2 games, but I'm sure they'll bump back. And again, rotating from Thermal is no joke. Razor hanging in there. Rice Krispies is there. But you still have a lot of teams within the vicinity, within striking distance. I'd say if you still got around 20 points, you should be feeling pretty good. No big deal. Still a lot of games to go and make up here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's halftime. I mean, that's the time to adjust. If you don't like where you're at right now, you go in the locker room, aka the room that you're in by yourself with no one else. But you get into Discord. That's the gamer locker room. You get into Discord and you hype each other up. You talk about what you did right. You talk about what you did wrong. You make adjustments. And you go out in the second half and you give it everything you got.
Bust out a couple burpees, a couple push-ups, thumb push-ups, whatever you got to do to get ready to get that blood flowing. We already know that, Touche is taking, espresso shots over towards the back. So we'll see if we can calm him down a little bit. Most likely not, because we're most likely starting game over 5 here very shortly. So we're going to get on and popping again. I want to see a different zone besides the refinery zones. I'd like to see something more towards like sorting, more, I guess, like lava dome zones are a lot of fun to go and watch. I would even like to see a thermal station zone if we could see the team slow it down a little bit. Tree is another really good spot. Anything besides that north side. Also, I want to kind of avoid Skyhook Trials. I feel like Trials is probably the most OP zone. If anyone gets over there towards that high ground, that's probably the last spot that I'd want to go and fight anybody. But it's been pretty fun to watch. We've had a lot of different team compositions, but our boy Strictly from Team Cheez-It is busting out the first Pathfinder win we've had all day. Shout out to him.
Yeah, and that is a risky move. I mean, again, with these teams playing the way they're playing at a high level, calling out shots, who to focus, what to do, who's weak. I mean, when you peak on Pathfinder, you feel it. Sure, you might hit someone for 100, but you're probably getting hit for 160, and you just fall down. And also, when you're grappling away, you're not really safe unless if it's a really, really good grapple with an off angle. You can get fried off that grapple. It's happened to me pretty much every time I've gone for a grapple. So, I mean, it's a very risky thing, but shout out to him. He's sticking with it. He's doing his best, and he got a dub last game. So, I mean, more power to him.
It's also going to be able to give us the scan to find out that's going to be a countdown zone. Is K-Swin going to get the knock over there? And the finisher is Wicked's going to find one onto Casellas from Team Pringles. Team Pringles not having themselves too hot of a day. The boss over here with 1,000 different zeros and 0 armor is going to pick up an empty one right there. His boy Caustic at least is going to have purple. We'll see what he's going to be able to do. Maybe chuck a couple of barrels around, be annoying like that. But you don't want to go down that fast into the game. This is not a good look over here towards this Lava City side zone. Again, countdown side. So pretty far rotation here as they're going against a pretty skilled team. This is going to be Flashpoint. It's going to be Rambo with the knock. I believe Flashpoint is sitting over towards the top of our leaderboard too, playing with Nasky as a sub. So 2 players from the EU, 1 player from the NA as Rambo's holding it down over here. And this is a pretty interesting team composition. They're going to be able to finish these guys off and clear out Lava City for themselves.
Looking for a little bit better shots of the Massive right there. Nonetheless, got the job done. The Caustic did swap from perp to blue. Good for him, but it wasn't enough. A 1v3, you're most likely not going to win that with all of them pushing on you like that. We see the zone on the screen right now. It is a countdown / lava fissure zone. Those could get pretty fun. I enjoy fissure circles, but again, as you were saying earlier, the trials circle, man, that has got to be the least exciting zone on the map. I mean, it's just so annoying. I mean, the height is ridiculous, and you can't really counter it too much unless if you third party, which means someone else had to counter it, which typically doesn't happen in these games where there's so much on the line. So we're getting a little bit of a mix-up like you asked for, Tom, so that's a plus.
A little bit of a mix-up, yeah. Teams that come to mind for NA holding down those zones that are extremely annoying. CLG has been up there 1,000 times. Seen Team Liquid over there. Team Razor is one of those teams that like to lock that down because they land over towards the Skyhook side. But Team Applejacks, they're on the fragment side. Love this team composition. This has been really popular in the EMEA region. See if they're going to continue to be able to execute that one. Touche loves the Applejacks, so we'll see. I wouldn't even be opposed to mixing Applejacks with a different type of cereal. See how that one goes. Maybe, I don't know, Rice Krispies Rice Krispies and Apple Jacks? I don't know. We'll see.
No, Rice
I think
Krispies, a
that'd be
little
the
bit of
best combo.
sweetness, not too much overpowering flavor. I think, the cinnamon with the sweet, it could work out. That's not a bad first draft right there from you there, Tom. I don't know, though. I think it's kind of a sin to, mix such a S tier cereal with something else like that. I'm a big Apple Jacks guy, if you can't tell.
Wow. All right, we'll see. Rice Krispies, they won last game. Let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Bird on the Watson. Bird has played so many different characters. It's actually kind of crazy because I feel like he's one of the strongest Gibraltars that we have, but he's mixed it up and has played about 3 or 4 different things and now is landing on Watson. So I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to continue to do well with this. Casper also coming in for Sung, who Sung was playing a lot of Caustic and was one of the original Caustics in terms of competitive. They ended up winning a couple of ALGSs ago, and they had big games on Kings Canyon. Now a different roster is Casper's going to try to do his best to fill Sung's shoes. We have a fight over towards the Lava City side. It's going to be Team Flashpoint again. Getting into another skirmish over here. I'm not sure what team this is, but it's definitely a Horizon team. That's going to be Poli and Touche. What are these teams doing charging Lava City?
I'm not sure. They're probably just looking for, it was just right after the locker room, so they might have just got himself a little too hyped and kind of just lost the end game goal at hand and went for some early game kills. But that's a quick L, and that might settle him down real quick. I don't know. Coach might have riled them up a little bit in the locker room. They came out swinging, but they missed. So.
And that's 5 kills for Rambo. There's only 6 people that have been eliminated, as Klein actually from Applejacks is getting a knock on a phase. But that's always a great feeling. You're just into this game, 2 minutes in, and you already have 5 kills. Great start there for Rambo. Applejacks, they're still in the skirmish over here towards the Skyhook side. A lot of fences going down. They're going to be able to shoot these two. Klein's already up there. He gets stuck. It's Kanaka with the nasty Arc Star. I'm not sure if the even Lion's going to be able to get this res. He's going to have to throw down some barrels. Kenny gets aggressive. That must mean these players are weak, as it looks like there's a third party coming through. They should hit that res if they can, and they already are. Yeah, nice job by Lion.
Yeah, great job. That was a crazy little transition right there. He got hit with a triple take for probably maybe 114 or 72, the classic, either full body shot or full headshot. And then he got stuck with the Arc Star, which does 30 damage on flesh when you stuck, and he fell over, stabbed him right in the chest, and he tripped up. But he does get the res. We're looking at a nice rock here that's very pretty, and we are seeing some craziness happening from Team Aqualix. What is this skeevery? I'm about to puke. I feel nauseous. What is going on here?
How is this even a spot? And when you see this, I would think that this would have been Nestle Pure Life and E-Boy Ronnie leading the charge, but instead, some pretty sneaky plays. Let's leave them be and let them kind of do their thing. We don't want to kind of jinx where they're at. See if we could scroll through and see what's going on with the rest of the squads, because Applejacks is getting busy. Miracle Sniper actually takes him down, but they should be able to come and get this res fairly easily. That's the fight finally coming through from Applejacks. Easy reset again. Not too far from the zone, but also not in a spot where it looks like they're getting third partied immediately. There's the scan coming through. There's the aggressive push, but this means that from the scan that I saw, these guys are a little bit split. The caustic gas coming through. Klein ate it. That's going to be dying on rotate.
And Wicked with a big beam to the gas right to the flatline. That flatline and then McKay hits a little bit different. Big spray. Does he get the knock right here? That would have been huge for them. He doesn't get it. Bloodhound is weak. And he's going to re-wrap around. Lion is stuck inside, I believe, with multiple kids. He does get pumped. They're both one shot. Going to go for an armor swap here. Doesn't get it. The caustic gas takes him out. Lion, last one alive. Caustic, pretty typical. He does hit with a thermite right there. Not much HP or armor to work with. Actually, full armor, but he does get it tagged up a little bit. Going to take a Phoenix kit and go back to his little safe place right here with the 3 caustic traps. And man, that was a big beam through that smoke and the caustic gas. But I want to talk about how you were talking about Bird earlier. You said he was a very good Watson, or no, a very good Gibraltar.
Gibby.
But he's not been playing it too much, and I think that's what the devs are kind of looking for. We were kind of locked in a 3-man composition that didn't really change for about 2-3 seasons, with maybe one addition like Watson coming in. But now you're seeing a lot of different comps be ran. You see Cryptos, you see Caustics, you see Gibbies, you see Hounds. You see Bangalores in tech shoes sometimes, if he wants to do that. But I like that. I like how the devs have made it to where a lot of different legends are being used in competitive play nowadays.
I really think we're just 1 or 2 more changes away from having everything be really strong. Again, it's pretty obvious who the weak characters are. Bangalore has been one of the OG characters for so long and still hasn't really gotten much love. Maybe if you kind of boost her up back to her old speed boost or just give her something a little bit more, I'd love to just have more viable characters overall. Like everybody's so close to being very strong. Mirage, he's gotten even more love, but not enough. Lifeline's still fairly weak. Pathfinder's even been kind of taken out. So in my opinion, if we're able to get everybody on an even playing field, yeah, of course, like esports isn't the only thing that matters for Apex and things like that. But I think that what happens in esports is if everything's balanced, that's being played at the highest level, then it would be even balanced for casual, really, in my opinion, too. So I agree. I think that we're in a really good spot. We'll see what Rockstar is going to be able to do. They were in a team Intel. Intel gets the first knock. Knocks back and forth all over the place. Pickett's eating a ton of gas over here. Does have a quick armor swap. Doesn't elect to throw the grenade right there. Instead is getting information. Goes for the Arc Star. Most likely going to get flanked any time now. So he's going to go and close this door. Try to block it with his body. Ping's probably going down. Medkit popping off. Only a second away. The door finally opens. He's going to be pinched in between multiple players. So he's going to dip outside of the door here. Try to take an ADS. This could be a 2 or maybe even 3-on-1.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Pickett with pretty much no armor. He does grab a swap right there. It is 3. I think they're dipping on Pickett right now because there might be another team coming in. They seem to be a little bit stressed out. But again, when that team pushed down on that stairwell, Caustic ulted. And again, the strength of Caustic, he's so strong. Once that initial explosion hits and you're blind for that little second or 2 window and you're getting ticked by gas and you can't move, that is the perfect opportunity for a Caustic to swing through and give out much more damage than you could put on the team that threw the Caustic ult. So Caustic pretty much won that fight right there. Pickett is probably going to scramble and run away, his little white armor Watson in the t-shirt. And he's going to be playing solo for a while because this team is not moving, and that is where the banners are. So unfortunate for that team, but it happens.
Aggressive Portal over here, possibly thinking that these players were weak, but as soon as they see that's a Caustic over towards the door, wait a second, was that a... What kind of crazy play was that? I don't even know what this team is doing. Portal's all over the place over towards the side, but the way that they're setting up, this has to be a lava fissure ending. And it could be ending directly kind of where they're at. That building over there is pretty common, right directly over towards, I guess that'd be their southeast, directly behind them. And then there's the ending that's kind of right on that hill over towards their southwest, kind of where that building would be, over towards the right-hand side. Not the one they're directly looking at, but more over towards their west-hand side right here. So we'll see how exactly where this one goes. Definitely not going to go over towards Countdown. Intel is really good at predicting where these zones are going to go. But Hill has switched off another Gibraltar player. It's gone over towards Caustic. And it's interesting to see if you're going to play Caustic, if you're going to play Bloodhound, Gibraltar, or Crypto. I really think that Crypto would be my ideal situation. But I guess it just depends on where you land and what you're used to. Also, you don't want to put someone on a character like Crypto that's just not comfortable playing. You might as well, if they're good at playing Bloodhound, just put them on Bloodhound. If they're good at playing Gibraltar, just put them on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's options too. Like I was saying earlier, we were locked to what? It was Path, Wraith, Gibby? Was that what it was? I mean, we were locked in that for like 2 seasons. Watson came in, and then everyone was using her because it was late game, and everyone wanted fences, and Watson was pretty much locked in. But again, nowadays you got options, and if you have the talent to play different characters or make an adjustment, you're not going to be locked to this little 3 legend scenario we got going on, or we used to have going on. Now there's some versatility, and if you got the players that can play the characters, go for it.
That's why I love watching Team Liquid right now, is because they're playing Horizon and Caustic together. And while that may not be the best for, say, you make it to the ALGS finals, that's going to be the type of composition that you need to kind of get you there, to kind of snowball these other weaker teams. If you're a team like Team Liquid, if you're that skilled at team fighting, if you're a team like TSM, a team like Solafide, there's a handful of teams that really, kind of set themselves apart. CLG, the teams that have actually won tournaments, there's a reason that they've won. They're really good at multiple facets of the game, multiple things of the game. I think Team Liquid's kind of onto something with, you need kills. You need to, not really play too passive in these other lobbies. Otherwise, you're kind of getting steamrolled from, teams that just take random fights, et cetera, et cetera. So they could be, switching up to Crypto or something like that in the finals, and that could be kind of fun to see what they're doing. But dying on rotate, they're over towards the train side. They're playing pretty solid today overall. I think that I've been pretty impressed. Keep in mind, this team's only been together for, this is maybe their 3rd event together. So they're fairly new, going up against a lot of different skilled teams. Going to push over here towards the train area. Nice massive shots, connecting for about 100, 200 damage overall with these massive. Sync only taking about 100 damage and dealing out about 300, 400.
Yeah, that's too easy for him. Sync's a really good player, and that was just clean. He's been there before so many times. It's just he's playing his peaks. He has a Mastiff. They push them. I mean, it's easy. He's playing his little left shoulder strafe, right shoulder strafe, and some clean 2 pumps. I mean, it was simple. He didn't take too much damage at all. He made it look easy. And yeah, that was a clean 2 kills right there. They're looking for the third, chasing down. I would like to see nice sliding pump right there on that kid. I would like to see what our rat team is up to. Have they elected to move around? Have they gotten even comfier? I know the circle's not pulling to where they wanted to. They're gonna have to rotate to lava fissure, but I kind of want to see what they're up to, you know?
Probably eating some s'mores Pop-Tarts or something like that, making some s'mores in the back. Got a little fire going on over there, nice and comfy. Qualix busting out the Beast of the Hunt, which means they're getting pushed over here. Is this going to be Rice Krispie Treats? Problem when you throw these thermites, that means you can't push that door. It's always difficult to be put in that situation. Also takes a little bit of damage, so he's going to have to go and heal. But that's a great counter grenade coming in from, I believe, Bird. The push coming in from the side. That's going to be Kubsky going down. I believe that's Pop-Tarts. A couple players getting clapped very easily there by Rice Krispies, who I believe won, was that game number 3. So they're not too far behind on this leaderboard, sitting on our top-hand side. Nice job by them. Good infiltration of the building.
Yeah, that was a clean 2v3. I believe they got a scan earlier, and they saw it was only 2 people, and they just picked them apart. You saw a thermite go in there and tag both of them, and that was a sign. You saw the back door swing by 2 of them, while Bird sat on the front door and did a lot of damage as well, and that was clean. That's what you want to see. No one went down. No one got third party. We see a nice beam coming from Zero Tricky with the R301 3 times, not missing a bullet on tech as he's trying to get out. And gets absolutely lasered, going for the thirst right there. Definitely going to get it. Zero Tricky showing some talent right there, some recoil control, nice tracking as well.
Is he playing on controller? What was that, man? That was just unfair. Nasty shots there by Zero Tricky. We know he's going to hit those 9 times out of 10, honestly. Not sure what Tech was actually doing, if he was in a pretty bad spot. Obviously, being on the bottom of Lava Fissure is one of the worst situations ever, and sometimes that's the only situation you can to get out of it. But Cheez-It in a tough spot here. They, again, won the previous game. Now it looks like they're in a very difficult spot. That's a solid bubble there from Mass. That should allow Hambino to heal up. He's going to go with the battery instead of a Phoenix. Let's see if he does have a med kit. He does, so that's big that he doesn't have to syringe. Now they made the rotation through. Caustic Gas is going to hit. Glad that doesn't hit Hambino there, but he does get taken out from the side, strictly with a nice grapple. They're going to have to fight this 2v3. Somehow Mass going to connect throughout all that. Irid, towards the side, is going to be taking out Casper as well. So 2 different fights happening. And now that gas is kind of helping Team Cheez-It as they're trying to fight through this. But that Arc Star is going to eat Mass alive. Double Arc Stars should be going down here very shortly.
Yeah, he's in a bad spot. He does get a nice pump off on Design. Cracks the shield. Design's going to have to back up. It is a 3v1 possibly for Strictly. He's looking for the zip line. He's trying to get out of dodge right now, and he's going to do that. Nice little inverted grab. He's out. That was a good push by Team Solifide as they picked him up one at a time. Design with the Caustic ult, which caused them to back up. They had to force the Wraith to go away as she was taking a med kit. I mean, that Caustic ult is terrifying when you're low HP. It doesn't matter if you have full armor or not. If that Caustic ult lands anywhere near you, you're probably going to get killed real quick. So she had to run away, and then she got picked off while she was doing that because she didn't get the heal. So Design with a very well-timed Caustic ult and push afterwards to follow it up and win the fight.
And you could see Solifide's thought process. It's unfortunate that the zone does pull away from them, but I don't think it really matters because they should be able to create more opportunities to fight. Yeah, Designful is going to take a decent amount of damage here, but he's 32 away from charging this Evo shield up as it looks like we have a fight between Rice Krispies as Cheez-It's hitting some reses over here. Somehow
they didn't finish him.
Hambino. What was that? How did Hambino survive throughout all that? You're right, they didn't finish him, but looks like also Rice Krispies may have been taken out. I'm not quite sure exactly if all those players are alive, but I was not expecting them to be able to get away with this one. They do have to rotate directly towards them. We'll see if they're able to kind of put some damage on Solifide from behind, but Solifide should be aware that there is still at least Strictly around. But either way, that zone did pull away from them, and it's going to go more towards that platform that we were talking about, kind of towards that house, maybe more towards where Team Intel was, but I think probably more across the river.
Yeah, I think it's going to end. There's that little house on the left side, and it's on the cliff, and it's near the truck that's parked on top of the cliff. I see a lot of people sitting there. Here comes Strictly and Hambino trying to move with the storm, getting tagged up and focused. This is going to be hard for them. Strictly does crank the grapple. They are going to go low ground. Good phase. Good use of escape abilities by both of them right now. They are in circle, but they're not in the best spot, but they're alive nonetheless. Interesting why Solifide didn't push up and try to finish at least one, or finish Hambino off. I'm not sure, but they probably just elected to say, hey, we should probably focus rotating and see what we're doing next instead of pushing all the way through and maybe giving up our position and our backside to another team. And the circle does pull up and to the left by the truck. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I know it's super minor, but if you're battling, say, Flashpoint for first place, that's kind of a 2-point swing right there where you don't get a point, and then Flashpoint is going to go and pick that up. I believe that was Nasky. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull off anything crazy again, but love the positioning here from Designful. Again, being aware of both sides, using this little crate to his advantage. I think this is the spot that they're going to have to pick, though. He does have that gas grenade. If he wants to go and use it, they could potentially send it. I'm not sure if Gentrifying could make a portal and cross there, but they're going to have to make a move to kind of push against this yellow barrel and use that as cover, because I don't see them rotating right-hand side right now.
They needed that phase, yeah, so that's good. They forced the phase. She's going to draw back, and then they're going to definitely going to push that. They can hop over that gap. It's more of a climb up. It's not a clean hop, but they could definitely do it. I'm not sure if they're going to rip the portal, but the Wraith was stalling them out. You see 3 blue armor swaps and a little blue armor Walmart right here for Team Intel as they're sitting relatively pretty, but not for long at all. They are going to have to rotate out of this building. They have to go left and then try to force themselves maybe into the bottom of this house, and it's going to be tough because you know there's already teams in there. I think the team in the best spot is probably on the back side of the circle towards the north end, back over there. Yeah, there's going to be a huge war coming up on this house for positioning, and it's going to be tough. So
Gentrifying as well. Yeah, Gentrifying runs right into a gas. It's not that big of a deal, but that is going to give the position up. And a lot of barrels down towards the bottom, realizing that they can get down there. They're just going to have to wait for these to get in there. But the caustic does show. It's going to be E-Boy Ronnie with the first initial knock. Bambino's in the vicinity too. That means that's probably going to be Bambino's gas grenades that are going to be thrown all over the place. Unfortunately for Solafide, they weren't expecting that caustic in there. That's what we talked about, the difference with the Watson. Nice pumps there, 112 there from Gentrifying. He did his Q earlier, trying to get an armor swap, but he's eating so much gas from behind. The team that was in the God spot was going to be Team Razor. They recognized with that scan just how much action did happen. There's a good amount of players that should be weak over towards the top-hand side, but the rest of the players aren't going to push. It's just going to be Hakulo and Zeratricky as Muffins anchors from the backhand side if they're going to need the bubble to come through, but now Muffin's most likely making the call. Let's back off from this one. We don't want to overextend. Let's try to figure out where the rest of these players are and reset. So a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Razor, but they still do hold the best spot.
Yeah, there's a team in the house to the left, I believe. 2 teams in the house to the right. Team Razor holding the high ground in the open field. And I believe there's probably, there's a kid out of position right there. 117th round caustic, but he gets traded a lot more damage. Zeratricky one shot. If anyone peeks on him, he's going to die. Mr. Hakulo taking out K Swinney, but if anyone on the house across shoots Zeratricky right now, it's going to spell danger for this team. They get 2 knocks, I believe. No, Hakulo goes down, so it's a trade right there. Zeratricky going to crank a Phoenix Kid. I believe there's probably one team still in the lava down low, maybe playing a safe zone that's like maybe on a rock. They're going to try to pop this res here. Do they have gold bag? Not sure. Circle is going to come in, but it is slow. Gold bag res going off right now. No one pushing inside the bubble, so they might get a fresh reset here.
I'm shocked that Zeratricky wasn't scanning a little bit earlier. Also that he didn't scan as he was approaching the building so they could figure out that K-Spin was hiding over there in the corner as NPL looks like they're fairly healthy, making the rotation in. Intel saw them locking down the donut a little bit earlier. Some good shots there from Hill. Is going to have to hit some health meds here very shortly as this zone is starting to close through. Just 1 or 2 ticks and he's going to be down. The door is going to be shut very shortly. There is the med kit coming through. Nice job shooting that from Tempest to try to get his boy outside the door, but they get finished off very quickly. Muffins gets the finish. That's going to be Nestle Pure Life involved too. We're going to have a 3-team fight. Good grenade there from Hakulo. They're going to start to push up, take over this high ground. This is the ledge where we were talking about the zone was going to end. Great job by Muffins there. Double PK shots coming through. 1 more squad, most likely sitting down below. Just like it was an easy pub here for Team Razor, locking it down. 17 players watching Muffins. There's no way to get up top there unless you're a Pathfinder. GG, Team Razor taking it.
Yeah, very well played by Razor. Like I said, I think the team that was there was a big fight that happened on that left building that I was talking about, and that was the team they needed to kill to secure that high ground and force the fight on the right side. They could have played the truck, and that's what they did. They took out the team on the left, played the truck properly, and they got the dub out of it.
Yeah, there was 2 ending zones right there where we were predicting also where Team Solafide was set. They had to make the rotation. They make the right rotation over towards where the yellow barrel was, but maybe the play for them could have been charging over towards where Team Razor was, fighting for that spot instead of towards the building where there was so much chaos. But either way, Team Razor getting control of that backhand hill, again, letting all of that action force in front of them, and then just playing it correctly towards the end to get the dub. Nice shots by them. we've seen some pretty big games for them in the past. That's why they're sitting in number 1. But we'll be back. We're going to tally up the scores, see who's number 1 after game number 5. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hambino, and if I could have any flavored Cheez-It, I'd choose like a chocolate covered Cheez-It. I feel like that's pretty unique, and it would give you that like good sweet and salty type flavor.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. T-Squared Touche bringing you the action. We just saw game number 5. We're moving into game number 6, and it was Team Razor taking the dub there. Very nice plays outside of Lava Fissure. Would like to get some South Zones, Touche. What do you think?
I would like to get some South Zones as well, but we're seeing a lot of good team play, a lot of good rotations. I mean, everyone's bringing their A game for sure. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of all the teams, basically. We saw some crazy rat plays going down in game number 5. I don't know what their coach was thinking in the locker room, but you know, he made the call. I'm not sure if it worked out for him, but getting on board with game 6, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, let's take a look at the leaderboard, see where we stack up right now after 5 games. Razor, after their big game, is going to take over first place from Team Flashpoint. Cheez-It, during Cheez-It week, doing pretty solid. Solafide there, and looking pretty solid too. You know, almost to 50 points. Either way, if you're still on that left-hand side, you're mathematically into it. Teams like, you know, Marina, Unorganized, Pringles, they need the pep talk that they never got during halftime. Their coach is probably non-existent as they're at the bottom of our Mobile One leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm not sure who their coach is, but we need him fired. But I would like to see, coming into game 6, I would like to see the Solafide breakout game. I would like to see them do their typical frag out, go crazy, you know, dominate the lobby and get the dub. They have dominated a couple games already, but they haven't got the dub to seal it. I would like to see that this game.
Controller squad. Let's take a look at the Mobile One moment from the previous game. Had to be probably Team Razor coming through over towards the side, as we saw the beam from Zara Tricky, as it was Tech making his way up towards this zipline. Again, being at the bottom of Lava Fissure is the worst, especially with still 12 squads. That could have been a great position to be in. White armor, 145, right to the body. Nice shots there with the 3x gold barrel stabilizer, making it look easy. That's the power of the Bloodhound, being able to hit the scans after you get that initial knock. And they just were able to snowball from there. They kind of held the opposite building from Solafide, and they hit the flank over towards the side. They get over towards that rock, get over towards the ledge, and then played it pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. That the winning spot is where they played on that backside. I like how they forced that fight with the team on the left house earlier as well. They took them out. They did what they had to do, because if they didn't, it would have been a stall out. The team from the right could have shot them as they try to rotate in. So they took out that team on the left. Very well done, and they played the truck with perfection and got the dub.
They sure did. We're getting ready for game number 6 here. Again, Team Razor, they're number 1 in our points. They're used to this. They're our cumulative leaders. But it's Team Cheez-It week, and they're sitting at the bottom. They're going to relegation, and we just announced Season 2 that's starting very, very shortly. So all these teams are really trying to put it together. We have the ALGS going on this weekend. This is where the teams are going to really start to set it up. They're going to start to play their best. They're only going to have a couple more nights of practice as we start to move in for the qualifiers Saturday and Sunday. Solafide now making their way over towards Thermal. They've dealt with a couple of teams trying to 50-50 him, but they also got the hot spot this game.
Yeah, the 50-50, it was very popular at the beginning when they first switched over to PC. They actually had to take this from someone else. I believe there was a team landing here already. They had to kind of muscle their way into this being their home, and they did. And this is a team you don't really want a 50-50. I'll be honest with you, 3 controllers is just not a vibe to go up against at the beginning, especially these 3 guys. They are very talented. They work well together. They've been playing together for a long time. Oh, would you look at that? Look at that zone, Tom. What do you think about that? How do you feel?
I think that it's freaking rigged, and if you're paying attention, that you should really take this into consideration when you're playing in the tournaments. This is not just a coincidence. You see not only the way that the Apex circles work, they continue to pull the same way over and over and over again. And it's Team Cheez-It week. That is where Team Cheez-It lands. So if, again, there's any time to go and pop off, it has to be them. Speaking of popping off, it's Pringles with the new mustache and the new headphones. I feel like he had a little bit of a different setup going on. What do you think of this new Pringles guy?
I'm liking it. He's gaming. I mean, he's just a dude with a headset. He's not a dude. He's something with a headset. I like it. He's just a gamer out here. But I like what you said about the circle pulling towards Team Cheez. We might have a little bit of collusion going on. I don't know who got paid or who tipped off the circle judge, but we might have to have a late game investigation into that after the tourney.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Gonna have to hire somebody to look into that. It could have been Cheez-It themselves. We'll have to see if that's going on. Possibly could be the admins too. We'll have to talk to them. Team Pringle is going to get aggressive. Nice counter scan coming through. Fade, very aggressive player, is going to cross. Takes a decent amount of damage. Fortunately has a battery, so he doesn't have to hit 3 cells. And the pings are going down. This is an absolute psychotic fight to take. If I was them, I would completely be backing off. You already wasted 2 batteries. That's the second scan that's coming through. You're fighting in the most popular area to get third-partied. It's already when people start to rotate. This fight is absolutely insane for Team Nichols.
Yep, and I think you might see a little backup here. The fight has stalled out so much, and it's already been maybe a minute since it started. Cello's still on white armor. Fade is taking 2 bats. I mean, every second that goes by is an impending third party that's waiting to happen, but they are still going to go in. One cell going down, and an ultimate going to the top room right there. It's going to provide a little bit of access for the team as they try to move into this first building, but the other team could be in the second building. It could be a waste of a cost. Fade on the backside getting pressured a lot. He's 1 HP, has to climb over the fence. Cella's 1 HP goes down to Wicked. This is a very good 3v3 team fight right now. Fade is 1 HP. He's going to have to go in. Gets hit through the gas by Wicked. Wicked taking out 2. Kanaka, last one alive. He does have 1 armor swap right here. He's going to crank it. White armor. I think it's a 2v1. Wall bounce right there for the boys. 18 pump with the Eva. Putting down the Jin for cover. Getting spicy with it. Wicked coming over the wall and taking out all 3. Sheesh. The mid-fight Watson Jin. When's the last time you saw that?
Thought he was going to, like, take it and then bounce off of it like an octane pad or something like that, the way that he was thinking that was going to actually save him. But either way, absolutely psychotic fight by both of these teams, and I'm not quite sure what they're actually thinking, because there's no way that they don't get third party there. I'm shocked that they both haven't get cleaned up, because they're in the zone. They're in a way that teams could go and rotate unorganized. They're sitting at the bottom of our leaderboard right now, unfortunately. Nice little black hole being popped up. You're going to see a connection for 40 on purple armor. I believe other grenade is going to connect onto K-Sween. Tech is going to fall down too. This is a completely different fight, but our organized having the advantage here on Flashpoint. Oh no, Rambo ripping with the R9 over towards the side. 2-on-2 situation here. You also have Nasty with the Digi threat.
Yep, you see the equalization right there. Big 13 pump, 65 cracks. The Arcstar does knock. That was a backdoor Arcstar, and they push in hard and take out the rest of the team. K-Sweeney with I think he went down in the middle of that fight as well, but Rambo with a huge equalizing knock on that Horizon with the 1 clippy. I think he plays on like 2-2 cents. I've seen his clips, and once you get locked into that little aim assist and that beam, you're not getting away from it, and that went to show in that fight right there.
Yeah, I was advanced look controls, and my sense is absolutely insane. I try not to make it look like I'm moving around under sludge, but either way, Rambo still has the beam. Applejack's tough spot here. Kenny, last guy alive. You can see Klein has already been taken down. Lion is going to get finished as well. Watson Jen going to slowly heal up Kenny, but he's in a very tough spot right now. You have shots coming all over towards the side. This broken building is just not fun to hold to begin with. The beam, though, onto Hill is going to open things up. He's going to drop down. Smart play, but again, still getting hit from the backhand side. Charge rifle, scouts all over the place. Yeah. Nothing you can do from Kenny, and that was a 3 versus 1. Even to get a knock on the Hill there was nice.
I feel like that was winnable. The way he was bobbing and weaving, I felt the confidence through the screen. I felt like he had that, but he was getting fried by the, I'm assuming this team right here. Good 47 tag on that weird angle right there. Dying on rotate. Looking for a little something as they start to move in on this team. Will they push him? Or will they rotate? We're about to find out here. Sink going for some wingman shots. Needs those to connect. Just sitting out here kind of playing this heady on this crate. Wicked up top on the right side. I mean, I think they're going to wait for Sink Des to maybe get an armor crack or something like that. I feel like Wicked probably has his ult. Gonna hop on board with another team here. Shame Assist over in West Fragment as well. There's about 4 teams here. This is a risky fight to take anywhere because you're gonna get third party most likely. They're going in. Shame Assist moving in on this building. Caustic ult in hand. We might see a little Caustic ult in the corner and then push through. 40 on the white armor Wraith as they try to move in up top, but I would like to see the ult used here unless it's a solo, and it is. Okay, never mind. No Caustic ult for that needed, and that's a clean wipe.
You have also Dying on rotate going up against Intel. This fight still is happening. Team, last guy alive is going to have to fight, I think, in a 2 versus 1, and he does get taken out. Actually, that was a 1 versus 1, so great massive shots from Sink. He's been really popping off overall, and if we're wondering if Dying on rotate is going to charge, of course they are. The way that they were able to fight over towards the side against Applejocks, they were not letting up the entire time. They're going to have a ton of loot through all this, and now 6 kills overall coming in from Sink. You can see the team setting up over towards Epicenter, towards Refinery, kind of twiddling their thumbs, wondering how they're going to go and get kill points, because there's still not many people rotating over towards zone number 2. And this is probably the most fast-paced game we've seen.
Yeah, I was about to say, only 12 squads left. I mean, you see the aggression coming in from several teams as we go over here to No Name. Nasty's going to have to crank that phase and move out. Is this team going to slide down behind? Will they get some damage, some opening damage? Nope. Only 25 on K-Sweeney. I doubt this team slides down, but we're about to find out. Let's look. probably just still holding height. And yeah, they elect to back up and not take that. But yeah, 12 squads left. This has been a more aggressive game. We see like about 4 to 5 fights going down in Cap City already. The circle is still pulling towards Epi, and everyone's just kind of going crazy. Has the integrity been is the integrity dwindled? Is everyone losing the end game goal, or is everyone just mad this game and just wants kills? I don't know.
I think it really just started with the fight that happened between Applejacks and Dying on Rotate, but not only that, I think that teams are just getting aggressive because they want to get a lot of kill points going on right now. They probably want to test their team fighting skills, et cetera, et cetera. Cheez-It is locking down what they think could be an end game spot. I don't think this is going to pull over towards Epicenter. I think it may continue to go towards Refinery, but if they're feeling comfortable on Pathfinder over towards the high ground, I don't blame them. They have tons of cells, tons of loot up here. But when I look at the way that this is being played, while I think Dying on Rotate has a lot of kills, this is perfect for Solafide, for Team Razor. This is the type of fast-paced play style that they really kind of thrive in. So I would expect those teams to excel in this type of style.
Yeah, once there's some top dog teams in the lobby, and once they get rolling and they get in a rhythm and they find themselves kind of pushing everything and going through teams in a smart way and not getting knocked in the process, you might see that kind of snowball effect, and they just keep pushing everything and just go into fights with a lot of confidence, and that's really hard to kill a team that's moving like that.
And right now, the way that they're playing on Dying on Rotate is going to create a lot of different fights for everybody, as Case Winnie's going to get involved. Looks like Flashpoint wants to try to put a third party together as Rolders is going to get knocked, hop onto a different fight. This is going to be Buff Pathfinder inside with a bubble fight. Some shots coming through, but not as much damage as you were hoping for. The R301 has to be reloaded. The punch is not connecting either. Pretty sloppy fight here. A lot going on, a lot of bubbles, a lot of gas, a lot of visual clutter, but still not quite sure what that was.
Not the cleanest fight I've ever seen. I've seen better flatline sprays in my day, but that bubble was it was there. I don't think he knew about it. See if Balfi can connect some. Oh, gets a knock right there on Blake. 84 gold. He's playing this pole so well. He gets hit with an arc. They'll go for a mid-fight armor swap. He gets it. 72 flesh on the Wraith, and Balfi goes huge. Oh my goodness. The mid-fight armor swap behind a little pole. He was standing there for about 5 seconds with all 3 of the enemies right behind the door, and he pulls out the armor swap and gets the knock with a G7. Oh my god. What a clutch by Balfi right there.
That was pretty nice. Nice scout shots too from the hip. Not easy to connect with on those, but either way, now Flashpoint clears out that third party that we had before we switched on over to that previous fight. This is one of our teams sitting towards the top of the leaderboard, so every placement, every kill point really mattering for them. They're not in the zone, so they're gonna have to continue to play the edge here. That's the Pure Life hitting some scans. You could see probably the drive-by scan over towards the Refinery area. You also are gonna have the team top center, which is gonna be Team Cheez-It, but this is a great spot to be in, especially with Caustic. You have, I think, 4 or 5 barrels lined up. Draco's taking a lot of damage, not only from the front, but from the side. Does connect with the Caustic gas. Also gives him a little bit of area to be zoned in towards the backhand side, but Bambino gets knocked from Stunny. That's going to be, again, the pinch over from the opposite side. E-Boy Ronnie with a heads-up portal, but this looks like it's in no man's land. Any teams over towards Refinery would completely clap him. Dracos realizes that. He's going to dip out, survives just with a sliver.
We might see a full reset here. I doubt a team from up top elects to completely slide down and put themselves in the bad position that we see this one team in right now. So we might see a full reset. They might res behind that little blue crate on the ground and then just follow up the Caustic inside the building. We'll find out in a second here. We're on Shame Assist, the team that just got Caustic ulted a second ago. That was a bit of a preemptive Caustic ult, in my opinion. He was getting shot from a lot of different angles, and I think he just kind of panicked to take at least one angle of damage coming off of him. So I guess it worked out in the end if they get the full reset here, which they might. Shame Assist looking pretty. They forced that team off and down because of that pinch. We got 2 teams on the ridge line. We might see them fight here in a second. Hopping on board with Team Razor. Zero Tricky trying to dodge the Gibby ult. He does get stunned. It is a friendly Gibby ult though, so no damage coming out. Razor looking to move up on this team. 36 flesh tags. I mean, there's just so much going on in this ridge line. I mean, I don't think you can fight up here without getting tagged from 3 different directions.
Pacula realizes that, so he backs off, but Zeratricky was able to get the knock and finish onto Bird from Rice Krispies. Zeratricky with another knock. That's going to be on Casper from the same team. The finish coming through. Zeratricky doing some serious work, working with the teammates, and we've seen this. This is what Razor does. Muffins locks it down in the back. Paculo will work with Zeratricky as the scans come through. The Beast of the Hunt gets popped. He knows he's going to have that movement burst, and it's very nice teamwork and just kind of baiting and switching coming in from Team Razor at the right time. sitting, I believe, at the top of the leaderboard as well after winning the previous game, trying to make it back-to-back. We've seen, I think, was it Team Razor set the record for Series Z, Daltouche? They won 4 games in a row at one point.
Wow, that's a good day. That's a good day, Apex, right there. There's bad days of Apex, but that is the opposite. That's a real good day. Four in a row with all these teams in the lobby and all the RNG that goes into rotating and loot and third parties and stuff like that. That's very impressive.
It was on our open day not too long ago. I think that's kind of when Muffins started to stamp his way onto this team, and it looks like they started to keep this roster now in a pretty good position, holding this high ground. This is, again, the 3rd time we've had a refinery circle, and it's the 3rd time Team Razor's played this the same exact way. Now one team does have the Watson fences down towards where the yellow generators are, those yellow tanks. That's a very popular ending. Dying on rotate, having a big game kill-wise already. Sync popping off as the kill leader, 6 overall. Made their way into this little building here, but it's definitely isn't the best spot. You see where that zone is going to go, and they're going to have to make their way out there eventually.
Yeah, not at all. I can probably predict a slide downhill into bottom epi, which is already happening from Sync. I believe he's going to go scope it out. He's placing a portal already, and there they go. Bottom epi is clear. There is a team above them. Focus on that right now. The map is in the way, but they were just shooting at the kid on the zip line. They're safe for now. They can play there for as long as they want.
This is perfect because you're going to have Wicked putting down a couple caustic barrels, not only inside, but on the outside if anyone else was to drop. Remember, Team Cheez-It was sitting on the top epicenter area. They are that Pathfinder squad, so I highly doubt they're going to make a move down towards the bottom, and that is Team Cheez-It again as we switch back. Had a lot of cells. The only problem is you start to run out of ammo the longer you've been up here, especially you're not going to be rocking a sniper rifle. I wouldn't be even surprised if they've already used all of their sniper ammo and had to switch guns overall. As you see, I think an empty maybe Sentinel or a longbow on the ground over towards the side right there. So Team Cheez-It's been up here, but hasn't really been able to rewarded with much kill points because so much action has happened over towards the outside. One of those teams being the team that's directly below them. Now we see that next zone that's going to come through. We already know it's going to pull away from here, but just slightly in for both of these teams on this top center area. Zeratricky gets another knock and finish right there. So Team Razor continuing to do big things. And they have zero concern in the world. All of this backside is completely covered because of the zone. Muffins has been back here for about, he's been back here since probably game number 1. And Team Razor looking extremely comfortable.
Yeah, they're sitting nice up there. This is, I would say, the winning spot for a good team that can control it, but they do have the whole ridge line to worry about. There's also a team down low as well. I think once they clear out their backside, their front side, and this downhill slope team, they'll be able to kind of just hold that high ground as the teams from Epi side have to rotate and pretty much fight each other on low ground, which is going to be very tough. I don't think it's going to be easy for a team on low ground to win this. I think the team that controls the height and eliminates all the teams on height with them is probably going to come out with the dub here. But you never know. I mean, if there's a full team on low ground and it's a 3v3, I think low ground might win this as well because they're going to eventually get to jump off height. And I think low ground has a couple little head glitches on some rock faces there that they can play. So we'll see what happens here in a minute.
Failed kidnap attempt there coming in from, I believe, Team Cheez-It on the high ground. Turns took a ton of damage, but Sync with the PK through the smoke is a scary thing. We saw what his Mastiff was doing overall. Can't imagine what he's going to be doing with that crate gun. The aggressive wingman PK skull piercer combo. This is what we're talking about, Touche. This is my favorite combination overall. I am sad to see the PK end up going into the crate. Missed that thing being on the ground, to be honest. But either way, still in a great spot with Apex Flashpoint and a pretty decent spot overall. They're going to have to put down a lot more barrels. They just got into this situation, so it's up to K-Swinny to start laying these down. And also, when you're this early towards the rotation, you got to kind of be careful that you aren't too early. So we'll see if they're able to survive here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they might. Are they in on the backside of this rock? I'm not sure. If they aren't, they're probably going to try to play near that yellow leg that you see up there. But it's going to be tough because they're going to have the team on low ground shooting from the right, team on high ground shooting from the left. But there are little pockets on that leg that you could play and just not really do anything and chill. They're going to look behind them, get some nice damage. 58 red and about nearly 100 on gold for K-Swinny on the team behind. That team's probably in, and they are going to play the yellow leg right here. There's a lot of cover. There's also a lot of angles that I was talking about that you can get shot from. So they're probably going to hold here for as long as they can and try to keep a low profile kind of thing. They don't want too much attention coming to them right now.
Exactly, and I think the team that they have to worry about would most likely be Team Razor, because You could fight that for a little bit, but if a good caustic ult comes down, if a Gibraltar ult comes down, if you don't have a dome, etc., a couple grenades, you could end up getting claps. So definitely keeping a low profile is going to be big as the red's going to come out. Gold bag there for Shame Assist. Crispy Bacon getting back into the game. Sumo has a lot of zone to work with here. You can see they're going to be able to gatekeep anyone that comes over towards the side. So they're just trying to keep all the action in front of them. And mainly just have to watch this north hand side. So that's exactly what Hierarchy is doing. And Hierarchy would be the right player to go and do so. He has the Sentinel. Those players top center, to me, Daltouche, I wouldn't even be worried about those guys at that point. You have to watch your side. You're in the zone. Those guys top center, even if you got a knock, you're not going to get a finish.
Yeah, it's pretty much these teams are going to be, I think they're going to be staring at each other the whole time, basically. I mean, you let what happens down low happen. You're not going to do anything with that. The team's top center, they both want to clear each other out because that's the high ground. That's the winning spot. So we'll probably see a fight here eventually. If you look in the circle, you'll see the leg of that. I don't know what that thing is. What is that big structure? I'm just going to call it. I'm going to call it the spider building. There's a pocket on the backside leg of the spider building that's going to be near end game, like the very end game. And I think we'd probably see a team nestled in there at some point.
Yeah, like the spider leg basically is what you're saying. I see what it is. That little area is a pretty solid spot. Another team that's nestled is directly under this like yellow crane cylinder, where Zeratricky was considering throwing his Arc Star. He's going to pop the Beast of the Hunt and start hitting some early scans. I love when the Bloodhounds on my team end up doing that directly when that zone's going to close. Perfect timing there for Zeratricky. Should be able to give a lot of information to his team as they're trying to lock down that high ground. That's a great job by Crispy Bacon looking up towards the top and getting rid of that drone so no more information or possible EMP is going to pop off. Strictly has now made his move from the top center, but he gets taken out. That was going to be Cooler, Nasky, and Flashpoint. So nice job from Flashpoint making their way over there, but now they're starting to hold underneath that spider leg like you're talking about too. Nasky's still over towards the top hand side, completely ripping Cheez-It apart. And now it's just up to Hambino with a couple of small heals.
He's probably going to go down right here. Portal was only 10 feet, and he is going to go down. I think that rotation in from that low ground team caused a big fight up top as well and opened up some stuff for teams up there. Team Razor's still sitting pretty. I believe they probably cleared out their backside, which they did. They're very... Oh, never mind. He gets knocked. Muffins and Hakulo still up. They're going to throw the bub, try to get a res. I think you do have a gold bag. They do. They'll be cranking the gold res. Everyone else is on low ground, so this is winnable for Team Razor 100%. It's going to be hard for them to lose. Hakulo's going to elect to drop down. That's what you want to see from your Wraith. If anything happens, she can just phase out. And a nice spray there. Kraken, 30 flesh on the Wraith. And it's pretty much a shooting gallery once they heal and the teammates come in.
I like this play coming in for Hakulo. Aggressive, but not too over-aggressive. Also not getting too zoned in on the player that he took weak and was aware of the player that was trying to flank over towards that right-hand side. Also, we're aware that Muffins, the anchor in the backhand side, has been holding it down. He's going to be watching that flank over towards the right. Zeratricky going to elect to go back over towards his teammates. Takes a lot of damage from behind. Can he get over towards the ledge? Hakulo popping a couple of cells. Big 104, 90. How is that player knocked down? That's going to be Rambo getting the knock. Flashpoint still in on this one. It's going to be a 1 versus 2 as a couple of heals going to come through. Nasky is going to pop that one. The EU boy is still alive as they're trying to find Zeratricky. Zeratricky hits the red armor swap. Can he finish the damage in the 2 versus 1? It looks like he's caught out. Flashpoint takes the dub.
Sheesh, Rambo with a massive play right there. He used his Bloodhound ult to wrap left, equalize the height on the team across from him, and gets 2 knocks. He did get hit for about 191 with the Mastiff, but he hung in there, got a knock, and then I believe got another knock before he eventually fell over. Taken out 2 before he falls. And that was a huge play by Rambo, and that's what got him the dub. And that was the low ground team as well. We didn't think that was going to happen, but Razor they rotated down a little bit left, gave up height, lost their discipline, and then they equalized the fight up top on the other side. It was just a clean 3v3, and Flashpoint came out on top.
We were just commending Razor on being aggressive, but not too aggressive. But then Hakulo and Zeratricky, like you said, dropped down just a little bit too far. But it's the presence of mind from Flashpoint to flank back around and put that pressure on. And that's a big dub because both of these teams are sitting towards the top of the leaderboard. So let's tally up those results. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
So my favorite gun combo would probably have to be a Wingman Mastiff. You can get a lot of damage out long range, medium range, and close range with the wingman, and then the Mastiff is kind of just a necessity right now with the meta, with the Gibby meta going on. Just a lot of bubble fights and a lot of close quarters fighting going on most of the time.
Yeah, and Cheez-It, though, they need to recover themselves. They've used the bubble, but do they have the heals? Find out in just a moment as they got another knock onto Fat Fruit Ninja, but Strictly trying his best to play, ring around the rosy, and he is successful.
What's up, it's Strictly. I play Apex Legends for Team Cheez-Its, and you're watching Series E.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series E. T-Squared Deltouche bringing you the action. We just got done with game number 6. We're moved into game number 7, and man, those Cheez-Its looked phenomenal.
They looked real good. Speaking of food, I did have 15 wings during last game while commentating. If that isn't talent, I don't know what is, Tom.
Multitasking at his finest, Touche. That's why you're the best, the man, the myth, the legend. The 15 wings down, probably 15 more to go here in game number 7. But let's take a look at the leaderboard and find out who's on top. And let's see here. It's 89 points for Flashpoint. And it's not surprising because they've been playing pretty well, flying under the radar in the first couple games, but now they're not flying under the radar anymore. Team Razor sitting at 77. And we're starting to kind of see this 2-team race to, I don't know if Cheez-It, Dying on Rotate, and Solo Fide, your boy Solo Fide, kind of slowing down here.
Yeah, they definitely slowed down. I went into the chats mid-game or in between games there, excuse me, and the vibes were a little bit on the lower side, but I'm sure they could bring it back if they really wanted to. Again, I mean, it's games 7 and 8. You got to leave it all on the field. Doesn't matter how you performed in games 1 through 6. Can't change it. You just got to, you got to finish strong. That's what all the coaches say. All the Discord coaches say. You got to finish strong. Leave it all on the field,
Yeah, I mean, maybe the pep talk ended up working for them. You did just probably put wing sauce all over your keyboard, so they better appreciate the words of wisdom that were just spoke over there towards their chat room. But I think if anyone could do it, Solo Fide can. This is what they really specialize in, is dropping these huge 30-point games overall. It's just going to take one of them to get back into the momentum here. But with game 7 and 8, 2 more games to remain, now is really the time to step it up because Flashpoint's playing well, Razor's playing well. A lot of teams have been coming through with some dubs, but it's really been these 2 teams getting the kill points because you look at a team like Intel, they haven't been able to get all the kill points. Yeah, they pulled off the dub when they slid down over towards where that choke finish was, kind of over towards where Fragment was. But besides that, it's been other teams really coming through, playing aggressive. Dying on Rotate was one of those teams last game. So we take a look at one of our Mobile 1 replays, Buff Pathfinder coming through. Again, the bubble fight over here just so difficult when you don't have the Mastiff. Makes it that much harder. The punches flying through. Bursty had to reload both of his guns. And at this point, we were looking at, in zone number 2, 11 squads down, or 11 squads left. So I really think the pace is going to start to pick up. Teams going to start playing a lot more aggressive. If one solid team starts to snowball, the rest are. Solo Fide is going to be one of those. Dying on Rotate is going to continue to fly. So a team like Razor is going to try to slow it down probably and play endgame Flashpoint as well. And if one of these other teams start to snowball, that's going to be their opportunity to move into the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think you're going to see the bottom 10 teams kind of just send it, if you will. Just pretty much go after anything. If they see a fight and they're comfortable with it without much talking, they're probably just going to go crazy. On the other side of the spectrum, the top 2 teams will probably slow down a little bit. And what they need to do is pretty much avoid any sloppy mistakes early, mid-game. They need to rotate properly, make it smart. You don't want someone to get picked and go into late game with the 2-man because you probably won't win the game on that 2-man roster coming in late game. So really just depends. I mean, we're going to see definitely some smart gameplay coming in from teams 1 and 2 and pretty much full send from just about everybody else.
All right, game number 7 underway. 2 more remaining. We'll see if it's going to be Team Flashpoint or if it's going to be Team Razor. Could it be somebody else? Cheez-It during their week, Solo Fide as well. Pringles has had a rough go of it. They're landing over here towards the Fragment side. They've been contested numerous times. I believe it's Dying on Rotate. That could be still adding pressure here. You can see Fade with the thought process, wants to take the ultimate high ground. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are going to have to make their way over there. Unexpected clamor means that Fade's going to have to do some nice map movement. Gives a little dipsy doodle over towards the side, but eventually falls down. While that happens, Casellos switches for his spot, but Sync with the initial burst gets Casellos down, and the rest of the team going to start to push after that one. Nice fence there by Kanaka, but it doesn't matter. Now Fade in a 1 versus 3 situation, excuse me. Should be pretty tough. We'll see if he can pull it out. It takes a lot of damage from behind. Kanaka gets finished. The armor swap most likely going to come through. Fade's going to have to run.
Yeah, he's going to have to run. He gets tagged. He's probably going to die here. Yes, he does. That was really tragic. Kanaka's fence was actually good, but it just didn't install, I guess you could say, in time. It wasn't ready. It took a little nap. I think if that fence pops up, those kids full sent off that zip line so fast. If that fence pops up, I think they win that 2v2 in there with ease, as both members of the team would have been stunned. Would have been easy 1 clips, easy pickings, but it just didn't happen. That's really tragic because that could have changed the tide of the fight there. But we're hopping on board with Team Mazer up top. And they're just holding with Caustic. Pretty typical. We got Team Pop-Tarts challenging them. They're probably, Team Pop-Tart's probably going to take the slow, wait for the traps. I don't know if Caustic has his ult quite yet. He might. He'll probably get it in the middle of this fight. Farmer Lucas with some nice Devo shots through there. And aim assist, it goes down to Blight as he is looking up top of the Mastiff. Going to shoot that purple knockdown. Try to get some. Wraith pops up out of thin air. It's a big 14 and goes down. Miracle Sniper taking him out. And they trade that out instantly. There's now a 2v1. Gibby up top. Flesh. No gun shield pops up somehow. And Farmer Lucas with a nice spray. It's a good, clean team fight right there. They're going to need a res before a third party comes. But good job, Team Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, I really like the way that Pop-Tarts was playing that one, but the res gets stopped. Maybe Kubsky has a gold bag, or Farmer Lucas just wants to go and heal throughout all this. Let's see what's going to be the case. And it's a gold bag, yeah. So nice job by Farmer Lucas getting his teammate to go and do that one. They're going to save a little bit more resources throughout all of that. Nestle Pure Life getting pretty aggressive over towards the tree side. It looks like there's, I think, 2 different teams because that scan came out far right-hand side, and this player is pretty far left. That's going to be a pretty decent grenade coming in for Dracos. Is going to tick that player, make him forced to get back a little bit, and then that player gets split and has to charge. So Nestle Pure Life needs somebody else besides Dracos to make a move. Let's see what Ronnie's going to do. Maybe Bambino can hop in his drone. They are stuck outside here, not even inside throughout all of this. So this has to be 3 teams.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think Dracos was playing it pretty... I think if it was one team, he would have peeked over on that kid on the front stairwell and also maybe tried to slide off and maybe into his ult a little bit, but I think he knows there's a team to the left, which is why he was playing so passive. But that Bloodhound got really split in the kid. I'm not sure who was on the front door, but we saw a kid by those stairs on the front door, and he was insanely split. I'm not sure how he got out or what happened, but he got away. That team got away with a little bit of mispositioning there as the Costa goal came in and split them a little bit, but MPL is probably going to rotate out and go back around. But if you look at the circle, it's looking like it's pulling towards the area we want it to, Tom, so that's a good thing.
And it's kind of near where we had before, towards Lava Fisher. So nice stick coming in from Irid. That Wraith is going to Q and hit the portal throughout all of that. Caustic Gas going to come through. Should be friendly Caustic Gas, so that's going to be Blade. Also a good job using those to get inside the building here. It's going to be Aqualix taking over. Should probably hit this finish if he wants to, but I'm not quite sure exactly what Matt is doing. They're going to back off from this, maybe because a third party's there. Rockstar is in the area. Crummy, Pickett involved. Tech should be here as well. That's the finish. Nice flank there from Rockstar taking over the building, but very sloppy plays inside here.
Oh, absolutely. That is a mess. I mean, look at that. It's a double portal on the door. Both portals leading to different areas. Caustic Gas. I mean, if you're not a Caustic, you're not having a good time. And even if you are Caustic, I mean, that double portal, that door is completely sealed off. You have to go up and around or around the side. And then that's where Rockstar came in. They shot them as they were trying to rotate the side. I mean, the portals were going everywhere, left and right, trying to get in the door. Can't get in the door. Probably not too clear of comms coming out of that fight right there. It's probably just panic. I would have definitely panicked. I would have no idea what to do. No plan of action. We're hopping on board with Solar Fide as Design is getting a self-res off maybe, or Gent's resing him. No, Gent was resing him behind Resulta. And they're going to back up here. The team's going to push in. Gent taking out Duplex. Oh my god, put down. All of them peeking this door. 39 on Bang. Flesh. 42 cracked on another kid. Caustic ult comes in from Design. That's going to provide them with some stall out time. Result is going to throw a nade on the ground. Stall out that push from the door right there. I think it's a 3v2.
I would love to see defensive bombardment here for Resulta because this team is outside. You could force them into the caustic barrels. You did see some great armor swaps coming through, but instead of throwing the frag grenade, maybe Resulta could have, again, used the defensive bombardment, forced all these players inside. Either way, all three players still up. That's the big deal here. Designful now taken down fairly weak as well. And now the flank coming through from Gentrifying. Now the defensive bombardment is going to hit over towards the side. Great teamwork there from Solar Fide and a great aggressive play coming in from Gentrifying. This is what they needed to do. They need to just kind of snowball through. Dropping the armor here, it's not going to do enough for Designful. He's doing that so the Crypto doesn't get more damage onto his EMP, but Gentrifying does get the Phoenix kit off, so this is what Solar Fide needs to do. They need to continue to fight over towards the edge. They need to win fights and also win the third parties as they come.
They are getting pushed up top right now. Resulta gets fried. He's probably going to go down to Storm. He doesn't have enough. 33 crack on Gibby. 88 pump right there. Knocking the Gibby. Gent's going to have to phase backwards. Resulta stays up, but just barely. Design coming in. Gets the knock on the Crypto. It is now a 2v1. But Resulta is going to have to heal, and Gent's going to have to take it. They both chow at the same time, and that is a great team chow right there. Even though Resulta probably is going to die or be really low from Storm, they both chowed at the same time, and that was a great job winning that 3v3. And we see some tactical box shooting right there. A little bit of spice, a little bit of salt. Love to see that, but good job by Team Solar Fide as they won that third party over near Tree. But we see a third party coming in right here. as Berg goes down to Wicked, and Stunny is going to have to run away.
Dion rotate flying in here for the third party over towards this train tunnel area. So that's why you see them kind of dipping out over towards the side, like you were saying. But still very impressed. We got to kind of break down the small plays that Gentrifying was make. I really think that when he comes through and is playing aggressive like that, it makes a huge difference. Now, he did play it fairly safe, queuing out of there, but the immediate clamor up to take a different angle, but more importantly, hitting the shots across the map, doing 100 damage, I believe, with the R301 is the key to that fight. You always have to be aware of where your teammates are, predict where players are going to go, and then take separate angles, especially when you're playing on Wraith. Cheez-It finding themselves in an aggressive fight over towards this fragment choke. They're completely out of position right now. This is a very great bubble coming through by whatever team this is. Strictly takes a lot of initial damage. Looks like the massive shots are not going to be able to do enough for Mask, because he's going to have to bubble and dip out. Strictly did hit a battery. We'll see how weak these players are. Good spray coming out. That's going to be Pop-Tarts and Blight. Blight gets the initial knock. It could be a 1v1 here. We'll see if Strictly does have a battery. If it's just Cells, he's going to have to continue to fight. Cell's not going to be able to pop. There's the battery. Could be a one-on-one situation with the high ground going in favor of Strictly.
I think it is. It might be a Path versus a Wraith, and yeah, that's not going to be great, I think. Well, he does have a knockdown to play behind. Strictly takes a little bit of damage. Farmer Lucas playing the heady on the rock right here. Strictly using the knockdown. He's going to phase into him. What's going on here? He's going to play the knockdown himself, taking the one-on-one shot. Ooh, and a big ego check right there as he phases into him and pumps him for 112. That's the classic Pathfinder. Let me hold that pump for max damage on low profile right there. And that's why Path's not that good. You just saw a Wraith phase up straight at you, play your own knock teammate, and pump you for 112, and you fell over. And that was just that'll hurt. That'll hurt your motive right there.
I mean, what if as soon as the Q is coming out, he grapples off the ground, gives himself a little mini bunny hop, and then just kind of counters it that way so that he's not able to line it up? I would have been doing a little bit of a play there, a little bit of hoppity, something to give yourself a little bit of momentum. But yeah, unfortunate again. Strictly didn't have the HP that he needed. Just a little sliver, maybe that one syringe is all he needed to go and try to stop that fight coming in from Farmer Lucas. But a very aggressive play from Team Pop-Tarts. They continue to snowball, and unfortunate for Team Cheez-It now during their week. It doesn't look like they're going to have enough points to make it over towards the top two. So it's going to be up to teams like Solafide to hold off teams like Razor, like Flashpoint, who have had great games leading up to this. Now, potentially the rich get richer. Is Taculo going to rip Lion out of the air?
Sheesh. I mean, he turned on, I think he might have turned on single fire right before that, but the tracking. Are you kidding me? He had 3 bullets on a kid flying out of the air max speed. That was impressive, and his teammates cleaned up the kill as well. That was some talent right there. That was a little showcase of talent as they picked off that kid. Fresh res. Hate to see it. Feels bad.
Target spotted.
See this a lot coming out from Hakulo, but this is, if you're comfortable with your team and you're able to get these combinations almost every single game, again, there's a lot of players that fall into their comfort zones, right? So you look at Hakulo, and every single time he has a 2x R301 with something better than a blue mag. Usually it's a purple mag, usually it's a purple or gold barrel stabilizer, and he's going to have a Mastiff with a blue or purple Volt. As we take a look at what Solafide is doing, they're rotating over towards the side here. Designful having to pop a battery. I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to open up with some more caustic plays. I wonder if he tossed that gas quite yet. There's going to be the defensive bombardment coming in from Results. So the portal going to be popped from Gentrifying. He's taking a little bit of slow from his boy over here, but this is all about getting the high ground. And they do bully this team out of there. So really good job by Solafide. Great aggressive play. Now they're going to sense weakness, and they may continue to send it on these guys.
They might be looking for kills. The team might have taken Geyser already, or there might be a whole nother team over there. That was a good job. If that fight did happen up there and the team didn't drop, that was a really good job of zoning off the mountain with the Gibby ult and then taking it in place really quickly after with the portal. It just didn't work out. The other team ran. I believe they probably did take Geyser and go up to the train track right there. Never mind, we're in this building right now. 70 pump on the Wraith. Design gets his shield broken into crank a bat in the bubble right now. And they're going to stall out the fight a bit. 28 pump on the Wraith. They're playing the bubble nicely. I think this fight's happening, but there could be a third party from up top as they were just shooting at a team before. Design pretty low. He does throw a caustic ult in there to counter. 42 twice on the Wraith. Gent doing a lot of damage, not taking much back. He's doing pretty well right here. Going to look for a pick on the Bloodhound. Doesn't get it. They're going to try to rotate through. Design is split now. There's thermites. There's gas. Design is the only one in there. Gent takes a little bit of tick, but Thermite going to crank a cell. Result is just kind of vibing, I guess, in that corner. Just chilling, hanging out, not doing too much. Design is He's being aggressive, not going to hit a stick right there. Trap going down, doesn't matter for him. He's a cost. He's going to shoot it out for his teammates. 45, and he's going to swing on this kid and probably get a kill right here. Yes, he does. He does get the knock on Wicked. Now a 2v3 as they're trying to shoot through the gas. Bullets going everywhere. This is a crazy fight between two good teams.
I would love to see Design to continue to push that one. He's the only one that can go through the gas. They need to get the finish onto Wicked right there. And instead of hitting the cells, they could just get the immediate armor swap. Instead, Sync sends it in like a madman. Results is there with the Mastiff. The flank coming in from Gentrifying and nicely executed coming in from Sola Fide. They even have enough shields to deal with a third party if it's going to come, and it may, over towards the corner from the same side. Some shots being landed. Gentrifying backing off, taking about 75, going to go and hit that bat. They should have plenty of cells, plenty of batteries overall. This is Team Rockstar, but Team Rockstar is fairly healthy on the opposite side. Great shots coming in from Crummy. Is going to rip Solafide apart. You can see Pickett's fairly healthy too. Bubble being used from Resulta. Now the question is this going to get third partied? Because this is two very skilled teams fighting for quite some time. The zone's moving in 10 seconds. They're going to have to decide what they want to do here. It looks like they're going to dip out from the Rockstar side, continue to gatekeep, and I think that's the right play. It's a very skilled team. That fight's taking way too long. Just reset and figure out what you can do. Meanwhile, Flashpoint in first place, going to get a knock on to Kenny from Applejack. It's going to be K-Swain with the R301. This is the gatekeep that we're talking about. Let's see if Solafide can push on to Rockstar.
Yeah, that was a good win by Solafide in the first fight, and a good defensive play by using the bubble and the caustic traps to their advantage. Very easy to reset when you have the caustic traps zoning and then the Gibby bubble to heal in. It looks like Solafide is rotating a Geyser right now. They might be taking some damage as they're rotating, but I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna chow that. That would have been a little bit wild from them, and they're not that stupid. So they're gonna fly on the right side, and they're gonna go their separate ways. But Solafide staying alive, using their abilities to their advantage, and shooting well as well to take out that one team, and then stall out the fight enough to where Rockstar said they're not interested anymore.
Let's explore this way.
And also heads up play to rotate over towards the side. But when you do go and rotate through that balloon, you don't necessarily know who you're going to potentially land on, and a couple other spots may be taken. Team Rice Crispy Treats sitting under the bridge. Stunny has his gold armor and also has eyes on players. Could that potentially be Solafide over here? Could that be Resulta's bubble? Now caught in between two teams, just like we were saying. You don't really know how you're going to be able to rotate, but one thing's for sure, you not want to push up there towards where Team Rockstar was. It looks like they're going to end up playing where this zone sometimes ends. Not this zone, but there is one that pulls directly over here. Instead, they're going to hit some replicators, potentially get some more batteries, and then decide which fight that they're going to want to take. This is Team Razor and Rice Krispie Treats on both sides. Two very skilled teams, and Solafide trying to snowball this one and catch up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, they're on low ground on both sides. I think it would be very interesting to see a push on the right side of the rock. I don't think we'll see that. I think they'll try to inch their way up on the left side and maybe play under bridge, but they have to do it without taking too much damage from the team holding on the train carts up top. They're sitting pretty now. They're crafting. That's a nice little spot for them to craft at. Designful is going to go take a little peep over here and see if the team that we were watching earlier, I believe it was Rice Krispies, that was sitting here, has rotated. And they might try to go to rotate in behind them. Design looking for it, getting some good damage off, but his teammates are not there to follow up any shots or get any thirst if he does get a knock. But Design just giving minutes per usual.
It would have been absolutely wild if he Kobe'd that and then pushed them off and they take the high ground there. But either way, if that team's in danger, you may not even want to go and put yourself in that spot too, because you know that's not even going to be a good situation. So now Designful coming back up, and that was just a very aggressive madman play. But either way, I think he maybe took about 50 damage and dealt about 200 overall, weakening multiple players. Nice shots from the R301 of Gentrifying, going to be able to charge his Evo from a purple up to a red, and now they work under the bridge just like we're talking about. While Zara Tricky, he's going to be kind of busy with Rockstar over towards the side. So these were the two teams that were over in the vicinity, now kind of on separate sides. Gentrifying flanking over, he's going to get the knock on to Pickett. That's going to be two players from Team Rockstar down. I believe that's only Tech alive. And Razor doing what Razor does. We've seen this so many times. Charge rifle in the hands of Muffins with the 4 to 8 scope every single time, and the Mastiff in his back pocket, while Zara Tricky and Hackula will work together on this Bloodhound Wraith combination. That's going to be the finish onto the ground once that armor shield goes down. That's going to be Pickett. And they just have a little bit of this area to work with from behind the choke. So we'll see if any teams push over from the side and want to get interested in a third party.
Yeah, they're in a pretty safe spot right now. The circle does pull away from them towards that trailer. I think there probably is going to be a team inside the trailer right now. 6 squads, 15 people up. Solo Fide is full on the other side. Razor is full on the other side. We also saw Teen going crazy in the kill feed with a full squad wipe. But speaking of Teen, he does go down to Bird. I believe they're probably fighting on the train tracks over by the cart. And they are. They're near the train tracks. And there is that cart right there that I was speaking of. And there's a kid in the pocket right there. Intel going for a little swing. Doesn't get the knock. Kid charges up. It's a Watson going insane with it. Playing the trap to his advantage. Another kid on the back door coming in. We might need some armor swaps and a res quickly. Not sure if there's a third party coming in, but they do have caustic traps up. So that's going to impede any push, and they do get a reset. They do get Gibby ulted, though, so now they need to rotate and get out of here before the Gibby ult bombards them, or they could sit behind the rock and eat it. Or I just saw a scan.
Or I
I
wonder if that
thought it was a Gibby ult. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, even if it was Gibby, I wonder if that gen is still alive over towards the side, and they could have potentially booked it over towards that if they were really struggling. So yeah, there's the gen over there in that corner. So that could have been a play if they were ending up weak. But either way, no Gibby ult, and Intel going to be able to reset. And speaking of the gen, there's going to be a nice gold box there. So we'll see if Hill's going to be able to get some more resources for themselves. Again, Intel sitting around 10th place. Flank coming over towards the corner. That's going to be a Wraith that also hit the portal back. I believe she was just maybe looking for some loot or an opportunity to go and flank. But you can see the zone here. Round number 5 is going to be where Team Intel is on this backhand side. They just have a little bit of the sliver of the rock to work with. The only other cover is up on that train track side. So I'm curious to see, thank you, where Soul Fide is going to play. They're going to have to get aggressive on one of these teams. It's going to have to be a great bubble from Resulta and maybe some great barrel play from Designful.
Yeah, they're going to throw a zoning Arcstar right there. That team is going to have to push out. Oh, that Arcstar should have hit. But they're going to have to rotate through Storm right here. Design's got to go as well. They got to pick out their next spot. They're going to take a portal that Gentrified laid down behind the rock, and they're probably just going to play behind the pills. Everyone's going to be behind their own little piece of cover in this circle. It's going to be different rocks and in the train cart as well. They're going to ult that just to kind of get them off their back for the time being. They're going to push in afterwards, maybe. No, they're not. They're going to loop back, play it slow. And this is going to be interesting. This is going to be a good late game we got going on right here. Design's just going to bunker up right here, make it annoying.
It was a little short there. I think that if he threw it a little bit further, it could have landed. But either way, he's still getting the ticks of damage that he needs. It's going to also show where that player is going to be located. Got to worry with 4 squads left that, well, also that's happening. Zeratricky gets a knock on to Pickett. So Pickett somehow got back into the game. Gentrify gets that finish. So all these teams all clumped up here as we move into this final circle. 50 seconds before it closes, 1:30 again as slow closes. Intel's still on this one. They're going to take out Tech. Razor sitting pretty. This is the problem what we were talking about, Deltouche, though. It's charge rifle for Muffins in this end zone, and that's not going to be very strong. This Mastiff, if they get a bubble down, is going to be big. But right now, I would really think that Soul Fide has the best combinations. Hakulo doing what he can with this gold barrel stabilizer and the R301. Is going to take a decent amount of damage, has gold armor, so he's going to heal it up. That's a great scan from Zeratricky. That should slow things down a little bit. 20 seconds, this zone's going to start to close.
Yeah, this is interesting. Hill is taking an off angle. He might get aped here at some point by Team Soul Fide, as they probably will get a... They don't have a bloodhound. They're not going to get a scan. Design getting shot from the left, but Hill should not be the one that's overextended and split. I think it should be the Wraith that's doing that, but nonetheless, the angles are going to throw off Soul Fide as they probably try to rotate. It's just going to be whoever has to ape first. It's going to be a third party. I think Soul Fide is probably going to ape Razor with a bubble and a caustic ult, and Intel is probably going to follow it up, but it's just 3 teams looking at each other. Okay, I was wrong. They're going the opposite way. Razor should be in for a nice little third party here, or they're just playing the rock over there. And it's getting spicy.
Flashpoint's hating what they're seeing right now as Soul Fide pushes over towards the side, and Razor potentially is going to be able to hit him with that third party. But I love this play from Soul Fide. The bubble coming through, the gas coming through as predicted. Everybody playing this so patiently. I love to see the zone changes before the game would have been over already with just a bunch of Wraith portals sitting on top of one another. Tempest with a nice spray across the map. Hill, who's been playing aggressive, is going to use his PK shots over there onto the barrel, so that's going to pop over towards the side. He's going to get a couple of ticks over there. Try to use this Digi threat to go and get the pump. Is going to hit that one with the massive PK combination. Ridiculous plays coming out from Hill. Takes down all of Soul Fide. That means Team Razor is waiting in the wings, but a quick armor swap over there and some good gas is going to hold off the team. Zeratricky only half shields overall. You're going to see Hill as the kill leader. It's going to be Team Razor versus Intel. Multiple knocks coming in for Team Razor, a 2-on-1 situation, and Team Razor is going to take their second game, Touche.
Wow, that was a crazy end game. Oh my goodness, Intel went crazy, but it wasn't enough. Razor got to the third party. That caustic trap on the left side of the rock that I believe Hill threw down, he activated it with the PK shot. and that pretty much forced Solifide to the left, away from the caustic trap. You saw Gent was trying to climb up the rock, just get away from the gas, but it was just too much everywhere. The left side was completely zoned off by that trap. They had to push the other way, fight that team, and Hill ended up taking out all 3 of Solifide out, and then Razor came in with a third party. But that was a great end game with 3 great teams.
You love to see it. That was game number 7. We're going to have one more game after this. Stay with us while we tally up the leaderboard. We'll be right back.
Yo, Shugivi, he's won. Nice, he popped Bub. Send it. Nice. There's 2 more left. Get Caustic first. Don't let him ult. Nice. He's 50 HP. Nice, that's Wraith. I broke her. Send it. Yo, nice. Nice. Let's go, boys. What's up? This is Hambino from Team Cheez-It, and you're watching Series E.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Series Z. It's the final game. We've done 7 already. It's Daltouche and T-Squared bringing you the action, and it's been a pretty exciting day for Team Razor and Team Flashpoint. Let's take it to the leaderboard and kind of see if any teams can catch up to them. Solafide possibly with a big game number 3. What are they going to need going into game number 7? Excuse me. What are they going to need going into game number 8? Well, Touche, they're going to need a big one.
They're going to need a giant Sola Fide fashion game. They need to ape everything. They need to decimate the lobby, and they need to play smart at the end, catch any picks possible, and get the dub. The dub is huge on top of it. But, I mean, they have the potential to decimate. They know how to push everything. We do it all the time in ranked. This is a little bit different, but it's not impossible. So they could definitely get away with a huge game, but they need to put their all into it in order to do that.
Yeah, it's not impossible at all. A 30-point game, completely feasible. The question will be, will Razor and Flashpoint make it towards that top 10 area, toward that top 5 area? Dying on Rotate's going to play aggressive. Team Cheez-It having one of their stronger performances on our open day. They're sitting in 5th place during their week. Intel's pulled off a couple of dubs, or excuse me, 1 dub and some pretty solid games overall. They're sitting in 6th place, kind of bumped up, I think, from 10th place overall. So it's been a pretty interesting day overall, but definitely not surprised to see Razor play well. And Flashpoint, again, with 2 subs this time around. Rambo is coming in as the only actual member on this team, but you have 2 EMEA members, K Swinney and Nasky, with the fill. And those are some of our stronger players on our pro day in Series Z. So Flashpoint, fresh off their win off Saturday, coming through with another big day here today. We'll see what they're going to be able to have in store for us. The ALGS going on this weekend. So again, a lot of teams using Series Z to prepare for that. We have our pro day tomorrow going down at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Let's take a look at our Mobile One replay here and our highlights from our previous games. It's our high performance moment. We saw some great bursts coming in from Tempest. This was when we had that three squad kind of fight where you weren't sure which team was going to push which, and it was just kind of great plays overall. Again, we haven't seen many mistakes today.
Yeah, that was the trap I was talking about right there. The way he threw it on the left side and activated it before Team Solafide could do anything about it, and he had a wide swing as well to grab that angle. Took out all 3 of them with some clean Mastiff pumps. However, Razor playing the backside of the rock, big 91 right there. It was pretty much just Mastiffs going crazy. Good damage on pretty much all the shots, but Razor did end up getting the third party, and they got the dub. But that was a great standoff between those 9 players right there.
Razor's second win overall, again, sitting at the top of our leaderboard, and they also have that trophy sitting next to the Cheez-It MVP awards. So we'll see who's going to take that one overall too. But like you said, great macro play coming in from Hill, and it was Solafide in a pretty tough spot. They were, again, one of the further teams away from the zone, and Razor's done a great job of completely backing off. I've been impressed with the way that Muffin's been able to carry this charge rifle in this 4-8 without any worries. Even into the final zone, he's still scoped in hardcore across the map, ready to beam people. So it's probably pretty annoying to go across, but anytime you see a charge rifle, probably think that it's Muffins. They've been playing pretty aggressive with Hakulo and Zeratricky playing in unison, sometimes too aggressive. And I believe they got second place in one of our games too. So they could have had 3 wins overall. And we know that they are the Series E record holders in terms of coming out after a halftime and winning 4 straight not too long ago. So now we see what Team Cheez-It's doing, landing over towards the Epicenter and Refinery side. This time, more players over towards Epicenter and not as many over towards Refinery. We'll see how they're able to do, sitting in, I think, right now, 5th place.
Let's take a guess at where the circle's going to go. If we don't have any knowledge right now, I'm going to go with Fragment. That's my guess. West Fragment Bridge or Market. Damn it.
Dude, we talked about this. You should know already. If it's going to pull Refinery, it's going to continue to pull Refinery over and over again. Well, that's going to be more like Epicenter Refinery side. Guess where Team Razor is going to play? They're going to get over towards that high ground and be in that spot for like the 6th time in this series. So they're just being blessed with these zones over and over again. Team Cheez-It as well. Applejack's fighting over towards this Fragment side probably fairly soon, or maybe third partying anyone over towards the west hand side because there has been multiple fights over there. But they're gonna throw down that Loba ultimate and try to loot up as fast as they can before this action does bust down. It's Team Pringles over here fighting as always over here again. I think against, which team is this? Dying on Rotate in the vicinity in Casellos. This isn't what you want to see. Wingman P20. I'm digging the Wingman, but the P20.
Yeah, that's not it. He gets away with a little sneaky maneuver right there. They are going to lock it down, but it is so early game that I don't even know if he has enough heals to get back to full HP. They're dropping syringes. I mean, they're probably all out of heals. The longer this fight lasts and the less damage they do, he hits a purple armor right there as well. It's a crack on him, but he does get flanked. Kanaka using the R45, 54 on cost, take about 60 on Wraith. Those wingman shots don't connect. I think the other team has a much bigger armor advantage and probably shield advantage as well for heals. Kanaka grabbing an empty blue. He does have a bat to use. That's good. Ooh, if that thermite hit him, that would have spelled bad news. A frag in the corner. Looks like a friendly frag, though. Good. It is. They do get scanned. Kid right outside the door. They have a lot of nades because that's what you get early game. You pretty much get a lot of nades and nothing useful. Fade does go down. The sink. Castelos goes down as well.
Looks like they're going to be able to win that.
Yep, they do win that. We're hopping on board with Team Cheez-It. It's over by this place that I forgot the name of. Something camp, I think. I don't know. I'm new to this game. Only been playing it for a season now. And they do find someone lacking over there. Wicked does get third party, though. Sink and Turns are down, and now they go down as well. The ambitious start from them turned into good and then bad real quick as Applejacks comes in with the clean third party. Now they have 6 loot boxes to work off of.
It's about 7 games in, going into game number 8. You wonder if Applejacks is going to get the memo that this fight has been taking place over and over again towards Fragment West, and that could be why Klain has switched on over to Loba, so they just can continue to get all this loot that they want as fast as possible. They're going to get as much ammo as they can, too, because of the changes to Loba. You don't only get to grab 2 things out of it now. You can grab a bunch, so we'll see what happens for Team Applejacks. Now, Flashpoint sitting at the top of the leaderboard right next to Team Razor, getting into a small fight over here towards the back of the dome. Nobody taking any major damage yet. Swinging, he's gonna have to. Oh no, Rambo goes down first. He also gets finished. This could be big for Team Razor. Nasky taking a lot of damage too. It's now up to the EU boys to do something. Case Swinney does have a couple of connections with his barrel. That's going to show where those players are. Another player is going to be yeeting it towards the air. Some way that grenade is going to connect over there. Nasky is going to be popping a battery. Mask gets into a separate fight over there. He's going to be taking down Sunny. Now it's Nasky in a 1 versus 3. He's going to have to bail. This is horrible for Flashpoint.
Yeah, that is literally worst case scenario for them. I don't know. I think Rambo overcommitted as the Bloodhound. He kind of put himself once you round that corner near the eggshell, or that little, I don't know, I guess you can call it an eggshell. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. He peeked around that right side and really committed and didn't really hold the angle. He kind of went all the way around the curve. He got punished as there was a kid in front of him. He was shooting out with the Devo and winning that one-on-one, but he got peppered from the right side, fell over instantaneously, could not get back around, and that was an early pick against them. And then they ended up getting another one as well, and it leaves a solo left for that team.
Yeah, Nasky may be able to pull this one off. We'll see if he elects to go for the banners or if he's just going to try to rat it out and keep track of what Team Razor is doing. But we know Razor is going to be in a prime position. We see a charge rifle coming through. Wouldn't be surprised if that's Muffins trying to gatekeep over here towards the backhand side. Cheez-It things going down. They want to rotate over towards the left. Great burst coming through, 84 and some 25 coming in for Strictly. He may even send it with a grapple. That's coming up in 1 second. That's going to be Hambino with the initial knock on to aim assisted. Strictly's there too. Going to find this team, and they're going to take him down almost immediately. Nice team fight there from Team Cheez-It in the back of Survey Camp. No third party in the vicinity. Team Razor must be already over towards their high ground on the epicenter hill, just locking down the best spot right now. So Team Cheez-It going to continue to run around, pick up kills. They understand the situation. Flashpoints out. Maybe they can move in with a big game and try to take over second.
Yeah, Strictly showing off the power of the Volt. That's why it's probably the best, most versatile gun in the game right now. You could use it close range, mid range, and a little bit long range if you have good recoil control. But I mean, it's so strong, and he was just showing the beams right there, hitting about an 80, and then about a 50 on the Gibby, including the gun shield as well, which is about an extra 100 damage. So not on the gun shield, but you know, 100 overall. You get what I'm saying? 50 on Gibby, 50 on gun shield. That's 100 times 2. Or 50 times 2, it's 100. You got it, chat. All right, we're hopping on board with Geyser Gunnas as he's throwing the right hook on this down Wraith. Finish him off at 1 HP. Very risky play right here. Going to crank a med kit inside the bottom of Epi as Clinical goes down as well. We're going to switch teams and go over to Rockstars. They just finished the fight. Pickett going crazy against Solafide, and they go down.
Unfortunate for Solafide. They knew the situation. They had to get aggressive. They had to force fights. Sometimes you have to probably force a fight that you don't even necessarily want to. Team Rockstar is going to take advantage of that, and then they finish them off. Like you said, Pickett going ham sandwich throughout all that. Guys are Gunners now in a very tough spot. This is a pretty decent portal overall. Should be able to recover this banner, and so many barrels down. The res just needs to happen over here anytime now. So nice job getting the recovery onto Mike Lab. They also should be able to get Clinical's banner and hit the recovery over towards the side. But this is when teams are going to start to filter in. 12 squads left. Final game here. Not surprising that the pace has picked up now that teams start to do the math. They're all trying to catch up to Team Flashpoint. Team Razor, Flashpoint's already been eliminated. Cheez-It during their week sitting in 5th place, trying to do some big things. It's going to take a insane performance from all 3 of these members if they want to do something, but still mathematically possible.
It is, and you're right about the teams funneling in. I mean, the lobby's almost halfway deleted already. Kids getting aggressive, trying to get those late tournament points, just playing super aggressive, challenging every fight they can. It's smart. They're not going to play too crazy, but speaking of crazy, we're going for a kidnap here. E-Boy Ronnie jumping off that. He's going to go through this caustic gas. EMP coming in to stun them. He's going to use the phase, going for the caustic. Does he get him? Nope, misses by a lot. Ult going down, and that is a failed attempt at the kidnap, but it's just some late 8-game shenanigans, or game 8 shenanigans coming out of pretty much every team. But yeah, people are going to start to funnel to Epicenter, and it's going to start to get stressful over here in a second.
You saw the strategy there. Everything right besides the actual kidnap. Portal in the air, step number 1. EMP, step number 2. The phase through the caustic gas, number 3. And then completely whiffing by a mile on the kidnap attempt was number 4. So nice try there by Nestle Pure Life, but it's just not going to pay off. Team Cheez-It now dealing with some pressure over towards the side. Mass does a lot of damage, takes a lot of damage in return. Now it's really up to Strictly, who hasn't really popped out quite yet. Hierarchy is going to get the initial knock on to Mass. Now Strictly stuck in a little bit of a corner with 1 HP. Hambino did get an armor swap or a battery off, but they get popped completely. Shamesis around the corner with the aggressive play, going to take out Cheez-It.
I really thought that fight was going the other way. I don't know how Hierarchy has full HP. They might have gotten Gibby ult right there. I can't tell what I just saw. Yeah, they did, but that was a good team fight. There was a lot of damage getting traded back and forth. I really thought the other team was going to win it, but I guess the Gibby had way more health than I thought. Who would have thought that? The Gibby has more health than you anticipated. That happens all the time. And the same fight is going down, except they're in a different position now. Wraith, Wideswing, and Sumo GG getting a lot of damage off, but not getting a knock, cranking an armor swap, but it doesn't have any armor. You have to back up and take a bat. Crispy is almost no HP, only 50 armor. Hierarchy is almost out of armor as well. Sumo taking a bat, trying to get back in there. Crispy cranking a med kit. Hierarchy coming in, and he's down. There's another kid portaling in, and this is some game 8 shenanigans going down right now. Sumo Wideswing taking the Volt, doing a lot of damage, getting a knock. He's 1 HP. How is he not down? He goes down. The tech. It's getting spicy out here over at Epicenter right now.
It sure is. Applejack's now with 1 player alive. That's going to be Kenny. They had a pretty solid start to this one. He is the kill leader currently. Kubsky's going to finish off tech over towards the side. That's going to be the rest of Team Rockstar going to drop. And now possible res coming out through Kenny. Both of his teammates kind of huddling up in the corner. Also, his hair is blending in perfectly with the icicle too. She's not going to be found.
That's a cold res right there. Real cold. Pop-Tarts. I mean, this area right now is insane. You kidding me? Blight on Pathfinder as well. That's the second Pathfinder we've seen in the game. Strictly has been knocked out earlier. Blight, the last man standing, the last robot, the last refrigerator. We might see a little bit of a knock right here. Blight taking out Kenny, but he does get the reses off. I don't know if these teammates are both fully healed. Blight going again with the grapple. Is he gonna put this on his Twitter, on the Instagram? He's gonna chase. He's gonna go for the clip. What can he do? What can he do? Sliding down, looking for it. Gibby's going to ruin it for him, and he does. Kubsky takes the clip and the kill away from him. Hate to see it. Blight with some nice 2 knocks to open up the fight, though. Kubsky finishing it off. That is a clean wipe from Team Pop-Tarts right there.
If I was Blight, I'd be like, who invited Kubsky to come and fill in for our team right now? That was the clip, and now Blight's going to sit there and shoot the rest of his guns because they're trying to get aggressive here. They're trying to find where the rest of these teams are going to be hiding. It's basically over for the rest of them. There's no way anyone's going to catch up to Team Razor, who's just been slowly, methodically hanging in the wings, probably just milking as many placement points as possible after watching Team Flashpoint go down now. We see what the rest of Team Pop-Tart's going to do. Bubble has been used by Kubsky. Farmer Lucas just going to sit over here towards the top-hand side. That team tracker going to show us who is still alive and well. It says Flashpoint has 2 members. Team Razor has 3, so maybe Nasty was able to recover one of his boys.
Dracos and Bambino getting taken out in this building. Ronnie, last one alive, his signature move. Not sure if we'll be able to make it out of that. There's a lot of people around Epi. Little tactical crouching going down on Draco's mouth right there. He does get thirsted. Hill swapping out the armor. Hemp is taking a peek in that box as well. They're locking down this snake building for the time being, but you see the the number of people left in the game, it's looking like a ranked match as opposed to a competitive match right now. And that's what happens on game 8. You know, people just full sending, as you see that kid sprint across the doorway, looking like an Octane going way too fast. I'm not sure what that was. Didn't even look like a Wraith. Looked like a little crackhead running out there. But anyways, Intel locking this down and taking a little bit of a breath because this has been quite a game so far.
See, Muffins, of course, has the charge rifle. He's going to get the finish onto Bambino from Nestle Pure Life. And what do you know? They're in the same exact spot that they were before, locking down this corner as the zone continues to pull over towards this epicenter refinery part of the map. Still in zone number 3, only 7 squads left. A couple of rats here and there. Still, it's all about who's going to take the dub between Flashpoint, who now you're looking at on your screen. K-Swinny not able to get back in. Rambo was able to. They're finding some scrappy loot over towards here, and there's plenty of boxes to go and do so. So we'll see if this 2-man squad of Flashpoint can beat the 3-man squad of Razor for the dub.
Yeah, this game has been absolutely wild, and you saw a team, I think it was Razor back over there in their signature spot, and they're just probably sitting there. They're just having a conversation. I don't even think they realize they're in the game right now because they haven't really done anything, and that's okay because half the lobby has been decimated. A little bit over half has been decimated, actually, and they're totally fine with what's happening.
Locking down the Volt. Looking like a gold Volt there, basically, for Zeratricky. Muffins did get a knock. Or was it a finish? I'm not quite sure if that kill did go on under Razor, but every point basically mattering here. And we'll see if Flashpoint elects to go for the loot that was in front of them. I know Nasky was playing very, very safe. Didn't want to go check those purple boxes, but he could be surprised that nobody's really in that area. As Nasky does finally push, Rambo is going to pop the Beast of the Hunt. A couple scans coming through. They've now kind of made their way outside of that safety zone. Possibly got spotted. Nasky taking a lot of damage over from the side. We'll have to pop a battery if he has one. Syringe is only coming out for Rambo. Phoenix Kit is going to be popped from Nasky. This is very important for them to just continue to ride out. Hopefully that for them, Razor gets a little bit distracted. Then they could come in third party. That's basically all they need to do to win. But it's a lot easier said than done because Razor is going to do whatever they can to push teams away from them.
Yeah, Razor just wants to make sure they don't repeat what they did that one time when they were in the circle. I think it was game 5 or 6 that was ending by Epi. It was one of the games that ended by Epi, and they ended up giving up their height a tiny bit, and Rambo flanked them and then countered the height and got equal with them on height, and then they ended up losing the game because of that. So that's what they want to make sure they don't do this game. They don't want to repeat that mistake again. Light having a great time, just absolutely vibing on the icicle. And we're hopping on board with Razor as they are getting chowed on height, but they are gatekeeping this team. If you look at the circle coming in top left, you'll see that they are right on the edge, and that team will have to move in. They most likely will slide down, yeah, and go the other way because they don't want to chow that. Nice 17 tags with the Volt right there as that team is going to move in, but they are getting X'd by another team. It is Nasky over there, and they are probably going to want to push this because that is the last team that they need to take out.
Yeah, and no defense about Barman's going to be used there by Muffins because the fact that there's so many icicles in the way that it's kind of impossible to do some damage with that. But you can see they're still in the zone where Muffins is going to be located, so they're going to continue to kind of hold this high ground in the sledge. Meanwhile, Rambo gets another finish. All those kills that were going over towards Razor got filtered towards where Flashpoint is, and now Razor's going to put down a couple of pings, and this could be the fight to win the game. The thing about Razor is they don't realize that's just a 2-man squad over there on the opposite side for Team Flashpoint. So now Muffin's going to back off, play it a little bit safe. And missed opportunity there for Team Razor. Flat falls on over to Team Flashpoint. Those could be some big points.
Our solo legend E-Boy running does go down. And yeah, I don't think they know it's a 2-man, and they're not doing anything to try to finish them. And they're just, the 2-man is pretty much getting as much KP as possible as a 2-man. They're doing a really good job at it as well. So I think Team Razor might be being a little bit too passive this game, but nonetheless, they're still up and they're still in a good spot. As long as they get the dub, they'll probably find a few picks along the way, and that might be enough to carry them to the victory in the tournament here.
Big pings going down for Team Pop-Tarts. They're trying to take this back ledge and get basically the ultimate high ground. And if it's Team Razor and you know it's Team Flashpoint on the other side, you think it's a 3-man squad, the right play would be not to go and challenge that. I think that that's a pretty heads-up thing to do. But you got to give credit to Nasky to be able to come back over towards the dome after that complete botched team fight and at least get one of the banners. I'm shocked that he wasn't even able to get both because I feel like Rambo may have went down first, so he's probably just a sliver away from being able to get that one. Pop-Tarts, again, on the high ground, trying to play over towards this rock. Are they pressuring Team Razor out of their spot? We know that this is the area that they like to hold. Farmer Lucas with the R301 2X gold barrel stabilizer, backs off, hits a battery. 10 seconds until this closes. If that's Team Pop-Tarts, this could be Flashpoint kind of cracking in for this opportunity.
Absolutely. Things have slowed down a bit. We saw the aggression and the tempo of the early and mid game. Everyone was just kind of going bananas with it, just kind of full sending. But now these teams are realizing that it's a very, very big circle for this amount of teams, especially in a competitive environment. But things are going to slow up. You're going to see a lot more smarter action, smarter movements, better choices, you know, just kind of locking down your area, and you're going to be comfortable with where you're at because there's not many angles you can get shot from and not many people in general on the map still up. So things are going to slow down, but it will end up being a pretty sweaty late game, I'm assuming, because there's not going to be too many picks going around. So we'll have to find out how sweaty it gets when this next circle closes.
Exactly. All eyes basically on the 2-man squad of Flashpoint, and then the 3-man squad of Razor. Still a 2-man squad down bottom middle. That's going to be Team Intel, Tempest, and Hill trying to do whatever they can. Another 2-man towards the side. Guys are gunners. So the Spider, as you were talking about, Daltouche, bottom Spider and bottom and top Spider, both taken, and then a couple of teams playing over towards this high ground area. Pop-Tart's going to eventually have to move. Minute and 10 seconds left. I'm not really sure if all these teams are going to be able to fit in this little small spot. I feel like this could be the final zone that we see here in round number 5 instead of round number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. The teams on lower ground are definitely going to challenge each other, while the teams on high ground probably do the same thing. That's going to whittle the teams in half, probably 2 squads left. I believe the duos are probably going to get, you know, taken out first. We're going to see. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of good teams left. 2 full, 2 duo. Is it 3 duos and 2 full?
I believe so. Yeah, that's the map that we have right now. It's going to be Razor on this high ground. You can see who's... All right, Zeratricky is the one that's inside the zone right now, kind of locking it down. So he's going to be the safe spot while the rest of the players kind of hold positions on the edge and try to filter players into one another and pick up some kills along the way. Hakulo just doing whatever he can with this flat line. Burst firing across the map. I love the way that Nasky is playing this one, though. You can see that they were in the zone kind of underneath that spider leg, right where those shots are being landed there from Team Zeratricky, but they do not know which team is which and how many players are on each squad. So that's most likely Team Pop-Tarts and Team Razor. Those are the 2 full teams that I feel like have to worry about each other. And then while that happens, Flashpoint's not that far from a possible third party.
Yeah, the two 3-men are definitely going to end up colliding at some point, but I don't think they know who's 2-man, who's 3-man, so we're going to need some scans coming in, which we are getting from Zeratricky. And the 3-man clash, or the 2-3-man clash, is going to provide the opportunities for the duo teams to maybe try to third party, like you said. So one team gets taken out. It is the team that was sitting top epi. We got a fight going down between Razor and Pop-Tarts up top. Bombardment might be coming in. He does throw it, but the bubble goes down a little bit before the ult lands. So the bubble will pop, and there might be one little stretch of Bombardment that gets in without the bubble. That was an insane spray from Hakulo. Jesus, I've never seen a flatline recoil like that in my whole life. That was a 180 spray, nearly a knock, maybe even possibly a knock on that kid from like 150 meters away with the flatline. That was very impressive.
Flashpoint has milked their way into top 3 after only being down to 1 player, which was Nasky. Not only that, they picked up some rotation kills onto Team Intel. So just as a duo, a 2-man squad have picked up at least 4 to 5 kills overall, and now they have Team Razor on the high ground. I believe that could be Pop-Tarts up there too. Is this a 3-on-3-on-2 situation? There it is. Yes, it's Pop-Tarts, it's Razor, and it's Flashpoint. 2 teams kind of duking it out for first place, one kind of duking it out for respect here in our final day of the open day in Series E, season number 1. We'll see who can take this final game number 8. Not only that, who's going to take the win overall. Kubsky from Team Flashpoint actually coming in and subbing for Pop-Tarts, so there's a little bit extra bad blood on the line. It's Razor right next to Pop-Tarts. It's going to be Flashpoint down towards the bottom 2. Who do you think is going to take this one?
I think Flashpoint being on low ground as a duo is what's working out for them, because I think the 2 3-men up top are going to clash at some point, unless if you see a 3-man slide down and just ape the duo once they know it's a duo, which they probably do. But I think the 3-men up top are going to clash each other and fight, and I think it's going to provide an opportunity for maybe some picks from the duo down low. Muffin's getting his shield broken, and the final circle is closing. It is going to be slow, and it will be patient from all teams on all sides, but the duo is going to have to climb up a bit. But I believe the 2 teams are going to clash before they have to climb up, and then they're going to have a free entry maybe into a bubble fight and might come out on top. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see.
Nice portal coming in from Nasky. They have to take that one because of the fact that the zone has now officially pushed them. It didn't work out as you were hoping for, Daltouche. Instead, the knocks are going to come through, and it's the opposite. It's what you said when they realize it is the duo squad. And which duo squad? It's the duo squad that they're looking for now. Razor starts to get popped on by, it looks like Team Pop-Tarts over towards the side. I think Nasty was able to make it out with his Q, possibly ratting over towards behind. Is he going to be able to get the flank through? He gets the knock onto Muffins there, tricking out the last guy alive. He was able to get second place there for his team. Pop-Tarts is going to take first, Flashpoint takes third. The question is, who takes number one overall? Both of those teams are battling out for first and second. Either way, great ending to day number one here.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the team commit down low to take out the duo, but they did get one teammate knocked on their team, and that was just an easy third party from Team Pop-Tarts. It became a 3-on-2 because the duo took out just one of their players, and then that was it. You can't get knocked in that situation. You got to play your life, play smart, but they didn't. They got knocked, and Pop-Tarts with the easy third party dub.
Well, a lot of fun games overall. We're going to tally up these points onto our Mobile One leaderboard. We'll be right back with the results. Stay tuned.
What's going on, guys? I'm Strictly and I play for Team Cheez-Its. If I could make a Cheez-It flavor, it would be a mango habanero. I would pick mango habanero because I'm really into spicy stuff, and I think something like mango habanero would really hit.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles. Make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
It's Daltouche and T-Squared bringing you all the action. It's Cheez-It week. This is our final week of season number 1, and we had a great day overall. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and find out who won. It was a huge battle between Flashpoint and Team Razor, but Touche, there it is.
Yeah, that was crazy. Flashpoint was inching their way back up into it at the end with that. I believe the duo, they were just scraping kill points left and right, but Razor coming out on top. I believe they got second place in that last game, and that might have been the difference. I'm not sure, but Solifide coming in with 69 points. Nice, boys. Very cool. 69. Good job. Well done.
They're going to tie Team Cheez-It there too. So great job by Cheez-It overall. But I think this is one of the more competitive open days that we had overall. I think that when we go and look at what's going on with the meta, we talked about it a lot too. So it was a pretty exciting day for Apex overall.
Yeah, there's a lot of different legends being used. We saw Cryptos, we saw Bangalores, which was weird. We saw a Lifeline, a Wild Lifeline running around. We saw 2 Paths, Caustics, Gibbies, Bloodhounds. No, I'm liking the versatility and diversity that the comp scene is starting to get into here, and it should be even more exciting coming up season 8.
And I'm liking the way that our NA teams are playing, whether they're partnered, whether they're opened, or our pro teams that we're going to watch tomorrow. So make sure that you stick with us, 5 p.m. Pacific time. On behalf of Daltouche and myself, Esports Arena, all of our partners, Mobile One, our newest one, we will see you guys tomorrow for our pro day.